they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh. So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
water, right? So of course it was, you know, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking and they were happy and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came
Why
through.
are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
St. Pete has been my home since 2000, and it made me feel welcome from the moment I got here. I saw celebrations, I saw art, and I saw an openness to having the LGBTQ community celebrated.
I feel welcomed, I feel accepted, I feel that I can be who I am fully, 100%.
There's really something here for everyone to feel welcomed, to feel involved in their community, and to feel supported.
The LGBTQ plus community here in St. Pete is a close-knit group of people. We all work together. We all are here for the same common goal, to feel supported, to feel included, and that makes me feel welcome here in St. Pete.
We celebrate Pride every single day through opportunities, support, and community building activities and events.
We are proud of who we are and how we live our lives. Thank you, St. Petersburg.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. but I can tell you that the city of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. We have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world,
We're up.
Good morning, everyone. If you could please take a seat.
You might want to bend your mic down a little.
It should.
Oh, guess I'm here. I can.
If everyone could please be seated, we're about to get started.
Or we can just pass it to the board members as well. Either or.
You guys doing? We're well. It's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to the May 2025 Code Enforcement Board evidentiary hearing. During this hearing, we will hear testimony from property owners and the city's Codes Compliance Department about whether a property is in violation of the city code. We will hear testimony from the city's Codes Compliance Department, even if a property owner who has received notice of this hearing fails to appear.
I'm gonna send the podium.
A property owner who arrives late after his or her case has been called, heard, and decided by the board will not have a right to be heard. The hearing will be conducted as follows. The city shall present its case first. After each witness has testified, the property owner may, through the chairperson of the board, cross-examine or ask questions of the witness. When the city has presented all of its case, the property owner may present his or her case. An attorney or some other representative may represent you. You can provide evidence in your defense, either through witnesses or your own testimony. If you present photographs or written documents as evidence, they must be submitted to the board's recording secretary for the case file. The city will be able to cross-examine you and each of your witnesses. You have the right to remain silent, and your silence will not be held against you. You have the right to testify and have your testimony considered under the same standards as that of other witnesses. The board may ask questions of the witnesses on both sides as the evidence is presented. This is not a criminal proceeding. Strict rules of evidence are not applied during the proceeding. After the board has heard all testimony from both sides, the board will entertain a motion and may enter a closed discussion at that time. During the closed discussion among the board, no additional testimony from the city or the property owner may be heard. Based upon the testimony and evidence presented, the board will decide whether or not a violation exists and whether the violation has been corrected. If the board finds that there is a violation that has not been corrected, the board will order the property owner to correct the violation in a specific time period and a daily fine to accrue thereafter for failure to comply. Failure to correct the violation within the specified time will result in a fine for each day the property is not in compliance after that time period. After the board has made its decision, a copy of the board's finding and order will be mailed to the property owner of record. The correction of the violations must occur before midnight of the deadline set for compliance. If the corrections are not made by the deadline, the fine will be imposed for each day any uncorrected violation continues after the deadline. If, after your case is heard, you wish to appeal the decision, you have 30 days to petition the Circuit Court of Pinellas County. If we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you would remain standing to be sworn in afterward. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. If you plan on speaking today or giving evidence, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You can be seated.
Would you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Schneider.
Here.
Hensler.
Here.
Bruning. Hanshaw.
Here.
Waite.
Here.
Alseklis.
Here.
Wilson.
Here. Okay, everybody, so we can hear everybody's testimony. We'd appreciate it if you would all silence your cell phones. I know you have them. Please silence them. If you are thirsty, there are water fountains out in the hallway. There are bathrooms out there too. If you must take or make a call, just step out into the hall. That way everybody's not in on your business.
Ready for the first case?
I think so.
Item number 82, property owner Lamia Benjulan, investigator Carl Gordon.
Good morning. I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 82, case number 25-130, regarding property located at 414 24th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This is a C-Click fix case. The property was first inspected on January the 9th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of January the 31st, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May the 12th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Items including but not limited to tarp, containers, trash cans, tree debris, litter, crates, materials, and miscellaneous items need to be removed from the property. Fascia has rotted areas, chipping, peeling paint located on exterior walls, securing boards at the rear of the property not painted. The grill securing door is rusted and or rotted. Overgrown vegetation and or bushes extended past the edge of the sidewalk, impeding the sidewalk patches needs to be cut. 0 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May the 12th, 2025. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Record Book 17438, page 2068. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional and relevant facts to this case is that before the hearing, I did have a chance to speak to the owner, and he submitted gave me a paperwork, a letter, basically stating, and it also is in the system showing that he did submit a demo permit on May the 27th. On May the 27th, a demo permit was submitted to have the structure demolished. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs were taken on May the 12th, 2025, document 0512251330 CBG, and photo numbers 1 through 8. Here's the front view of the structure itself. The junk and trash debris that's located on the property. Fascia disrepair. Chipping, peeling paint located on exterior walls. That's the rusted grill that's located on the front door that's rusted and starting to deteriorate. Securing a board that's not painted. And the overgrowth which is located on the structure, on the property that needs to be properly cut, how it's extending over into the sidewalk area. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for
I
the
do.
investigator?
What on that list needed a permit?
Well, he submitted a demo permit. That's what he's submitting. He's submitting an application on 5/27, May 27. He submitted an application to have the structure demoed. So basically, he just gonna need time for that to be processed and approved, and also cut the overgrowth. The overgrowth is not gonna be part of the demo permit, but he just need to be able to cut that overgrowth back.
Anyone else? Good morning, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Mohammed Ben Nouna. I'm representing my wife, Lamia Ben Jaloun. The address is 414 24th Avenue South.
Your address.
Oh, my address is 5235 37th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33710.
Okay.
It's B as in Bravo, E as in Edward, double N as in Nancy, O as in Oscar, U as in umbrella, N as in Nancy, and A as in Apple. Ben Nouna.
Okay, sir. Can you tell us why you've been dealing with this since January and you haven't lifted a finger yet?
Unfortunately, I experienced a bad experience with the tenants, so he got evicted. Also, the area is kind of a little bit rough, so some kids were playing around and they put some fire in the house. Thank God, nothing happened. I filed the police reports. So at this point, it's no needed to be remodeled. So we were decided to demolish the house and build something new.
Okay, so when did you apply for your your demo permit?
I have a letter from a construction company. They were from Miami, Fort Lauderdale actually, and it took them a little bit time to get approved by the city of St. Pete. So May 27, they applied for the permits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I've got one. So I know you're waiting on the demo permit, but since that is a citizen's complaint, the property could use the brush and the debris and things like that could be cleaned up to make it at least look better prior to demo. Do you have any plans to address that?
Yes, correct, yes. We'll demolish the house, we'll take all the debris.
No, I guess my question is, are you going to take care of the debris and all the regrowth?
Make it like
No, before the demo.
Okay.
Before the demo.
Yes, I'll do that, no problem, yes.
When?
As soon as possible, yeah.
Okay.
It shouldn't take like 2 days, 3 days, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did they give you an idea so you applied for the permit, the demo permit? They give you any idea in terms of when do you think you'll get the demo permit approved?
To be honest with you, I don't have any time frame, but what they said is like we have to go through the electric permits, water, plumbing permits to, that's the whole process for demolition. So I don't know how St. Pete City, yeah.
When did you decide to demo the house?
Well, before the fire happened, which is a month ago, so we were gonna fix the house, remodel the house because it went through the flood and everything. But since that happened, we had decided to demolish the house. It's gonna cost more than.
It was set on fire?
Yes. Yeah. So I filed the report because some kids in the area were playing around they jumped the fence and they were playing around since the house is vacant. So thank God the neighbors catch it in the beginning. Yeah, so.
Okay. And when did you evict your tenant?
After the flood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you be a little more specific?
They were not paying the rent for like 5 months.
Okay, so So did you evict them in October or November?
No, no, it was before that. The eviction notice was in August, actually.
In August.
In August, yes. That's when it started the eviction process, yes.
Okay, so basically, since you got the violation, you've done nothing and the house has sat vacant for over 8 months.
Well, because as I said, we were planning to renovate it. The contractor companies, they were giving us some crazy numbers. So we were in the process to get a loan. But since got in fire, I didn't have any insurance in the house or anything like that. So we had decided to demolish it.
Already.
Yeah.
But I think the thing to recognize is even though you're waiting for a demo permit, you still have an obligation to keep the exterior and the property clean and tidy.
I do agree, yes. Yes, I do agree, yes. My apologies.
Can I ask a question of the city?
Absolutely.
So question, so if on the outside chance is there a way to break something up into 2 rulings or just covered in one? Okay. Thank you.
I'll read something. Are we done?
I don't have more.
Okay.
Thanks.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Lamia Benjalan to correct the violations within 30 days or by a date of June 27th, 2025. If this order is not compliant with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Everybody okay with the day and the fine?
I'm okay with it, but they're not gonna get a permit in 30 days to demo the property. There's a house behind me that's been waiting for a demo permit for 5 months.
Then he'll have to come back.
Yep.
Sorry, it's been too long, and the permit
I'm not-
was just submitted yesterday.
That's fine.
Yeah. At least to get some of these items addressed will help.
Yeah, you can trim the yard or the sidewalk. As somebody who walks a lot in my neighborhood, I get very frustrated when you can't walk down the sidewalk because someone's brush is growing over it. That's an easy fix, some shears, machete, whatever. Doesn't take a permit to do
Even if
that.
he cleans it up, he's still gonna be in violation of all the other stuff.
You're right about that. Yeah, you're right.
It's a simple fix, so.
Yep.
Just be nice to see some action.
Shall we vote?
Oseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes?
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you have 30 days to get your demo permit. Once the permit is issued, it puts this case on hold. It doesn't go away. It puts this on hold. So if your demolition doesn't happen, they'll come back, and you'll come back to see us.
Yes.
See him again.
So please take care of your property.
Yes.
You're-
I'll do the cleaning first, and then while I'm waiting for the permit,
Yep.
yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Item number 28, property owner Mark A. Scribano and Lisa Scribano. Investigator Carl Gordon.
Good morning, may it please the panel, city attorney.
I'm sorry, sir. You don't speak first. The city goes first.
Okay, I was going to introduce, sorry.
Good morning, I'm Carl Gordon, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 28, case number 25-4188 regarding property located at 2090 Kansas Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is currently vacant at this time, but the owner occupied. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on January the 29th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February the 24th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 16th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Work active and or completed without an approved permit and or an approved final inspection. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and were posted at the violation address on May 16, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 12570, page 2585. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to this case is that a residential elevated structure permit is currently in process, and as recent as May 15th, 2025, the contractor, property owner, they had a meeting with our construction service department. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1 photographs which were taken on May 16, 2025, document 0516251188 CBG CEB and photo number 1. Here is an elevation shot of the structure of the property itself, and as you can see, the property is currently in the process of being elevated. However, the permit has not been active at this time. The permit is in process, but it's not active at this time, and work was already had already begun. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for staff?
I just want to make sure I heard this right. You said the elevation permit has been applied for? Or?
Yes, sir. It has been applied for.
But it looks like after a fact based on the photos.
Correct.
When was it applied for?
Well, we noticed the violation on January 29th, so therefore it was before the.
Yeah, so if I may, the permit was applied for actually back in August of 2024 is when the process started. So, you know, obviously this is a complicated permit to elevate a house. Ultimately, you know, this is what the city wants to see, that, you know, these properties are being elevated that way. We don't have repetitive loss issues and things like that. And we certainly understand that the property owners want to get this done as quickly as possible so they can get back into their homes. So we understand all of those pieces. I think it would be prudent, you know, obviously we'll hear testimony from the ownership representation, but understanding the circumstances, providing time to get the permit across the finish line and get approved. Again, these are more complicated. We do have concerns, especially with a property being elevated prior to an approval, that all that work's being done appropriately to engineered plans and things of that nature, which is why we're moving this forward. But certainly we understand the circumstances and, again, think the board should take that into consideration as well.
So you said the permit was applied for in August of last year?
August of 24, yes.
And it's not approved yet?
No, sir.
Before the hurricane.
But they apparently just had a meeting between the building department.
Yeah, so there's been 2 different sets of plans that have been submitted and then corrections being required. And then after that, they schedule a meeting. They're required to have a sit-down meeting with property owners, their representation, and our permitting staff. That way they can iron out the details of what needs to be submitted so they can finally get it completed. So, and that just occurred
on the 15th.
2 weeks ago. Yep.
So corrections needed to be made, and you guys are waiting. We're waiting. Permit department?
Yeah, we've provided corrections that were needed twice, I believe, and then there was the sit-down meeting.
And they actually applied for this, started this process before the hurricanes, so they were being proactive.
Correct, yeah.
Mr. Watt, do we know, are those like complicated changes, and are these just kind of minor tweaks? Is there any way to?
I mean, there's a lot of notes in there. You know, the most minor thing I would say is probably the zoning. The plans that they had was just for some impervious surface ratios. It doesn't look like there's an issue on the zoning side. It's more of on the building side. And again, that's 5 pages of notes that I would have to click through in the system to see, so. Thank you.
Just so I understand, I mean, you said a lot of things like, we understand homeowners want to get back in their houses as soon as possible, but the city's position is you can't start work until you have a permit. Is that correct?
Right, yeah. I mean, whether you're putting your roof on, a simple roof permit, AC permit, or something to this, you know, level, yes, you need to have that permit before, because if you don't, there's going to be a violation notice, and you get time to work through that process.
That was the city's position.
Yeah, it is, but again, want to make sure we understand the circumstances, so.
Any other questions for staff? Good morning, sir. Now it's your turn to speak. May we have your name and address for the record?
Good morning. May it please the board, city attorney. I apologize for starting in the
Sure.
beginning. My name is Red Carlton. I'm in-house counsel for Modern Movers, the contractor. I'm also an officer of the corporation. I'm here on behalf of the corporation and the homeowners.
And your address, sir?
My home address?
Or your business address?
12011 44th Street North, Clearwater, Florida, 33762.
Alrighty. And is the homeowner here today?
Yes, Mr. Scribano and his wife are here.
Are they going to speak?
If you would like them, they can.
If we will need their information if they want to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the building corporation?
They don't have to give it if they don't
Okay.
present testimony. We can hear from the attorney.
Okay. You're good. All right, sir. So what's the story here?
So I'd like to sort of begin and concede to the fact that we did start work without the permit. I've come into this project in March, and so I'm trying to wrap my head around all the things that have gone on. With regard to some of the statements that were made by Mr. Joe, I can't see that far. Most of what he said is correct. We did start applying for the permit in August before the storms. I was told by, and I don't know how accurate any of this is, I'm just giving you guys the story of where we're coming from, that the permit was applied for prior to the storm. In an emergency situation, we began to try to protect the home before the storm came. That happened before I got here, and I understand. We got comments from the city in December. We responded to those comments by submitting revisions and plans. They had more comments. We submitted more revisions. I've set up 2 meetings, and in all good faith, I want to do everything that you guys are asking for with regard to the plans, with regard to whatever changes. I've made a good faith effort 3 or 4 times trying to submit plans. As we had a meeting on May 15th. Prior to the meeting on May 15th, we realized the plans that we had submitted were incorrect. I tried to get them corrected and resubmitted before the meeting on the 15th. The portal doesn't allow the resubmission because it was still in review. We had our meeting. Mr. Burke with the city went through all of the items of the violations. All of them were corrected at the time, but 3. Since then, what I mean by violations is with regard to the plans. Since then, I've now corrected those 3 violative items in the plans. I tried submitting them yesterday. They would not allow me to submit them, so I went down to the city, spoke with Miss Stephanie Boston in E-Planning. She could not unlock the portal, but she asked me to send her the revised plans, which I've done. I've got a copy of them here, and all I'm asking the board is for time for the permit review process to continue so that we can, get out of violation and get back with work. On a side note, last week, because we stopped work on the project, we didn't want to cause any more violations. We've stopped work. Since then, there has been sinking of the structure in the back of the house. We had our engineer fly in from Louisiana to come check out the house, and basically, I'm sort of paraphrasing it here, they live in a very sizable home. In the back of the house, there's an outdoor kitchen with a roof structure. That whole outdoor kitchen was elevated and is sitting on pilings. The next process, or the next step in the process, is now that it's been elevated and there's all this structural weight, we want to go back under and do our deep ground foundation system, and we have not been able to do that yet. And since then, now the structure has sunken about 6 inches and has moved towards the seawall about 9 inches. So I would submit to you guys that we kind of have a structural, dare I say, emergency that needs to be addressed. I do have our engineer on standby if you guys need to take testimony from the engineer digitally over the phone.
No, I don't think so. What we're looking for is compliance. We don't want you to be doing any more work out there until you get your permit. If you have an emergency situation, it's time for you to go back to the building department and tell them. We can't solve your building department.
I understand. We've done that. I've been there many times. I think what a lot of the issue is, and I understand it, this lifting process, you've seen the photograph, it's an incredible task. And I think that where the city is with regard to this is it's so new, they don't know how to address it. So I get comments, my goalpost keeps changing, I keep complying. I've got a record of attempts to comply in good faith. I want, like I said, I'm not here to fight or to ask for exceptions. I just want to do what you guys want us to do. Period, no questions asked. I'm here to do that.
Give me just a minute, please. Yes, sir.
Sure. There are times that the building official can make a determination based on the conditions at the property that they can allow work to continue in order to satisfy a emergency situation, and then that stuff can be handled through a revision of the permit at a later date.
I understand.
Yeah. So
this is not the place.
Right. This is not the place for that. This is the place to provide time to get the permit across the finish line. And again, going to the building department, providing that information from your engineer to the building department to see if you can get permission to do that foundation work that you need to in order to secure the structure, while you work out the rest of the details for the permit. So, as soon as you finish here, I'd probably walk right down to the office
I was there yesterday and asked.
So, but that would be my suggestion.
Tell them you just left here today.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you guys stop construction, stop work at the site?
This is the moment I'm going to be honest with you, sir. I don't know the exact date. What I would submit to you is the moment we got this letter, we realized that we weren't getting this permit and we needed to stop.
Do you know, maybe this is a question for the city, if the permit was applied in August 24, had the house been raised already? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know when the work started. We, as Mr. Gordon represented, I think it was January when we were there and we saw that the work had begun.
If I may.
I don't know exactly when that occurred. That property owner might be able to.
If I may, what had happened, and again, this had occurred before I got here. The permit was applied for, like we've discussed, in August. When the storm system started coming, I wasn't part of the conversation, but we had sent guys in to begin work. Now, what that process, I don't know if you guys are familiar with my company or what the process is, but our owner is a guy named Jeremy Patterson. He's a 4th-generation structure mover. He's lifted the largest structures in the world. He's been doing this forever. We have a $900 million contract with the Army Corps of Engineers.
None of that's relevant.
I understand. And so based on all of that, we send guys over to dig trenches in preparation to drive piles to lift. So to answer your question, we started work before the storm hit, trying to get the house out of the storm's way, but the house was not up at that time.
Okay.
Trenches were dug.
All right. Further questions? Did somebody read something?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings and fact of conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Mark A. Scribano and Lisa Scribano to correct the violations within 30 days or by a date of June 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the number of days and the dollar amount?
May I request more days?
Sorry, we got
I think I would
stopped.
at least try and do 45 days. I don't think anything is gonna move within 30 days. If
30.
the permit's been in effect since August.
Yeah. Nothing happens in 30
I don't like that it was done before the permit was issued, but
Yeah.
that's here nor there.
Speak into the mic, hon.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit more time, personally, my opinion.
I'd like to amend the timing to correct the violations within 45 days, and that being July 12th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion for 45 days and a $100 per day fine.
Osseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, the board has given you 45 days. When you get your permit issued, that puts this case on hold until construction is complete. So all speed is needed for you to get the permit. Now, should your permit not be issued in 45 days, you'll get a letter, or the homeowners will get a letter, advising them to attend a special magistrate's hearing. You can come before the special magistrate and ask for more time if you still need it,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? But your issues at this point are with the building department,
Understood. Thank you.
all right? Thank you. Ladies, we've had some churn. I don't know who here has been sworn. Could we
Would you
try
like to do
again?
another swearing in? Okay. If you were not sworn in this morning when you arrived, please stand and raise your right hand so that you can be sworn in to testify today. No? Everybody was sworn in this morning?
There's a few.
There's one.
Okay, great. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, so our next case, please.
Item number 72, property owner Michael W. Cummings and Judith A. Cummings, investigator Jean Madu.
Good morning, I am Jean Madu, investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 72, case number 24-14628, regarding property located at 2426 First Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on August 18, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of October 17, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 15, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Various materials, prefab construction pieces, pallets, wood fence sections, bathtub wood pieces, barrel, tiles, orange cones, etc., is stored throughout the property and not in a fully enclosed structure and requires removal. 6 out of 7 violations have been resolved since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 15, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 11236, page 1699. I'm sorry. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was February 19th, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on May 15, 2025, document CEB 405282562 MW.
Excuse me, whose cell phone is that? Please silence it.
It's great.
Yeah.
You have
On this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. That is going to be 2414628. You want to go? Okay.
There. Go ahead, Gino. Click while you.
Okay, so that's the elevation shot of the property. Another elevation shot. So this is in the rear of the property, on the side actually. So those are the items, the fencing, all the construction materials, the bricks and so on.
This old bandsaw.
I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff? No? I do. You said that that this was the remaining violation, he had more?
Yes. Those that have been corrected was an ARES permit, has been renewed. The driveway apron was repaired, fence repaired, canopy tent structure was removed, and the railings was inactivated because the door has been boarded on the second floor. There was a violation for that.
Okay. All righty. Good morning, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Yes, Michael Cumming, 2426 First Avenue North,
Okay.
St. Petersburg,
Thank you.
33713.
Thank you, sir. So tell us what's going on with the storage you got going on here.
Well, I had been in communication with Monique and answered to the last violations that she sent me. Most of those have been taken away. There are building materials still on the property.
Okay.
I had a setback because of the hurricane. I had the second story roof was damaged, and some other windows. So I had to pull a permit for that, and address putting on a new roof on the second story. The materials that are in the parking lot are to be utilized for the construction of the porch addition on the back and the front portico, which is the roof tile and the brick in the front is going to be utilized for the front entrance.
Okay, so you're going to need to apply for a permit to do that.
No, I have a permit in place.
Have a permit in place.
And in the last 30 days, I've had 4 approved inspections.
Okay, so your position is that you are using this material?
Correct. And anything that is left over will be taken away.
Okay.
So, Chair, if I may,
Uh-huh.
the permit's been active since 2020, so we're talking about 5 years of this work being in progress. From what I can see, based on the permit and the amount of materials, those materials aren't nearly needed for the scope of work. I mean, there's way more materials there than, you could almost build another house with all the materials that are there. And based on the inspections that have been completed so far and what you can see in the photographs, I believe a lot of the work that's going to be done on the front is already completed. So I don't think that that's a valid, reason for those materials to be there, that they're going to be used as part of the construction for that permit based on those circumstances and how long it's been going on.
Alrighty, so, sir, how much longer are you going to need to finish your construction project?
Hopefully in the next 60 days.
Okay.
It'll be finalized out with the new roof and the back porch addition and the front portico.
And then you will have the rest of the remaining material taken away?
Correct.
Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Sir, I couldn't help but notice that nice Ford pickup truck you had. Is that registered by chance? Because if not, that could end up being a violation. Just giving you a heads up.
I do have a registration for it. It doesn't have a license plate.
Just giving you a heads up. That's a nice truck.
Thank you.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Michael W. Cummings and Judith A. Cummings to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of July 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the number of days and the amount? Yeah? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, the board's given you 60 days. If you're not done within 60 days, you'll get a notice to appear at a special magistrate's hearing. Attend that hearing, and the magistrate can give you more time.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's just one thing.
I'll just pull up the next one on here and click through the photos.
It won't be done.
Thank you, Paige.
It's had 5 years.
And that's way too long.
Item number 36, property owner James A. Lintz, investigator Greg Foster.
Good morning, I'm Greg Foster. I'm a codes investigator with the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 36. This is case number 24-15595 regarding property located at 4221 18th Street North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. This is a codes initiated case. Property was first inspected on August 27, 2024. The violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of October 2nd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Appears that there's vehicles parking in the front yard area. If the parking continues here, current standards must meet the driveway parking area created in the front yard. Please reference the standard. A permit will also be required for the apron. And if the front yard parking continues, current standards to bring the apron into compliance will have to be met, and apron permit would be required. 3 out of 5 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail. It was also posted at the violation address on May 7th, 2024, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed. County Official Records, book number 12008, page number 0692. During the course of my investigation, the last contact with the owner prior to today was beginning of the year. We spoke on the phone, talked about the driveway situation, parking situation. The city has options for assistance on this, but it has to be a homesteaded property, so we discussed homestead and the viability of it not being homesteaded and what to do to try to correct that. I think there's some issue with Pinellas County property appraiser with last time we spoke. The department would recommend 25 days, $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. No additional relevant facts. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs taken on May 21st, 2025, document 052125-595GF. This is just the elevation shot of the property. It was originally cited for some missing paint and some fascia, missing paint on that as well. Has been corrected, but this is the parking area on the property. Wanted to get a shot of a vehicle there, but it was not home, hasn't been home. I think the owner works all day, and the parking area needs to be brought up into standards if continued parking is going to be here, okay? Would like to enter this fact sheet, these photographs into evidence as Exhibit 1 and 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Does anybody have questions for staff?
I do. How did this come about? Was it C-Click Fix?
This was a codes-initiated case.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Good morning, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
James Allen Lentz, 4221 18th Street North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33714.
Okay, so are you living in this home?
Yes, ma'am.
So how much time do you need to get the parking situation straightened out?
Ma'am, I've asked for help. Ma'am, the problem I have right now is I don't have homestead because they claim I don't live there. And I've even asked Mr. Foster to come by and look. Because, ma'am, I live there. My kids are there every other weekend. Ma'am, I live in the house. The house is full of my stuff. But I'm being told by property appraiser, by the tax, not tax collector, but that I don't live there. I'm like, guys, I live there. I've lived there since I was 16 years old. Ma'am, I've asked for help. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I can't afford to put a driveway in. The driveway, it's always been what it is right now. It's always been a gravel driveway or a river rock driveway. My grandparents owned the house. They bought the house, knew it was a model home. The house has always been, the driveway has always been the way it is. I spray it down almost every single weekend with Roundup or whatever. I've asked, I don't know what else I can do without putting a full driveway in that I can't afford. Somebody tell me what I can do. Because he even gave me advice. I went down and talked, I went down and talked to the homestead. They denied my homestead again. Because they said I don't live there.
Try to offer as much time, suggestions. I'm trying to come up with a solution as well.
Mr. Waugh? What is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to why property appraiser is making the decision not to place a homestead exemption on the property. I don't see that there's another property in his name that is claiming a homestead. So, without having direct communication with them to understand the reasons behind that decision, I don't want to try to assume. But if that occurs, then there are programs that could be available to, assist with getting the driveway repaired, replaced, so.
But he can't get them.
Right, until
Do you mind if I ask him a question? Sir, when you're at the property appraiser, do they tell you a reason why they won't allow you to have the homestead?
What I've been told is that I'm now divorced, but I was married.
Okay.
We never lived together. We have 4 kids that we adopted. I've taken care of my father. He passed away in 2016. 2 months later, my little brother got sick. From 2016 till 2020, when he passed away, I was taking care of him. I was his primary caregiver. The kids would come over on the weekends. We went on one family vacation to Tennessee to see her sister, who my ex-brother-in-law was dying of cancer. That's why they come homestead away from me. And I've been fighting with them And when I was fighting, but I've been, every single time I go down and apply, they deny it.
But have they given you a definitive reasoning for
No,
that
sir.
denial?
Not one single reason.
You don't own any other
stuck,
home?
I'm literally stuck in a limbo, trying to do everything I can. You can ask him. I've done everything he asked me to do. I had a tree fall on my house.
Sir, did you inherit the home?
Yes, sir.
That's probably. Do you know if the estate was settled when you inherited it?
The house has been, the house, from what I understand, yes, sir, it has been. I don't know, but
Well, it would be if the property
Yeah.
appraiser has it in his name.
Yeah.
guys, please help me. Tell me what I can do.
The appraiser does have the home in his,
But no
but
exemption.
no homestead.
That's.
Do you have any other property outside of the state that's in your
I'm
name?
sorry, I can't tell you.
Do you have any other property outside of the state in your name?
No, sir. I do not. No, sir. I have no. I don't have claim to any other property at all.
Is your name on the deed
Yes, sir.
alone?
Yes, ma'am.
Alone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Claim deed.
My late father left it to me in 2016 when he passed away. In fact, it was before then because we had a quick claim deed that he had written up. I believe I was 18 years old at the time that was done.
Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Can you possibly give him a contact information for legal aid?
Absolutely. Anything, I would be more than happy to try to assist.
That's all I can figure.
Yeah, the homestead exemption was removed in 2018.
Oh.
2018.
It was removed.
It was removed.
They had it in 2018, and then 2019, it was gone.
I think he needs more help than he's getting, but.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I mean, the easy solution right now is just stop utilizing it as parking, that the case goes away. I understand that's not probably a viable long-term solution. He wants to be able to use that for parking, but that resolves this issue right now in front of us, while he continued to work through the other problems, so.
Yeah, like an attorney or something.
Right.
Could you bring the picture back up?
I'm not sure.
Have you already lost it? It's already gone. That's fine.
About it.
No
I'm gonna
worries.
try. Should be
I just
working.
couldn't tell if
Okay.
There was a driveway on the left side of the house that was his.
There's a sidewalk.
Oh, it was a sidewalk. Okay.
But I mean, there's a garage there, so clearly.
Well, you could park on the
Maybe the
street.
mother and father.
Yeah, park on.
Okay, sir, so we're going to give you some time to hopefully get this matter resolved with the property appraiser. If you'll see
that's
Mr.
fine.
Foster, if you'll see Mr. Foster out in the hallway, he'll give you some information about the Legal Aid Society. Call them and see if you can get a lawyer to help you,
Absolutely.
okay?
And I'll do anything I need to do. Whatever I would do whatever I can.
We understand.
I'm at a limbo right now because they won't even, like I said, they won't tell me why I can't have my homestead.
Yeah, that
No?
you need some extra help, so Mr. Foster will give you some
Yes, sir.
contact.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay? So let's read
I'll
something.
read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders James A. Lentz to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second, you're reducing.
Okay, we have a motion
I
and a
reduced
second. Is
I
everybody
reduced the
okay with the amount of days and the dollar amount?
I mean, the city said if he just stops parking in the driveway,
That's the temporary.
he'll be okay with this particular issue.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could stop parking in the driveway tomorrow.
Right.
The fact that he doesn't, the whole homestead exemption thing, that's the long-term solution, but he could solve the problem tomorrow by just not parking in the driveway.
So, so are you okay with 90 days?
I mean,
No, sound good.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We could vote and.
Okay, let's vote.
No one's
Yeah, that's fair.
Alseklis?
No.
Schneider?
No.
Hanshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
No, because I want to hear what's going on down here.
Motion does not pass.
Okay, so.
Motion denied.
The motion failed. Clearly, we need to rethink this.
Has anyone explained to him, I mean, I don't know if he heard Mr. Wall when he said, all you gotta do is stop parking in the driveway and this issue will be resolved. And then that gives you as much time as you need, as long as you don't park in the driveway, to go get the homestead exemption situation sorted out.
And the homestead exemption may never be sorted out if the estate isn't sorted out. And so 90 days just to kick this can down the road without a resolution seems like 90 days longer than it should take.
I was trying, I mean, he's been parking in this driveway for Lord knows how long.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's satisfied. That was my view behind it. Give him,
Yeah, I
90
mean-
days, get it sorted out, and hopefully construction, let him still park there.
If it would help the board, it doesn't appear there's any estate issues to work out. His name is on the deed along with his father with the right of survivorship. So there's no indication there's any sort of cloud on the title. So like we said, I'm not sure why the property appraiser is denying him homestead status.
He's trying and opened everything, so I was like, why not 90 days? Just let him, give him one more time. That was my thinking.
Do you have parking in front of your house on the street? Do you have street parking?
Yes, ma'am. I don't park there because the people that live across the road from me own a landscape company, and when they have their tree trucks and their lawn mowing trucks and everything parked in front of the house, ma'am, you can't get down the road.
Does your car go in that garage?
Ma'am, there is no garage. Back when my little brother, God bless him, was 16 years old, he was showing up to his then girlfriend in the driveway doing donuts, and his foot slipped off the gas, and he drove to the house. That's why there's no garage door there. Why park, ma'am? Like I said, has been the driveway forever. It's always been the driveway.
And we're not disputing that it's a driveway. We understand that that's, but it hasn't been maintained, and now it's just, you know, again, that there's standards. The apron has to be constructed of concrete, asphalt, pavers. The remainder part of the driveway could be, you know, rock or gravel or something of that nature, so they wouldn't have to do concrete the entire way. But, you know, there's underground utilities, things of that nature, where if you don't have it, you know, the proper apron, it could cause damage, so.
So let's try again.
Read something.
I'll read something.
Okay, good.
Based on the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders James A. Lintz to correct the violations within 30 days or by June 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's vote.
Seklis.
Yes.
Bruning. Oh, Bruning's not here. Schneider.
Yes.
Henshaw.
Yes.
Hensler.
Yes.
Wait.
No.
Wilson.
No. Okay, so the board has decided to give you 30 days, sir. You can fix this problem by parking on the street.
Ma'am, I'm gonna, as soon as I leave here, ma'am, I'm sorry. As soon as I leave here, ma'am, I'm gonna head down to the property appraiser again, ma'am. That's where I'm going next.
Okay, all righty.
I promise, guys, I'm trying to get it fixed. I don't know what else to do.
Well, we wish you luck, and if you don't get it resolved within 30 days and you're still parking where you shouldn't be for now, you'll get another notice to appear before the special magistrate. Come to that meeting and see if they'll give you some more time, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck, sir.
Item number 125, property owner 8016 Properties LLC, investigator Jeff Summers.
I'm Jeff Summers, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 125, case number 25-13517 regarding the property located at 5340 Carolina Way South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on 3/3/2025 with a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 3/26/2025. The property was last re-inspected on 5/12/2025, and the following violations still exist. Structure has areas of missing, chipping, peeling paint, multiple areas of wall damage due to fire, window screens and damage are damaged and missing. There was 11 violations originally. 6 have been inactivated, 2 have been corrected, and those 3 remain. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted on the violation address on 5/12/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22821, page 2332. I have had no contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. The additional relevant facts are this property had a fire and they had done some demo work, so what he needs is to change the scope of work on his permit now. You'll see the photographs that's what he needs to do, is just change his scope of work on the permits to continue. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs that were taken on 5/12/2025, documents 0512 25517 JDS CEB. Here's the original photo of the residence. You can see the fire damage on it. This is what the residence looks like now, where they've done the demolition, and this is what remains. So that's where they need to go down and redo their permit for the work that they're going to do now. They've left this portion and they're going to build onto it and go from there. So they just need to go down and revise their permit. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff?
Yeah, 2 questions. Do you think this was tenant occupied? Was this a rental property? And then the second question is, when you talk about changing the scope of work on the permit, you're suggesting changing it from what to what?
The first question was?
Is it tenant occupied?
No, it's vacant. It's owner.
Okay, but was it previously a rental? Do you know?
I don't think it was, no.
Okay.
And the scope of work is because the way it looked originally, if they was going to remodel it, they had a certain scope of work, but I guess when they got further into this, they realized that they had to demo a portion of it, so they just need to go in and revise it to what work they're going to actually do now on the property.
Okay.
Have they been notified of that
Yes. Yes, he's aware.
recently, or?
Yes, he's been aware of what he needs to do.
So you've been in contact with him?
I believe Kylie has, my supervisor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record?
Yep. Kevin Eastlack, address is 9300 Conroy Windermere Road, 3243. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Public speaking kind of slightly terrifies me. Windermere, Florida, 34786.
Okay. And your connection to 8016 Properties LLC?
That's my company.
That's your company?
Yes.
Okay. So, you've heard the testimony. Are you working with the building department to revise or?
Yeah, so address a couple of questions that did come up in the process. This was originally a fire damaged property. The homeowner had it. I think he sat on it for like a year or so. Eventually, it came to my possession. I acquired the property eventually. It took us a while to get the original permits. It was, the roof had to be completely replaced. That's why that was torn off. With issues with permitting, with contractors getting the work done in a timely manner. Unfortunately, the roof was open, replacing the trusses when Hurricane Milton hit. So it took a lot of that damage from that. Immediately filed an insurance claim with them, went back and forth with the insurance company for about 4 months before I finally said, you know, that's enough. We got to get things moving again. Brought in a private, I'm probably mixing up the term, but an insurance adjuster to help with that. Once we had that lined up, we went back down to the building department because at that point the original permits had expired. And so during the renewal process, That's when we were told about because of, correct me if I'm paraphrasing, so if I'm mixing anything up, please correct me, but because of the damage from the hurricane, we needed to redo the plans for that and resubmit them to the building department for review. So after that, we brought in the structural engineer, take a look at the property. He assessed it, gave us the go-ahead to start clearing stuff out. And in the meantime, right now, we've been going back and forth with the getting architectural plans updated. That should be wrapped up pretty soon, within a week or so. And then submit them to the building department. They're asking for everything up to date.
Okay, so how much time do you think you're going to need to get that permit issued?
Well, this time, when we got the first permits, I think it took us almost 6 months to get the permit. So I'm not, we're bringing in a private provider to help with the process, and then also a permit expediter. She's supposed to have good contacts with a good working relationship with the St. Pete Building Department to help expedite things as quickly as possible. I'm optimistic we can get it approved in 3 months, but I've never had this experience of going through with the having to rechange the scope of work and whatnot. So I don't have the experience to give an accurate date on that, but that's my best guess.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have questions?
I do, yeah. What's your intention with the property once you repair it? Is it to?
It was to sell it.
To sell it?
Yeah. It's a nice neighborhood, nice community, and so the intention was to sell it.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm good.
All right, have you stopped all work, or are you just waiting?
Yeah, so we, when the insurance company at first, or the insurance company said, leave it as is until we can assess. But once we brought in the private provider or the private insurance adjuster, and then the structural guy, he said we can clear stuff out now while we're waiting for the permits. That was supposed to have been done already. Unfortunately, they're running behind with that. But we're trying to do as much as we can that's not required by the permits, as much as we can while we're waiting for the permits. Like in the past, we trimmed the trees, cleared the vegetation. There's debris all over the yard, inside and out. This is in regards to the original permits, and did some of the demo that was okay to do at the time.
Thanks.
Are you using a permit expediter? Did I understand that?
Yes.
To get through the city process?
To try and help the process. I know there's a lot going on right now in the building department right now, and then things are taking a little while, but as much as we can help get things through.
Okay. I'll read something.
Great.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders 8016 Properties LLC to correct the violation within 120 days or by September 25th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Alseklis.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yes.
Hanshaw.
Yes.
Hensler.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. All right, sir, the board's given you 120 days to try to get the permit issued.
All right.
Once the permit is issued and revised and the scope is where it should be, that puts this on hold until you're done.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No need to be terrified. You did great.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, I'm trying, but.
Next case, please.
Item number 138, property owner Lincolnshire Maximo LLC, investigator for Zone 16, David Walker.
Good morning. I'm David Walker, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 138, case 25-690, regarding property located at 3701 50th Ave South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on January 24th, 2025, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 17th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 22nd, 2025, and the following violation still exists. A permit is required for installation of a wrought iron fence along 37th Street South. Conditions of approval for vacation of right-of-way per ordinance 518, 1/V states that no structure or pavement can be installed without a permit. A site permit 19-04001284 was never approved and permit was never picked up. 0 out of 1 violations have not been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was hand-delivered by myself on May 13th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 16751, page 2040. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner/property manager was on May 23rd, 2025. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts is that the property manager has been in complete communication with myself and my supervisor. They did hire a surveying company to go over the lines for this fence, and he'll get into that more details. And they do have an ACOM permit under 25-03002229, which is in process. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on May 23rd, 2025, documents May CB 2025, 2 pictures. This is the front picture right here, front of the structure. Now, what we're talking about is this fence right here. So this is a complicated and fun case, but basically it was a portion of the right-of-way was vacated and a fence was added. And they need to get a survey done and permitting for this.
Okay.
I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So they do have the vacation of the right-of-way, or they don't? They do.
They do, yes.
Okay.
And what's the type of permit on file?
It's an ACOM permit that's on file. That's in process.
Is it for what?
What is it?
Fence?
Yeah. ACOM.
It's
Like commercial.
huh?
Commercial permit.
Commercial, yeah. It's
Oh,
oh.
I should have known that.
It's the obvious act.
So, Mr. Waugh, do we know what it's for? Is it?
We're gonna try to, it's not under, because there's out parcels here, the permit number's not under the main address, so I'm trying to figure out, Ms. Offer's looking right now.
Okay. Give us just a moment, gentlemen.
It's for the installation of 523 linear feet, replacement 6 feet tall perimeter fence segment.
Okay, so it is for the fence. Great. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Could we please have your names and addresses for the record?
Morning. My name's Lee Hicks, and I'm the owner's representative and the property manager. My address is 3701 37th Street South, St. Petersburg.
Okay, and you, sir?
Good morning. My name's Chris Ahern. I am owner's representative secured through Lincolnshire Maximo Marina, and I was actually the original project manager for the Maximo Marina redevelopment project 2016 through 2018. My address is 1110 North Florida, Suite 110, Tampa, Florida 33602.
Okay, and have you both been sworn?
Yes.
So tell us about the permit.
Sure. The permit, in coordination with Kylie Noonan of the city, we agreed that 523 feet of the section of the fence along 37th Street was not included explicitly in the 16 number permit. So at 1604001480. That permit was the entire marina. That included all the utility renovations, electrical, the marina roof structures, the floating docks, seawalls. As you can imagine, it was comprehensive. It's a $23 million redevelopment, if anybody's not familiar with it. So the fences were included about 2,300 linear feet of fencing. The sections that the gentleman showed as Exhibit 2 that had the rolling gate section in it, that actually was included in that 16 number. There's a parking island that is in that parking area section that has the roll curb. and then there's no transition. Slightly to the south of that, there's actually a standing 6-inch concrete curb, and that from that forward used to be a green chain link fence. During construction, our contractor backed into it. We've had several people remove it, trying to put equipment on site, and we made the decision at the time, and I remember the city being involved, but we don't have paper to show it, that fence was a little unsightly. So we matched what was permitted in that 6-foot-high aluminum black fence, not wrought iron, and then we extended it to, and it looks aesthetically, it's the exact same. It does not have a gate on the end of it, and the only intent is to be able to keep people from traveling across from the Pinellas Trailway on the other side onto the property outside of the designated crossing areas. It's not intended to be exclusive. There's no open gates in some of the Exhibit 1 photos you saw. It's not intent. We have people who come to the neighborhood and walk around the perimeter of the marina. That's allowed. We have no problem with that. Again, it's the 520 linear feet, and the reason I know the exact number is because that's what I paid as a change order to the contractor to add that length. So we've been in coordination with the city. We understand. We're as of 13 March meeting on site. Everybody's in agreement what is permitted except for that 523 linear feet. The fence that's in the corner, for example, that has the roll gate, that was coordinated with fire department, fire and rescue. It has turning radiuses are all included in that. So we went out of our way to make sure we coordinated with the city. I can assure you on that.
Yeah, we understand.
Okay.
What we really need to know is how much more time do you need to have that permit issued?
A reasonable request. The surveyor, we hired George F. Young. They've had a lot of history on site. They have been commissioned since the second week of April. So they have given us a lead time, which would be the first week they would available is next week, a week of 3 May. So they should be on site within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, but you need to have that permit issued.
Yes, ma'am. We've already had this permit started, the 25 number the gentleman referenced. So I'm guessing within 90 days we would be have that retroactive permit for the already installed fence. That's my suggestion, ma'am.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions?
No question.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Lincolnshire Maximo LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you have 90 days to get that permit. Thank you. Good luck.
Looks good.
Next case.
Item number 35, property owner John Ryan Waugh, investigator Eric Hervella. Oh, is that not?
I am Anthony Rivers, testifying for Eric Hervella, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 35, case number 25-7509, regarding property located at 1718 Montana Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on February the 10th of 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February the 23rd of 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May the 20th of 2025 with the following violation that was cited, which is work has been performed in a designated flood zone area without the required permits, including but not limited to modifications to the kitchen, bathroom, and other interior areas. It requires a permit to ensure compliance with flood zone regulations. And so 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail and posted at City Hall, sent certified mail and delivered by certified mail, as well as posted at the violation address on May the 9th of 2025. Ownership is confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22520, page 0696. And during the course of Mr. Hervela's investigation, his last contact with the owner prior to today was May the 9th of 2025. At that time, the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. As far as additional relevant facts regarding this case, according to Mr. Hervela, the owner has gone down to or gone in for permits. However, the work has exceeded the 49% rule or FEMA rule. Now, we did notice in our record check yesterday that a post-disaster emergency permit is in process with our building department. And as of May the 5th of 2025, the record shows that according to plan review tracking, on the 5th, the plans were ready for correction. On the 6th of May of 2025, in plan review tracking, it shows that the correction was sent via fax and email to the building department. So I'd like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on the 20th of May 2025. So this is the front of the property that's in question. And so just as mentioned, this is an internal complaint case. The investigator saw that this property was for sale, and upon further research, record check, because it was in a flood zone area, there was no post-disaster emergency permits or any permits for the work that had been advertised. And so in our next photo, here's the posting on Zillow for sale of this property at that time. The following photo is going to show some things that were highlighted. Let's see. So in our next photo, number 6, we're going to show what was advertised for this particular property. So in this particular advertisement on Zillow, you'll note that there's some finishes, flooring, and things such as that that are highlighted in the advertisement for the property that was for sale at that time. None of these finishes or kitchen features were mentioned at the time. There was no permit out there, but work had been done because this is a flood zone area. And so it indicates that a lot of work had been done as far as finishes and other work such as drywall from floor to ceiling. And so here in our last photo, that's the property again that's been advertised, and you'll note just from the finishes that are in our picture or photo that quite a bit of work had been done after the floods as a result of the hurricane. So at this time, I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, those photographs again which were taken on the 20th of May. And I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Waugh, could you clarify for us a little bit on the 49% rule and how that applies to this property?
Yeah, so any improvements within a flood hazard area can't exceed 49% of the structure's value per property appraiser. So based on the scope of work that was submitted within the permit, they are exceeding that 49% value. And at that point in time, there's a couple of options. One, you can have the property reappraised to its pre-storm conditions. That's likely going to come back with a higher value than what was on property appraiser, and that might give you the room that you need to get into underneath the 49%. Or beyond that, you have to elevate the structure, demolish the structure, relocate the structure. if you can't meet that 49% threshold. Does that answer your question?
And so we're sure that this house had water in it?
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, sirs.
Sorry.
Good morning. Give me just 1 minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So how does this then apply to something where the work's been done and this is an after-the-fact permit? Like, what are the, you gotta like take stuff out, or you just at the mercy of kind of at this point, a reappraisal?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, really, the option is the reappraisal in order to get the value up to maybe come in underneath that 49%. Typically, the only time you're going to be able to start removing things is if, you know, maybe you have an addition or maybe an extra bathroom that gets then turned back into a closet or something of that nature. I don't know if those options are available in the floor plan of this home to limit the scope that would allow them to meet that percentage.
Okay, thank you.
I might have missed it. All the work that was done, was it permitted or?
No, there was no permits
No
for.
permit, that's what I thought I heard.
Yeah, right.
So all the work was done without a permit.
Correct.
And now we are where we are. Okay.
Correct.
You got the 49%.
Right.
And that was my question. So is the violation include the work that was done without permits, or are we now just at the 49%?
No, the violation is for the work that was done without the permits. And, you know, the 49% is going to limit their ability to obtain the permit that they would need for all of that work. So that's why it's in the equation of the discussion.
Yeah, so if they apply for a permit, they might want to include the appraisal so that they know it's below 49%.
Right, yep.
So
All
the
right.
post-disaster permit that's been applied for,
So they've submitted for a permit to cover the full
it's
scope of
ready
work.
for corrections, and it's for maybe reducing the 49% or just?
No, they're just,
permit?
based on the values that were provided, they cannot be approved because they are over the 49%.
Okay.
And the appraisal that they might go get is based on the value of the property prior to the improvements.
Correct. Yeah, it's the pre-storm conditions, but again, you're likely going to see that the value will be higher than what property appraiser now, whether or not there's a significant gap there that allows them to get back underneath that 49%, you don't know until that happens.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Waugh. I was a little fuzzy on it myself. All right, sirs, now it's your turn.
Good morning.
Could I please have your names and addresses to the record?
Yes, I'm the homeowner, John Ryan Waugh, and my address is 1718 Montana Avenue Northeast, St. Pete.
Okay, and if you're going to testify, we'll
This is
need,
my dad and general contractor, yeah.
Hi, I'm John Wall. My address is 6445 Old Chesterbrook Road in McLean, Virginia, 22101.
okay. So you did a bad thing. You fixed the house before you got a permit.
Yes, ma'am, I found that out now.
Now you have a problem.
Yes, ma'am, we are in a problem right now. Unfortunately, I should have done a better job of checking with the state of Florida. In Virginia, I have a Class A license. I'd like to submit my license in Virginia and along with all my certificate for insurance at home. At home, in Virginia, we are not, the work that was done at the house was drywall and changing 4 cabinets in the kitchen. So
Let me stop you for a minute.
yes, ma'am.
What we need to know is how much time you're going to need to get that after-the-fact permit issued. And in order to get the permit issued, you're going to have to get the house appraised. Because at this point, they're saying that the scope of the work that you did exceeds 49% of the property appraiser's value. So, we need to know how much time you need to get that appraisal done so you can finally get your permit issued.
Your Honor, I've actually already gone and done this several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting for Peter Burke. I've submitted an appraisal. It's well over the 50% rule. It's not even close. The prior documentation that was on file, I was unaware of, said the value of my home was only $120,000. And I had to have a real gut check downstairs, and I hired an appraiser, and they brought it up so high to the point where I've now been waiting for Peter. We've done everything they've asked. I wish Eric was here today, Eric Carvella. I'm not sure if he's spoken with you guys, but Eric and my dad can speak to what Eric told my dad. Is Eric also was in my house last week. I invited him over into my house to do an inspection, whatever he needed. We're simply trying to just make it right. There was no malice or malintent, so, yeah.
We need to have that permit issued to fix this.
Understood, yes ma'am, I fully understand, and we're doing everything we can. I just want to let you guys know, I went and paid and hired an appraiser, and they came back, and we submitted all the documentation. It's been sitting in Peter's box for several weeks, so.
Can you give me an estimate of how much time you think it's going to take to get the permit issued?
I can just share, based on my neighbors and different people that I've talked to, it has taken 6, 7, 8 months. People still don't have a permit. We did not do, like as my dad alluded to, can share a little bit more of the scope of work. But we are ready to do whatever we need. It's a great question. I just don't have the facts to, as the last gentleman said, I wish I had a better frame point, but as much as possible, man, I'm a 28-year-old hardworking guy, just living check to check, trying to keep a roof over my head and not sleep in my truck anymore. And, that's where we're at, just to level set with you, so.
I hear you, and you're not alone.
No, not alone down there in Southern Shores, in Shore Acres, excuse me. And man, I'd just like to say, alls I did was drywall work, trim, and laid LVP down, and replaced 4 cabinets. The countertop in the kitchen we were able to save.
But the problem there.
No, I understand, man, but with all this work, like we've done we didn't move any walls. There was nothing moved whatsoever.
I understand, and there isn't a thing we can do about that. That's in the past. We just need to move forward and get that permit issued.
Yes,
Yeah, we're trying to do whatever.
When did you submit the latest information to the building department?
So I also wanted to, I was first notified about this the next day. I came down to the office and I said, Peter, I need to talk man to man. What do I need? I received this letter. I knew nothing about it. And he told me all you need to do is get an appraisal.
When did you submit the new appraisal information?
I submitted it, probably 5 weeks ago at this point. I've been waiting
5
for
weeks?
Peter, at least 6 weeks ago. I've been waiting and waiting. I have a documented Excel sheet with 19 voicemails and 26 emails to Peter Burke with no response. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm like almost in tears. I just don't know what else to do. I've been doing everything I can,
All you can do is wait.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so we probably just need to give him some time for this to.
And read some.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so I do see I'm looking back through the comments here. So the last comment from the building department was on 5/5. We did receive the updated appraisal, I believe, from what I can gather from these notes, but there was some issues with needing certain documentation related to photographs or other things that in conjunction with the appraisal. I don't know, it does say that those corrections were sent back out to the property owner. Whether or not they received them, I can't speak to that.
yeah, Mr. Wall, nice last name, by the way. I will tell you, that's the first time I've seen somebody else with Wall. But I will swear on my mother's life, I have not received any corrections or note. I literally have called and emailed 36 unresponsive emails and 19 non-callback voicemails from him and Eric. I don't know what else to do, who else to reach out to. But
my point, the reason that I wanted to reference that is it seems like what's needed at this point is minor. There's just some documentation from that appraisal that they didn't receive. If the value is as it's been spoken to, obviously there shouldn't be an issue with getting that underneath the 49% threshold. So, again, understanding the circumstances, provide an ample time to get the permit finished up, get those documents back in.
Okay, so my advice to you is going to be leave here, go there right now.
Yes, ma'am. I was just down there and he was unavailable to speak a few days ago. I've been trying just to stop in and say hello and they won't let me in.
Go have a little sit-in.
Yeah.
Say, no, I need to speak to him now.
Yeah.
I'll read something if you guys are ready.
Can I just ask one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, does the building department need the appraisal number adjusted in the county system, or can they go off the appraisal, the independent appraiser?
Yeah, they can just go off of the appraisal to approve the permit.
So they don't need.
Yes, and
and then typically what's going to happen is, and this is why it's important to get those permits. And if you haven't gotten permits over time, property appraiser sees all the permits that we issue. So as you update your home and you get it permitted, they see that, and that increases your property's value, obviously. So if you've done a whole bunch of work over a 10-year span and you've never gotten it permitted, they're not going to see those values reflected there. So this permit's going to get issued that shows that these updates and improvements were made, and the property appraiser is going to obviously increase the values based on that.
Okay, so.
And just to let you know, Your Honor, how do you pronounce your last name?
Wait?
Yeah, Wade. Okay, I apologize. They had told me and confirmed everything that with the private adjuster that, you know, it was then, he had told me that it hadn't been done in so long that it was so far off from the new number that the old number was what the city had on their file. So we provided everything. He then told me, you're all good. Peter shook my hand and said, all right, you're all good, man. We'll issue everything. And then, you know, Eric showed up at my house with this. So we were just trying to figure out, you know, who was on first so we could do anything. We're trying to do everything we can to fix it. So, yeah.
All righty.
You ready?
Yes.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders John Ryan Waugh to correct the violations within 60 days or by July 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anybody have any discussion? Let's vote.
Haseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, motion carries. So you have 60 days to get your permit issue straightened out. Once
ma'am.
the permit's issued, this goes on hold until it's all approved and closed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yep.
If something should go wrong, you'll get a notice to attend a special magistrate's hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to that hearing because they can give you more time if you need it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Understood. Okay.
Go see the good folks at building.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Now we're
Yeah, you're a full member for another 3 years.
I saw him earlier.
We're back from our break, and we're going to do another roll call real quick. Osseklis?
Yes, here.
Schneider? Here. Hanshaw?
Here.
Hensler?
Here.
Waite?
Here.
Wilson? All right, and anybody who has not been sworn in yet and arrived late and needs to be sworn in, could you please stand and raise your right hand if you plan on testifying? Everyone here was sworn in this morning? Yeah. Okay, great. We're starting back up with item number 145, property owner Vincent N. Howell and Emma L. Howell. Investigator Zoraida Melendez.
Good morning. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 145, case number 2415002 regarding property located at 2011 44th Street South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is occupied by owner. This is a follow-up case. The property was first inspected on August 23rd, 2024, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of October 28, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 28, 2025, and the following violation still exists. After the fact, a permit is required for windows and roof. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and it was hand-delivered by me on May 6, 2025. Ownership was confirmed in the official county record book 079440539. My last contact with the owner was on May 20th, 2025, and he's working on trying to get that permit active. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter not in compliance. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case is there's a renovation permit because this property was damaged by a fire. And so there's a permit 2403001082. They've been in process since March 14, 2024. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1 photos which were taken, CEB file, let me start all over again. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1 photo which were taken on May 20th, 2025, 05/20/25/002 ZM, and I got 3 photos. So this is the front elevation. The photos are not very, because there's a lot of equipment there, so they're not very clear, but I'll zoom in. So this is the roof. It had different layers of material. And there is a window that was installed that requires permit as well. And it's this window right here. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
Okay, does anybody have questions for staff?
Did you mention something about a permit in March of 2024?
Yeah, he started the permit process back in March 14, 2024.
And it's still open?
Well, it's still in process. What he was explaining was that he got a contractor because at that time, the property have a fire damage, so he hired a contractor, and then the contractor did not finish the process for him. So he did, some of the painting and work inside the house. So now he just gonna try to get that permit active so that way he could fix the roof.
So this permit that dates back to March of 2024, it can cover this work, or it does?
Well, it's a renovation permit, so I'm assuming he would add that, whatever it needs to be done, because he did partial the work already.
Yes, the work's been completed. The permit would cover replacing the roof, 2 doors and 2 windows, an AC unit, complete ductwork, and some plumbing. This was all as a result of the fire damage that Ms. Melendez had mentioned.
So is it the permit waiting for corrections?
So the permit's in process, and the notes in the permit, the contractor never uploaded plans, so it was never reviewed. There's nothing to review. So it was just that a permit application was created, and then there was nothing uploaded into it.
So he needs plans and drawings.
All right, sir, could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Vincent Howell, and I'm at 2011 44th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida 33711.
Okay. So apparently your contractor didn't do you right.
He went to California take sick down there and never come back. And the storm come and blow some of the shingle off and I replace them. That's why it looked like that, because I had to cover it. So I couldn't do no better.
So are you hiring another contractor, or what are you gonna do here?
I might have to do that, but I don't know if they will give me the permit by myself since I applied for it. I don't know. Because I stay there. I'm the owner and I stay there.
Right, we understand you can probably apply for your own permit,
Yes, ma'am.
but are you gonna do that?
I want to do that.
You want to do that?
Well, this problem's not gonna go away unless you either get a permit
So-
or hire someone to get a permit.
I'm gonna go down there sometime this week and find out what can I do. Yes, sir.
Would you replace the roof by yourself, or
I
would you
didn't
have?
replace the roof. I patched the roof because the storm had come and blow the shingles them off, some of them.
I don't,
Is the roof acceptable?
It is fixed. I mean, it's the best.
It's storm because I go through the storm, sir.
yeah, I think
So
the
would
issue
it
is
just
the
be
permit.
windows?
So the issue is the permit. Once he get the permit, he will be able to, he wants to do the whole roof again.
Uh-huh.
So in order to do that, he needs to get that permit, but in the meantime, he did as much as repair he could do to make sure he don't get leaks inside the house. So,
Windows, new windows.
right, that's yeah, so, and he replaced that window because, it was broken, after the fire, so he just did not want nothing to, damage the interior, so that's why he did that.
So he did emergency.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Yeah.
If the roof is acceptable to the city the way it is with the repairs.
I don't know, he needs an inspection, to see if that's acceptable.
No, I know. I'm just trying to, if
He has
his
to
roof
get
is
permit.
good, then maybe he just needs
Permit,
windows.
he'll get some
Yeah.
inspections and maybe-
Correct.
or maybe it won't pay.
I
Wa-
see.
Once the permit is active, he could schedule inspections to go out there and see, and maybe, it will be good, he don't have to do no more, so.
Okay.
It wasn't damaged that bad.
And the March 24th permit is still active, it hasn't expired or anything?
It's just an application.
Just
Right.
an application hasn't been
Right,
approved
right.
yet.
No plan submitted.
Okay.
So do you know specifically, what are you going to ask for in that permit?
It's over a year.
Yes, I want to do the whole roof over. So I would like to get a permit for the roof.
Okay, but you also realize there's some windows you replaced that were done
Well, yes,
unpermitted?
they were damaged, yes, sir. So
Yeah.
I don't know what the consequence on that, but I had to do that for security.
Yeah, I think you should work with your codes person to find out specifically what you should be applying for in that permit,
Yes, sir.
so you get everything covered the first time, you're not having to go back multiple times.
Yes, sir. I would work with her, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll read something.
Did he say how long he was?
No, but, okay, go ahead. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Vincent Howell and Emma Howell to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Everybody okay with the number of days and the amount? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait,
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, so you have 90 days to get your permit issued. I would go to the building department and talk to them, what you need to do.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a great day.
Good luck, sir.
Item number 114. Huh? Oh, okay, perfect. I'll do a swearing in after read this. Item 114, property owner Brenda A. Powell, investigator Timothy Howard, and we're just going to do a swearing in real quick. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 114, case number 24-14462, regarding property located at 728 45th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on August 13th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of September 5th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violation still exists. An accessory parking pad has been built through the public right-of-way. The right-of-way must be restored to an herbaceous layer. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 08537, page 0175. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on August 7th, 2024, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on May 21st, 2025, document 0521254662, TJH, and photo numbers 1 and 2. Here you can see the accessory parking pad that has been built through the public right-of-way alongside of the driveway. And this is an elevation shot of the property with the parking pad off to the left. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Does anyone have questions for staff? Is the driveway too wide, Mr. Howard, or is it the issue that they expanded it without a permit?
The issue is that it extends through the public right-of-way, so you can add an accessory parking pad to the existing driveway, but it can't go through the right-of-way. Correct.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Brenda Powell, 728 45th Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33703.
Okay. How much time do you need to get this straightened out?
It sounds like I will probably need at least 60 days.
Okay. How are you going to resolve it?
Now that I understand the violation, I did not recognize that I was in violation. That driveway has been in place for 30 years, and no one has ever said a word to me up until now. So I am happy to comply. I went and picked up a driveway permit application. I'm in the process of making phone calls, finding out, actually I need to find out what I can legally put in there as a driveway. I need that space. I have a boat that needs to be parked behind the fence, and in order to get that boat in there, I need that entire length to get it straight in. So I just need to research and find what I'm allowed to put in there legally and find a contractor, go through the process and just get it done.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'm assuming that work would require a permit.
I'm guessing so.
Or she's talking about, yeah.
Well, she'd have to apply, I think, for permission to do it, and then get a permit.
Okay.
And could she put stone in instead of concrete?
No idea.
Okay.
Sure, yeah, I don't know.
Within the right-of-way, she could not, but on private property, she could.
Okay.
I'll take a cut at something. You guys want?
Sure.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Brenda A. Powell to correct the violations within 90 days or by August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the number of days and the dollar amount? Okay, let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
No.
Wilson?
Yes. Sorry, Jeff.
That's okay.
Okay, ma'am, so you have 90 days to get this figured out. Once you get a permit issued, that puts this case on hold until the work is complete. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wish you good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item number 107, property owner Giantry Persad, investigator Ryan Henderson.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Henderson, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 107, case number 25-401, regarding property located at 2801 11th Avenue North. I was sworn at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the property owner. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on January 13, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 10, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violation still exists. There's outdoor storage. There's quite a bit of outdoor storage, in particular in the rear yard of the structure. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and posted at the violation address on May 12, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 20363, page 0270. During the course of my investigation, my last conversation with one of the property owner's sons was on the 18th of April, and he didn't indicate a particular date in which the violations would be corrected at that time. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. The only relevant fact in this case is that it initially started as a civil citation case, but because of the amount of outdoor storage, we changed it to a property maintenance case and put it in this process. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on the 21st of May of 2025. The document number is 0521254001 RLH. So this is the elevation of the property, and here, just to kind of give you an idea, there's several rugs that just can't be outside because they're not designed to be outside. So that's some of the violations, but we're going to get into more in my photographs. So the next photograph, all right, again, that's the rugs again. So here's another shot of that. So our next photograph is the first photograph of the rear yard. And you can see there's quite a bit of stuff that's back there. That's photograph number 1. Our second photograph of the rear. There's a different angle, different stuff that's things that have been stored outside. And then our next photograph, it's a different angle, kind of giving you a little different perspective on just the volume of things that are being stored outside inappropriately, rather improperly. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Mr. Henderson, does anyone have questions for staff?
Has there been any improvements made at all since you first were out there in January relative to now?
So no. So from my initial inspection until my last inspection on the 21st, there was no improvement.
No improvement, all right. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Is this something that potentially the end team can assist with, or is this beyond their scope? Maybe that's more a question for you, Joe.
Potentially. I mean, if there's issues with the property owner being able to physically remove the items, but if there's family members or others that can
Able-bodied.
assist, obviously, yeah, able-bodied individuals, that would be helpful, obviously. We have a long list on the end team, so.
Good answer. Thank you.
Good morning. Could we please have your names and addresses for the record?
Tell your name, my address.
My name is,
It's all right.
Jayantri Prasad. I live at 2801 11th Avenue North.
Okay. And you, sir?
I can't hear too.
Okay, so we got that. You, sir?
I'm his son.
We'll need your name and address for the record.
2801 11th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Do you live with your mother?
Yeah.
Okay. So how much time is it going to take for you all to get the junk cleared?
If the hurricane break down the tree and do all the damage, I paid him.
Give me 2 months.
2 months? Okay. What's your plan to do that?
Well, I gotta rent a truck and, and clean. Anyway, I do a lot of cleaning. I take a picture and bring it, but, for one person, it take a lot of times,
Mm-hmm.
We pay people to take the money and then go away from, I give them. And they take the money, they say, I give me a receipt. They say they go in the truck, they come back, they drive gone. They don't give me no receipt. $3,000 they charge me.
You sure? You think 2 months?
And they don't give me no
Yeah,
receipt.
yeah.
You think you can get it done then?
100%, yeah.
City question? An opportunity just to have one of those large bins dropped off there for like a couple days so they can just throw everything in there? Or
Yeah, certainly, and that's, failed to mention that before, but yes, I mean, there's the potential where the way the N-Team assists is partnering with sanitation to get a dumpster dropped off at the location. That way, they're not having to take everything to the dump, and they can just load up the dumpster, and then we can haul it away.
Can Mr. Henderson maybe help him with that, or at least let him know that that's an option?
Yeah.
Did you understand what we just talked about?
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
So this way you won't have to rent a truck. You could potentially, right, work with Mr. Henderson, have a large container dropped off, and then dump everything in that instead of having to drive back and forth. It's going to make it easier. But that's your option. It's your choice.
At your property
city
that
can
you
do
can
that.
throw stuff in, the city.
Who gonna bring a dumpster to give us?
Yes,
He'll-
maybe. You just have to work with
Investigator will
Mr.
talk
Henderson
to
to
you
see if you qualify.
Talk to Mr. Henderson, he might.
About that option.
Oh, yeah, that can sound good too. So, bringing it, put in that driveway and,
Yeah, then you just put everything in there, they come and haul it off.
yeah.
That's an option.
So you two get together after?
Okay.
He can give
Okay.
you instructions on how to work on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any more questions, or can somebody read?
I'll read something.
Okay. Yep.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of the law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Gentry, Prasad, and Rai Rem Prasad to correct the violations within 45 days or by a date of July 12th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the number of days and the dollars?
5 days, yeah.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, so you have 45 days. Get with Mr. Henderson out in the hall, and he will give you information as to how you can get a big bin.
Okay,
Start
thank you.
pitching. Okay? Good luck.
That's it.
Thank you.
Next case, please.
Item 163, property owner Victor Peruta. Investigators Zoraida Melendez.
Good morning. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 163, case number 251117, regarding property located at 2471 Quincy Street South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This is a internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on January 31st, 2025, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of March 12, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 6, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Work has been performed in designated flood zone without the requirement permit, including but not limited to modification to the exterior and interior areas. A permit is required to ensure compliance with flood zone regulation. The unpermitted work includes new exterior siding, new doors and windows, enclosed of the back porch, electrical work, interior renovation, and new roof. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and it was sent certified mail, and it was also posted at the violation address on May 6, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in the official county record, book 21468, page 1164. And I haven't had any contact with the owner, but last night I did receive an email from the contractor explaining that they're going to start working on getting these permits. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter not in compliance. I would like to enter into Exhibit 1 photos which were taken on May 6, 2026, and it's a CEB file, document 0526251117ZM. I got 8 photos. So this is the original picture of the structure. Before it got remodeled. And this is another picture before the structure got remodeled. This is how it looks now. There's new siding, there's new roof, there's new doors, there's new windows, there's new stairs. There's another elevation where you could see the back structure also was enclosed and is it being remodeled too. You could see the different tile on the structure. This is the interior.
That's nice.
And this is the back. As you can see, there's sliding doors, there's a patio, and also more windows. I would like to enter this fact sheet into Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
Does anybody have questions for staff?
None of that work was done with a permit?
No, no permit at all.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'll need your names and addresses if you're going to testify.
Victor Peruta, 4900 Brittany Drive South, Unit 1004, St. Pete, 33715.
And is the other gentleman going to testify?
Bill Majewski, 6983 Sunset Drive South, South Pasadena.
So, Mr. Peruta, you did all this work without a permit?
I hired a contractor. He told me that he was a licensed contractor and that he'd gotten all the permits. He abandoned the project, and I got this letter about the compliance dated April 3rd. So I went down to the permitting department and found that he had never applied for any permits. And all this time I thought he had, because he had things posted on the windows. So I didn't know I was not permitted, and he has since abandoned the project. This is my new contractor who I just hired last Saturday.
Okay, so you are about to begin the permit process then, I take it?
Yeah, would you like me to speak? Yeah. Good afternoon. Yes, so what I did is I was introduced to him through another client. So we met, he engaged with me on Saturday. Saturday I went out because I do a design build. I own Florida Building Technologies. We went out to a designer, spoke to him, saw everything that went on. Right now we're producing a full set of plans for the entire house, energy calcs, windows, everything. I have an engineered letter by PE already signed on with an engineer for the building department, signed and sealed, saying he's going to oversee it, make sure everything complies, meets everything he's doing. We're in the process, like I said, we just started Saturday. As soon as we get a full set of plans, we will bring everything up to compliance if I'm involved, I can assure you.
Okay.
And,
So how much time do you think you're gonna need to get the permit issued?
well, I'm thinking the plans were probably gonna be, you know, with what the city's gonna need yet, because I haven't even had a chance to go to the city yet. And, you know, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm thinking even applying for the permit's gonna take us at least a week and a half to get all the, because it's in a flood zone, I might have to do substantial improvement packets, and I might have to get a new appraisal. I mean, there's a lot of steps we gotta jump to, which I'm sure you all know. So I'm doing everything. So I would think I'd be ready to apply maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks, and, you know, with everything with the hurricanes, permitting is way slowed down, so no crystal ball, 60 days, I don't know. I know a lot of people down there. I pull a lot of permits in the city, been since I was 18 years old. So I do know my way around to get things done a little quicker, but again, I
Will
don't.
be under the 49% rule.
I know that's where we're gonna start with our appraisal. Yeah, so I was explaining that to
Didn't
him.
want you guys to get messed up.
Oh, no, I know it very well, ma'am.
Okay.
So,
So what are you gonna do between now and when the permit is issued? Just no
we're
more
going
work
through all
at
the,
house,
doing the
right?
plans, appraisals,
Yeah.
and I'm, like I told him, I said, I need everybody's license, everybody's insurance, who did this, who did that, and I'm reaching out to the roofer, the electrician, the plumber, get all their documentation, because if that's the case, they can sign on. If not, then I'm bringing my crew to go in, inspect, sign on, close it out, do everything properly.
Okay.
What are your plans for this property, Mr. Peruta? Are you gonna use it as a rental, or are you selling it?
I'm planning to move in and live there as my home.
I'll read some. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Victor Peruta to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with this?
I'm hoping 90 days will get something issued for them.
Well, I was just pleased when we asked how long we thought it was going to be until we applied for the permit. I was waiting for the answer to be months, and it was a week and a half, so that gave me some confidence.
Yeah.
That's to submit, though.
Yeah, yes, but even so, even so.
It's not to get.
All the after-fact appraisal.
Do y'all like the 90 days?
Yeah.
I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
it's,
Okay.
I mean, it's.
Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, gentlemen, you have 90 days to get that permit issued. Once that's issued, this is on hold, okay?
Thank you.
Oh, and good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I hope you're pursuing the fake contractor. There's remedies for that, so I hope you're good. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Go get them.
Yeah, thank you.
Next case, please.
Item number 32, property owner Christopher J. Statch and Charlie F. Foth, investigator Anthony Rivers.
I'm Anthony Rivers, testifying for Eric Carvella, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 32, case 24-14918, regarding property located at 1500 Norfolk Street North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on August the 19th of 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with the compliance date of September the 29th of 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May the 19th of 2024 with the following violation that still exists. There's a large pine tree falling into the neighboring yard, removal required. And so 2 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. A notice of hearing was sent first-class mail and posted at City Hall, sent certified mail and delivered by certified mail, as well as posted at the violation address on May the 5th of 2025. Ownership is confirmed in County Official Records, Book 17032, page 904. And during the course of Mr. Havella's investigation, he's had no contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. As far as additional relevant facts regarding this case, our recent record check shows that there is a tree permit in process, and that has been paid for. So they're just waiting for that permit to be issued. I'd like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on the 19th of May, 2025. So here's the property in question in our first photo. And photo number 2. In photo number 2, here's the rear of the property in question. Photo number 3, we'll see a better. Let's see. You're right.
Been there, done that.
Mercy. Please bear with me. So here in our third photograph, so we have the tree that's falling towards the neighboring property strapped. They strapped it just to try to prevent it from falling towards the neighboring property and causing damage. And so I would like to enter to evidence as exhibit number 2 this fact sheet, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff? Good morning, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good rising. My name is Chris Stack, 1500 Norfolk Street, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33710.
Okay, so it sounds like your permit is on the way to being issued?
Yes, there was actually several other permits. They were not addressed. There's 2 other structures that were not permitted, 11 by 11 shed for the greenhouse. The greenhouse has been since removed. That was prior. I was aware of this on April 3rd of 25 when this came to pass. The reason why the tree was not cut down or permitted because of the power lines. I was instructed to have Duke Energy do the trimming to remove it from the high power lines. Since then, that was an older photo. Duke Energy came out, thankfully, and cut the tops off of all, there's actually 3 trees that are actually in the power transmission lines. So now they have topped all those, and they're also laying on their side at about a 30-degree angle because the soil, the whole back got flooded from the hurricane. I've been trying to get this removed for a while, but now that's been brought to my attention, we are expediting it. So I believe the arborist was out there maybe 3 weeks ago to say, yes, these trees are compromised, they're being removed. I also e-filed for 2 other structures to be removed, demolished. They're steel corrugated with 2x4 construction, no plumbing, no wiring, no asbestos. Unfortunately, I don't know if you've operated with your e-filing system or the internet system.
We've heard.
A little advice when I log in, oh, Mr. Stack, here, you have a note. Your file has been reviewed. Here, drag, file, copy, paste. And it is. So I definitely could use some assistance with getting permission to remove those structures, get the trees removed, and I also brought a land survey of the property, of the permanent structures that are allowed.
Right. What's at issue here right now are just the pine trees.
But I have more violations than just the pine trees.
That's okay, and according to everything that the city is telling us, the only violation currently that we're dealing with today are those trees.
Oh.
One particular tree.
I would like to wrap them all up into one bow and get them all done with at once, so I'm in good faith with the city of St. Pete. We've been here for 100 years. I love St. Pete.
And bless you, thank you. But for today,
Yes, ma'am.
what we need to do is get that tree down.
Yes, ma'am. As soon as I get the
As soon
permit,
as that permit gets issued, we need you to take the tree.
Altitude Tree Service is on standby. As soon as the permits go through, Mr. Jeff Moore will be out there and properly remove them.
Okay, so we're gonna give you some time to get that done.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody want to read?
I'll read some. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact of conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Christopher J. Stock and Carly F. Foth to correct the violations within 25 days or by the date of June 22nd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second. I have a question for the city. Are tree
Okay,
permits?
so, hold on just a second. So we'll get back to you in just a moment,
ma'am.
sir. Okay, go ahead.
Are tree permits going through fairly quickly than reno permit?
Yeah, I mean, based on the condition of the tree, I'm assuming it would be considered hazardous, obviously, so really there's not a permitting requirement based on state law, so.
Yeah.
Now, we do still, if someone still wants to remove a hazardous tree, we'll go out just to document, this is the tree that's coming down, but there's no replacement requirements or anything of that nature.
Yeah, but just so I understand, in the city's position here, it says permits. What is that referring to then? If the
Something
permit is not
different.
required to remove the tree?
That was something different.
Might have been the other 2 items, because there was 3 items total.
2 of 3 were
2 of 3 have been
corrected.
corrected. The
Okay.
last one was just a tree.
Yeah, so I think some of the structures that would have required permits have since been removed.
Removed.
So that violation was enacted, or was complied with.
So the only issue outstanding is the tree, which doesn't require a permit.
Correct. As long as an arborist signs off, it can.
As long as it's
They can take it
I'm
out.
good with the
considered
25 days. I was a little
hazardous.
concerned about that. but
Yeah.
I get it now.
You won't need a
So
permit.
Mr. Rivers had said that the city arborist was just out there last.
Right, right.
So,
Could get it done tomorrow. Sounds like.
Yep.
If I may, about 3 months ago, I'm an early riser, so at 3 a.m.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I promise you, we will hear what.
I'm sorry. It's hard for me.
Okay, yeah,
Well,
I'm
I
good.
like your amount of time.
Yeah, that's why.
That's plenty of time.
Okay, let's vote and
I
see
didn't
where
know.
we are, so I can get back to this poor gentleman.
Alseckless,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, you have 25 days to get the tree down. Now, please tell me what you were going to tell me.
The trees actually caught fire. And I've been telling Duke about this since the hurricane, and they said they'll get to it, so I called 911. And by the way, our St. Pete boys were there in less than a minute and put the fire out.
For you.
So we've been dealing with this for a while. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Caught fire. Of course it caught fire.
Why not?
Why wouldn't it?
Jeff, did you want to do item 121 first or 122 first?
Let's do 21 first, and then we'll do.
21 first? Okay.
Okay, what are we doing here?
This person checked in only one case, but they actually have two cases. So we're going to be doing item 121 first.
All right.
Item number 121, property owner Frederick D. Ross, investigator Jeff Summers.
Oh, I see.
I'm Jeff Summers, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 121, case number 24-21214, regarding the property located at 3902 Miramar Way South. I was sworn in at the start of this building. The property is a multifamily structure and is vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on 2/17/2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of 2/20/2024. The property was last re-inspected on 5/12/2025, and the following violations still exist. Removal of illegal unit in the rear of the property is required. There are only allowed to be 4 habitable units on the property. Permit required for construction of connection between this structure and the neighboring structure at 216 39th Avenue South. 0 out of 2 of the violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 5/12/2025. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 15528, page 2679. During the course of my investigation, the last contact with the owner was on 2/18/2025, stating that they was working with zoning. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. What he is working on is a property card interpretation for the 2 properties. That would be 2541-000006. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1 the photographs that were taken on 5/12/2025. This is showing where they have the multiple mailboxes at the property, which are more than 4. This is showing the walkway right here that was placed between the 2 properties. This here is the illegal structure in the back that needs to be removed. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, does anybody have questions for staff?
The illegal unit, is it occupied? Is it being rented? What is it? Is it storage? Or do you know?
I believe it's vacant at the time.
But it's
It's a housing unit, yes.
unit to be
Correct.
Okay. I just didn't know what it was, just from the picture.
So there are 5 units on this property?
Is there a what?
5 units on this property then?
Correct.
Alrighty. Hello, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Frederick Ross, and my address is at 216 39 Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705.
Okay. So, Where are you in the process of getting this fixed?
The process is, I already submit the whole papers, survey, floor plan, and everything's about the constructions or the buildings I have in there, or apartments, and it's in the process. So I waiting for the interpretation card to see how many apartments available to have in there. But I can add the rear or the construction in the back is a shed. Is the shed have a permit, but I extended. In other words, I can demo the extended I make it and leave it the shed, the one I have permit for that. The rest is the 4 apartments is allowed to have it and was damaged for the hurricane, and I working on it. So it's the whole apartments are empty. So it's no people there, just me and the big house on the 216.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing, excuse me. Between both houses is just 3 feet, and then I make this little roof, but I can knock it down or cut it if it's necessarily. So it's in the same block and it's 3 feet between one and the other. So that's why I think it's no big deal to have a little roof too. So.
So, Mr. Waugh, what he's saying essentially is that until he gets the property card interpretation, nothing's going to change. But that nobody's living there now.
Yeah, so the property card interpretation is going to kind of lead to what he can have there approved. From the city's standpoint, obviously, it's less of a concern as long as the units stay vacant that were never approved. So understanding that they're currently vacant, that's the intention. You know, I think the board could provide some additional time to work through that process. However, if they were occupied, I certainly would not be giving that same recommendation.
So about how long does a PCI take these days?
The initial property card interpretation shouldn't take very long, couple of weeks maybe, but then the next step is what could take longer, obviously, and that's what we need for full compliance, obviously, is based on what was legally approved there, getting the property back to what those conditions.
Okay, so if you get a property card interpretation that says he's allowed to have the units, what changes here?
So then we just have a permit violation where they would have to get the work that was completed to create those 5 units
An
approved.
after-the-fact permit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The shed, is there a permit? What he's saying is a shed, the fifth structure. Is there a permit for that?
No.
No, I don't, he said there
No.
were no permits.
The shed has its own mailbox, is what I heard. I heard 5 mailboxes.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't been able to get back to see it beyond the fence. There's no
See if it's a
trespassing
shed or
signs,
if
so.
there's utilities.
So
That's
it's,
why I asked earlier, is it occupied, or is it meant to be occupied? And the city's position, I thought, was
mailboxes for it.
they thought so because it had its own mailbox.
Okay.
That's what I got from you.
Yes, sir.
So,
Okay.
I do have another, so this has been going on since February of 2024? So what have you done between now and then?
Okay, so the hurricane make me slow down because I have to fix the whole those apartments, cause the 4 feet the walls and do the drywall, fix the whole those damage, throw away the whole cabinet, throw away the whole appliances, the one you saw in the pictures in the backyard. So slowly I throw away the whole those things. It's already throw away probably 80% of the whole those items. So those apartments are empty, and I could ask for give me the chance to rent the upstairs, the one have no damage at all. That way I can have some income to keep fixing and fix everything. So, but now I'm waiting for the interpretation card to see how many are legally available to have it in there. So whatever they say, I knock down whatever have to be done. So, but I don't know yet.
I don't think he answered your question.
No.
No.
Oh, what is?
I mean, you had a lot of time between February and the
Oh.
to get the interpretation card submitted, so.
Okay, so the first I have to hiring a company to do the survey because I don't have it. They come. I tried 3 times. They asking for why. I already have it. I already submit, and then after that I have to submit the floor plan, the one I make by myself, even for the 216 and the 39 Avenue South and the second floor. And I already submit the holders papers. Only yesterday I finished to introduce the holders papers. Mrs. Freeman say she's going to take another 2 weeks to give me the answer after that, and then I can proceed to do whatever I have to be done. But they advised me to don't knock down anything or don't touch anything until she told me, because probably I can have it, probably not, and then I just waiting for a decision to see how many legal I can keep it in there. So that I'm waiting.
And I think you do realize, even if you get approved for a 5th unit, I think all that work was done unpermitted. So then you're gonna have to get it after the fact permit submitted and approved. So you have a journey in front of you.
Oh, well.
I think what I heard Mr. Wass say was because everything's unoccupied currently, they're
Yeah.
willing to wait to get this ruling. Because right now it says illegal units, removal required. That's the city's current position.
Yeah.
But I think what I heard you say was because everything's unoccupied, the city's willing to wait for this PCI decision. Is that what I heard?
I'm saying that, understanding that they're vacant, I think that the board can take that into consideration with providing more time to where if those units were occupied and we weren't sure how the work was
You can reach
done,
that.
I would say I would not.
But we're providing more time for him to get a ruling on this PCI request. That's what we're providing time for, right?
For that, which will then lead to what actions need to be taken.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Either demo or
Okay.
permit.
I don't know about you guys, but he's already done so much work without permits.
I know.
and Just sort of carrying on his merry way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a question. So you live at 216,
Yes.
so that's one unit.
Uh-huh.
How many tenants did you have next door?
I have in the next door Miramar Way is 4 apartments. I mean, 4 units.
Yeah.
Until, I don't know when they left.
Yeah.
Or he told them to leave.
Potentially, he's got 10 units there.
I guess we're gonna hear about the other ones next.
Yeah.
I'll read something.
Okay.
Thank you.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusion of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Frederick Ross to correct the violations within 60 days or by a date of July 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with that?
I was thinking of 45, but I don't think it's too long, so I feel like I'm being generous.
I think you're being
at
very
60.
generous.
Because I don't know if it's gonna be resolved in 60 days, but I don't think.
I have a hunch not, but
been a year
like
and a
somebody to keep an eye on this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And it stay vacant.
It's been over a year.
Yeah, I think this whole.
I was gonna go with 45. I can amend the date if you want it shorter.
I was thinking 30.
I can
Yeah.
amend.
No,
Okay. Oh. I will amend item number 121, Frederick D. Ross, to correct the violations within 30 days or by a date of June 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Osaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, so you've got 30 days on this one to get your property card interpretation figured out and get your building permit applied for if you need one.
Okay, thank you.
Next case.
Don't go.
Item 122, property owner Frederick Ross, investigator Jeff Summers.
I'm Jeff Summers, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 122, case number 24-21215, regarding the property located at 216 39th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. The property is a multifamily structure and is vacant. The case is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on 12/17/2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of 2/20/2025. The property was last re-inspected on 5/11/2025, and the following violations still remain. Removal required for 3 illegal units at the property, which is zoned as a single-family residence. Permit required for construction of connection between the 2 neighboring properties with the structure at 3902 Miramar Way South. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, was posted on the violation address 5/12/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 15528, page 2679. During the course of our investigation, my last contact with the owner was on 2/18/2025, which he stated he was working with zoning. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. The additional relevant facts are that he is working on the property card interpretation for this property. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs that was taken on 5/12/2025. Here's a photograph of the residence, and here's the walkway again.
Oh.
Ooh.
We don't have pictures.
Chair, I believe the pictures are probably similar, if not the same, as the previous case. I don't know if you want to keep moving forward with the testimony and then make.
Let's just roll.
They are. All there is an elevation photo of it and a picture of the side where you can see multiple doors on the residence.
As long as they're still in evidence, if you don't show them, we're good.
Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, they're in the case. I mean, we
Yeah.
can bring them back up if we absolutely have to, so. But just for the sake of
Everybody
time.
okay skipping the pictures?
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
I have a question for Mr. Summers, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
You said that they were vacant, so no one's living in any of those units?
I don't
Except
believe so, no.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm going there, because he said he's living there, but, so according to the city, no, they're all vacant. That's what your understanding is?
Correct.
Well, we can ask.
Well, and it's only allowed for one residential.
We'll find out.
God.
All right, sir, we'll need your name and address again for the record.
Frederick Ross, 216 39 Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida 33705.
Okay, so you're living in the main house in this?
Yes.
Okay, and how many other units do you have on it?
Down there, I have 3 units.
3 units, okay. And none of them are occupied?
No.
When did you put the units in?
17 years ago, 15.
And you've had tenants in the past?
Pets?
In the past 17 years, you've had tenants in those units?
Yeah, of course, yes. And I can add, so this is my only income, my salary, and that is I pay taxes for the holders' income, so it's in the taxes. So that is the part I can make legal. So, but this is part of the house. I don't make any structure in that house, so it's just divided. That's all. But it was 3 apartments there, and they're empty. And again, I waiting for the interpretation card to see how many legal I can have it, and I ready to disconnect the stove or whatever have to be done to make legal.
Is 216 your homestead?
The what you said, pardon?
216 your homestead?
Yes. So the Miramar Way South, Torinayo 2 is next door. Is the was connected with that one?
Mr. Y, I'm unfamiliar with the process, so it's zoned for a single-family home is what I heard, correct? And there are 4 units now, 3 plus
The
1 is
house
living.
plus 3.
Yeah. Right. So this PCI ruling is that what I'm trying to figure out what would change the single family to allow him to have multiple units?
So the property card interpretation is going to tell you historically what was allowed and approved, and then currently what the property could be built to, because we've made a lot of zoning changes over the past several years to increase density, missing middle housing, that type of thing. So this property may fall into one of those districts to where previously it was a single family, but now you might be able to have a duplex. So it's going to tell you, what it was approved for, what it is now, and what it potentially could legally be based on changes that have occurred.
I'm sorry, I just don't know the process. So
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
PCI ruling, could that be the end of it, or could say, no, it could be multi-unit, but now you have to go through another process?
Exactly, right. Then if you can have multiple units now because the zoning's changed, then now you have to get the permits because all of that work was done without permits.
The PCI ruling isn't the end of the road.
No, it provides you the direction on where you're gonna go for,
I have a question for the city. So this is indicated that this was a codes follow-up case. How did, following up to what? How did this hit the radar? If he's had these units for 15 years, it's not like we saw construction while someone was driving around. So what triggered this?
Because the 2 properties are right next to each other, they're separate parcels though. So we got the complaint about the one property. As we did our investigation, we realized that they were 2 separate parcels. And so at that point in time, we need a case on each parcel.
It was a citizen's complaint.
So a citizen's complaint.
It was a tenant complaint from the Miramar property.
Oh, okay.
Tenant complaint. Disgruntled tenants, strike again.
And there is a 100% homestead exemption on this property as well.
There is a homestead exemption?
100%.
100%.
Yes.
Lovely.
Oof. So all those taxes, but not property taxes.
Can I say something?
Sure.
The tenant complained after the hurricane because the damage. So I try to be a nice person, and I give her the opportunity to live upstairs until we fix this situation, and that is what I got. So she called and complained, I don't got it, but it's fine. So the point is, I wish, can you guys let me rent the upstairs until I fix the downstairs?
Well, we don't have that. That's not us anyway.
Okay.
That's
I'll read something.
Those units need
likely
to stay
not.
vacant until you get
Okay.
your property card interpretation.
Okay.
And you know what you're supposed to do as far as permits go.
Fine.
So this one, I heard the date quoted by the city was December, so it doesn't quite go back as far as the previous one, which was February.
Right.
Yeah.
But 14 years full homestead.
Well, yeah, well, shame on the city for not knowing that.
It's hard
I would think
I'll
we
read something if you guys.
leave it
Sure.
the same way.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Frederick D. Ross to correct the violations within 30 days or by June 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second.
We think they need to be consistent.
Correct. That's why I did that, and then I
Yeah,
moved
the
the fine up
30, and
because
he
it is a
moved it
rental,
from
it's not a
50 to
single-family
150.
residence.
Okay.
Yeah, this issue's been out there.
Yeah. That was my thinking.
Yep.
Let's vote.
Alsaklas?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, you have 30 days on this one, too. Good luck, sir.
Item number 81, property owner ATD FL Investments LLC, investigator Carl Gordon.
I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 81, case number 24-19798, regarding property located at 1846 3rd Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is currently vacant. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on January the 10th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February the 2nd, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 12th, 2025, and the following violation still exists. Come on. Permits needed for work included but not limited to electrical, installment of sliding door, conversion of garage, and installation of new windows. 0 to 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May the 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22923, page 2503. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to this case is a residential renovation permit has been applied for and it is currently in process, and it is has been ready for correction with zoning as of May the 9th, 2025. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on November the 14th, 2024 and May 12th, 2025, document 05122578 CBG CEB, photos number 1 through 6. Here is a front view of the structure itself. This is how it currently looks at this time, and as you can see, this is where the garage was located. As you can see, the garage is currently no longer there. It has been enclosed. Also within the garage, here are windows that were installed where the garage was located. This is a side view of the structure here, of what it used to look like. Here's what a front view of what the structure used to look like. Here is that garage that has is no longer currently there at this time, right here, and there was no windows right here at where the windows were on the first picture. Here's that side view. As you can see, a sliding glass door is being installed here. Here's the electrical box here. That's electrical work here. This basically showing you where the sliding glass door is on the structure that was installed. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for the city?
I do, yes. I couldn't help but notice that the date on the photos was November of 2024, but it said that this case started on January 10th. I know it was a follow-up, but what was the
basically, photos were taken and then basically, and we were just investigating and reviewing what, doing.
Yeah, we had
some review.
deferred enforcement after the storm.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Jacqueline Whitaker. My address is 8118 Hampton Glen Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647.
Okay, and your connection to ATD Florida Investments?
Yes, I am the hired general contractor, the expert stop work order queen. So I am taking liberty to clear up the permits that he didn't pull. He claims that he purchased the property that already had a garage conversion. I explained to him it doesn't matter what happened in the past. It's on the plate right now, and we have to correct it. I've been in permitting since March. I am very good friends with the senior plans reviewer there, and he told me they're working round the clock. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're caught up to January permits, applications, so we're not going to get this in 60 days.
Okay, so the information that we heard, and I don't know if you heard it when the investigator said it, was that it had been returned for corrections on the 9th.
That's correct. Those
You aware
corrections
of
have been
that?
submitted, yes.
Okay.
But I can't review that until they kick it back through the portal. So the corrections have been made. Now they have to sit in a queue until it's my turn again for them to re-review the corrections. That's the process with the building department. I'm asking for 120 days just to give us ample time. I've got 26 other permits out there, and that's the average.
Well, we'll see what the board has to say about that one.
Is this a, what's the intended use of the property?
I believe the owner's going to sell the property.
Sell it.
Yeah.
So what will happen now, between now with the property and when the owner decides to sell it? Will they rent it? Will they?
Oh, no, it'll stay vacant
Just stay
until
vacant.
this is all corrected, yeah. They can't sell something that's got a violation tied to it in most cases, unless it's a cash buyer. Those are far and few between anymore.
Okay.
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders ATD Florida Investments LLC to correct the violations within 120 days or by 9/25/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 a day shall be imposed.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the days and the dollars?
No.
Let's vote.
Seemed a little long.
It seemed too long,
Yeah.
but we can vote.
Works.
Or I can amend it
Works all
if everybody thinks too long.
Let's vote it out and see where we go.
Okay.
Alseklis?
No.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
No.
Wait.
No.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, try again.
Okay, do you want to amend it to 90? Is that what?
You would
we
have to
think?
make a new motion, can't amend.
Okay, I didn't know if we were supposed to discuss it first or
Okay.
just amend it.
No, we voted it down.
So we're starting from scratch.
Make a new motion and then discuss the time.
Okay. Oh, got it. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders ATD Florida Investments LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or on or before 8/26/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a
90.
second. Any more discussion? Are we okay with 90 days? I'm seeing nods, but I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Let's vote.
Good.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days.
90 days. 90 days was the decision. Is that right?
I couldn't hear you.
It's hard to hear. Is it 90 days was the decision?
90 days, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Ready for the next one?
Okay, we're ready.
Item number 137, property owner Betsy A. Larson, investigator David Walker.
I'm David Rock Walker, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 137, case 24-19913, regarding property located at 7030 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen's complaint case. The property was first inspected on November 20th, 2024, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 20th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Observed new addition being built and demolition of a pool in progress without permits. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 09200, page 0734. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on May 12th with Ms. Larson's husband. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are there is an in-process poly permit for the in-ground pool under 25-02001707, and there is an in-process ADDR, which is for the residential addition permit under 25-02001704. As of this morning, I checked the permits again. For the in-ground pool permit, as of 5/21/25, it's ready for corrections. And for the ADDR permit, as of 5/23, is on hold from E-Plan for missing information. I'm bringing this up. There's a very relevant fact for this, is Ms. Larson checked yesterday, and it was just updated today. That's why I brought those facts up, just to let you know. We have been communicating. So I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on May 21st, 2025, documented May 2025 CEB, photographs 1 through 3. This is the, we're here. This is the front of the property. Right here we have the addition. You can see the color discoloration that's being built. And right here we have the wonderful in-ground pool.
It's going away.
I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence, Exhibit 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for
I
staff?
did, and maybe I missed it. When did they apply for the permit?
Oh, when did they apply for it? I want to say they applied for it in February. There's a 4-month delay in this. Like the previous case, we did start this case November 20th, 2024, but we weren't enforcing at that time due to the storms. So they got a violation notice on February 20th, which is 4 months.
And I assume the citizen's complaint was work being done without a permit?
Yes, it was from the neighbor behind them.
Okay. Thanks.
Welcome.
Good morning, ma'am. Could we please get your name and address for the record?
Betsy A. Larson, 7030 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South, St. Petersburg, 33705.
So we understand that you're in the permit process.
Correct.
Any guesses as to how much time you're going to need to have the permit issued?
Well, I have to go look and see what they're waiting for from me on the addition. So I presume that won't take too long, but I don't know what it is. On the pool, I am waiting for the architect to finish his plans and get them stamped by the engineer and submitted. So we will need additional time to resolve those. If we could have 90 to 120 days, I'm sure that it could be done by then.
I had a question. Did you hire a contractor to do this pool and this addition?
No, we didn't hire a contractor. The permit was a homeowner's permit.
So you dug the pool yourself?
No, the pool was already there, but it popped out of the ground. It was a fiberglass pool. So we put the concrete up there to keep the soil from eroding because we wanted to replace it.
Okay, and the renovation, did you do that work yourself?
Yes.
And you didn't think that a permit was required for any of this work?
Well, my husband didn't think so.
Okay.
Answers that question.
Nice deflection.
Nice deflection.
No comment.
What are you gonna do?
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case,
Just quickly, so this property was identified through the damage assessments after the hurricane as potentially having flood damage. So that's just something for the property owner to be prepared for. Typically, if you're submitting permits that don't reference any flood repairs or storm repairs, but you were put on this list, they're going to ask you for additional information. So if you did not experience any flooding, there could be errors in the damage assessment report that we had. Just be prepared to have that information that you can provide to the building department, to say, we didn't do any work on the interior, there was no water got in, we, took, proactive measures to prevent any flooding or anything of that nature. But that is one check that the building department has if you're putting in, a addition or a pool permit, but then we see that you were on the damage assessments and you haven't pulled your permit for those repairs yet. That could delay the process a little bit, so just something for the board to consider.
good heads up.
I don't know if they had water inside, but the groundwater definitely popped that pool.
Yeah, popped it right out.
Yeah, for sure. And again, at 4 inches is what it was referenced as. If you took those proactive measures, if they put sandbags or whatever, that may have been gone when we went by there, but we could still see the water line on the structure, so.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Betsy A. Larson to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Everybody okay with 90 days? Let's vote.
Masaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, ma'am, you've got 90 days to get that permit to issue.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Wall, it's almost noon. When do your folks have to go to lunch?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the status of getting lunch is right now, if it's coming back. But we're certainly, based on the number of cases that we still have left, we have 11 lien release this afternoon, so we're absolutely going to have to take a break. It's just going to depend on when the food's going to get here. So as soon as I have an update on that, I will let y'all know.
We'll hear at least 3 more cases.
Okay. So that would take us to position number 19.
Yeah, so that would be case number 16, case number 158, and case number 61. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay,
So what we're talking about is taking a lunch break. So we will go as far as we can before we have to, but we will take about a 35, 40-minute lunch break soon.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's ready.
Oh, with the food
But,
already?
yeah, I think we can, if you want to just go ahead and take
Squeeze in
those
at
3
least 3
cases. Yep.
Did they?
And so just for everybody in attendance, as the chair mentioned, we still have a significant number of cases. We also have 11 additional cases on an agenda after this one. And obviously staff and everyone needs to have a break. So we're going to hear 3 more cases. So if you are not one of those next 3 cases, probably being back, we'll restart at 1 o'clock. So you would be able to go and have your own lunch as well if you'd like to. And then if you're not one of those next 3 cases, return at 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue the hearing at that point in time.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paige.
It's item number 16, item number 158, and item number 61 will be the next three cases we are hearing before lunch.
If you are not one of those cases, you can go get something to eat. But be back by 1, please.
1 o'clock.
Our next item is item number 16, property owner Lubomir Todorov and Galina Todorova. Investigator Brian Audette.
Ready? Good almost afternoon. I am Brian Audette, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 16, case number 24-18644, regarding property located at 1828 76 Place North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a citizen complaint case. This property was first inspected on 10/25/2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 2/27/2025. Property was last re-inspected on 5/21/2025, and the following violations still exist. Permits will be required for attaching the shed to the main structure. Shed is larger than 100 square feet. Shed measurement is approximately 14 by 9. Encroachment. Shed has been erected on the side of the main structure, encroaching into the neighbor's property setback requirements. 0 of the 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 5/6/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 21481, page 2634. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on November 14th, 2024, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are the permit number 25-0200-1044 is in process and is ready for correction since May 13th, 2025. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on 1/31/2025 and 5/21/2025, documents 0521-2025-644 CEB BKA, and photo numbers 1 through 6. This is the shed that was constructed on the side of the structure, viewed from the complainant's yard. This is the side view, again, from her yard, showing how close. Other side view. Kind of displaying how close it is to the fence right here, trying to. This is a shot from the front of the structure in between the 2 properties. You can kind of see it's really 6 to 8 inches from the fence. And a little bit better shot just to show you how close it is to the fence. This concludes my presentation.
Alrighty. So, chances are good they're not going to approve this.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Chances are good that they're not going to approve this.
Very good. It's ready for corrections. There could be some corrections made, but again, it's up to the zoning and permitting department on that one.
Yeah, it's so close to the fence that he couldn't pay.
The rain, it's gonna need gutters, several other things may apply.
He couldn't get in there to paint the side that.
You were real skinny, maybe. Not me.
Is it an actual shed, or was it built to be a shed?
It appears that it was built to be a shed,
Okay,
from what the neighbor told me.
okay. Doesn't look like the normal shed material that you would buy from
Correct.
a company or Home Depot, whatever. Okay.
All right, sir, could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Lubomir Todorov, 1828, 76th Place North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33702.
Okay. So, how much time do you think you need to get this permit issued?
Last time I checked was the previous week. They need some more information. They told me I already got it, and my wife is gonna send it to them today. But I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get the permit.
What are you gonna do if they don't approve the shed?
Well, what I've got to do is to go 3 feet from the borderline. At this case, the size is gonna be 6 to 14, which one it's making it 100 square feet.
So you would take down what you've built and build something smaller? Is that what I hear you saying?
No, I just gonna go inside.
I think he's gonna cut it down.
In my, I'll cut some of it, 2 feet, if they're not gonna give me the permit.
Make it smaller.
In this way.
Okay, and how much time do you think you're gonna need to either get the permit or reduce the size of the shed?
30 days maybe. If took me like 2 weeks to understand what's going on with the permit, it's gonna take me another week, let's say, to reduce the size.
Does anybody else have questions?
No, I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Lubomir Todorov and Galina Todorovo to correct the violations within 45 days or by a date of July 12th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Everybody okay with the number of days? Let's vote.
Seklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
No.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, 45 days, and we wish you good luck.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I see. It's a tough.
Item 158, property owner union, MSSNY, BAPT Church, Inc., investigators Ryder Melendez.
I think I have to recuse on this one. That's within my reclusion zone.
Good afternoon. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 158, case number 24-13199 regarding property located at 1100 49th Street South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. The property is a commercial structure. It's a church, and this was a co-initiated case. The property was first inspected on July 26, 2024, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of August 20th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 6, 2025, and the following violations still exist. A tarp on the roof is an indication that the roof is in disrepair. The tarp on the roof is in disrepair as well. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and it was posted at the violation address on May 6, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in the official county records, book 08771, page 1732. My last contact with the gentleman here, actually I got a voicemail saying that there is some organization in the community, they are going to get involved to help him to fix this church roof. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter not in compliance. And there's no other additional relevant facts in regard to this case. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1 photos which were taken on May 6, 2025, document 0506251199, and I just got 2 photos. So this is the front elevation. There are, you know, when I started the case, the tarp got severely damaged with the storm, so there's a new tarp, but as you can see, it's still loose in some areas. And this is just a different elevation of the church roof. I would like to enter these fact sheets into Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Melendez. Does anybody have questions for staff?
The roof repair question, would it require a permit?
Yes.
Thought so, okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Jerry Alexander Sr. I live at 4203 West Laurel Street, Tampa, Florida.
All righty, and your connection to Union, Mississippi?
I'm the pastor. I'm the pastor.
You're the pastor, okay. So what can you tell me about the roof? Because we need to know the number of days you think it's going to take you to get fixed.
Well, the group that's working with us, they were supposed to start, well, hoping to start last month, but they're behind in, they do volunteer work over the state, and due to all that damage been done, because we started off with small patches of leaks there. So it really started before the first code came up. We've actually retopped it about 3 times because we had to expand it, and they've been busy over the state, so it kept being pushed back. But I got a text yesterday, I guess, from them. They expect to maybe be able to get started this month, if not finishing it, at least starting it. Our problem is, since COVID, like many churches, membership have dropped, and then we had death. Now we have a very small congregation of about 12 active members that's 65 to 96 years old. So we have very, very few funds. And so, and myself personally got health issues, so I've been in and out the hospital the last 2 years. So we don't have much going on. We raised some funds with the help of some churches, but this group is headed by a contractor, and they're going to help us do the work. But he informed me by text again that he think we're going to probably need another $19,000 to get it all done, what we need to have done. The estimate on our roof was like, I think it was $45,000 to $50,000.
So he's replacing the entire roof?
Yes, they're going to redo the entire roof. Right now, we have about $18,000 in hand, but they estimated we need another 19 with them doing the work for us. So we have to pay a regular contractor, roofing contractor.
And
So
you are going to need to get a permit to have that work done.
exactly, yeah. Actually, they pulled a permit a couple years ago, and while I was in the hospital, somebody on our board went down there and canceled the contract, the permit.
So you were needing a roof before the storms, is that it?
Yes, Yes, we've had it patched over the years. This is the original roof from the construction of the building, so it's never been, replaced. The last 2 storms really tore off the tarp and did more damage.
Okay, so we need to try to give you enough time to get that done.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody have any questions? Somebody want to read?
I'll take it.
Ready? Oh, go ahead.
I lost my spot.
Here. Number 158.
158. Here we go. All right. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Union Missionary Baptist Church, Inc., to correct the violations within 90 days or by August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
I lowered from 200 to 100.
Okay. Yep.
Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanchuk?
Yes.
Ensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, Reverend, you have 90 days.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you are not able to get a permit within that time, you'll get another notice to come to a special magistrate's hearing.
Okay.
Come to that hearing, because if you need more time, you can ask for it, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Item number 61, property owner Bay Point Preserve Condo Association, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 61, case 247471, regarding the property located at 11901 4th Street North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on April 29th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of August 7th, 2024. This property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Patio porches have torn patio screens and rotted support columns. There are unsecured staircase railings, and there is rotted exterior wall trim on the structures. 2 out of 5 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, and hand-delivered by me on May 21st, 2025. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 15086, page 1295. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the attorney prior to today was May 22nd, 2025, and the attorney did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are the property has hired Karen's Engineering, who stated by email on February 14th, 2025, that repair drawings would be completed in 30 to 45 days. And then as of yesterday, I received a copy of an invoice by email for work on one second floor balcony on Building 5 by a contractor named Stud to Stone, LLC. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on May 21st, 2025, document 052125471, JCB, and photo numbers 1 to 9. This is an elevation shot of Building 300. You can see one of the missing screens and some support there for that railing. I think this is just a close-up detail of that damaged porch area. Again, securing the railing. This structure for the screening has been removed. More of the missing screen. So here you have a little bit of the detail of the exterior wall trim, different states of disrepair, different rot, some of it completely gone. Different advancements of decay. Just another balcony in question, the supports, I guess some securing to keep people from going out onto the balcony. Just another example of some of the decay, structural support. Some of the staircase railings. So here you have some rusted lag bolts, not properly secured. This is kind of a long shot of a close-up that I'll give you in the next one of another staircase railing. This case, the stringer is actually pretty well rotted through and the bolt no longer able to hold the railing. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, I just noticed that they have another case, so why don't we hear that one too before
Okay.
we adjourn for lunch?
You don't want to make them go to lunch? And then come back.
No, I'm not going to do that to her. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
May it please the board, my name is Colleen McNerney of Becker and Poliakoff, and my address is 1511 North West Shore Boulevard, Suite 1000, Tampa, Florida 33607. And Becker and Poliakoff serves as general counsel for the association. McNerney, McInerney.
Thank you.
All righty, so looks like you've got some maintenance issues here.
Yes, so the association acknowledges that it has some maintenance issues and is actively working on those, as Mr. Burney noted. And I want to kind of take each in turn. I want to start with the screens. And while the association is working with the contractor and the contract invoice that Mr. Burney recognized does include the screens are not actually the association's responsibility. The association is governed by a declaration of condominium. And under the declaration of condominium, the screens are the responsibility of the owner. So while the association is working to get those repaired as part of this overall restoration project, I just wanted to highlight that those are not actually the association's responsibility and they don't have ownership over those screens.
Okay, so for our purposes here, what we need to hear from you is how many days' time do you need to take care of these violations?
Yes, so the association is working with its contractor studs to stone, and the contractor has advised that they believe that the work can be resolved in about 90 days. So the association would be asking for 90 days, potentially 120 if the board would be willing to provide that to allow the contractor to complete the repairs. We do have that one contract in place, and my understanding is the association is actively working with that same contractor on all the porches, and that there will be subsequent contracts as they go along. And so as one starts to get closed out, another contract will be signed with that same one, and that they believe that process will be substantially faster once the first one is resolved. Attached to the contract was also engineering plans to address the structural issues. And then they are also working with the engineer to get the plans for the railing balconies, and those should be received imminently if they haven't been already received. So the contractor has advised us probably about 90 days would be a reasonable time frame.
Okay, so what have you been doing since April of last year?
So we retained the engineer, I believe, in February, and the engineer was working on the plans. Unfortunately, as the board is aware, you know, the engineers, contractors are wildly backed up because of the hurricanes, and so the association is not trying to unduly delay. They had their own hurricane damage that they had to handle as well after the hurricanes back in fall of 2024. But the association is actively repairing this. Like I said, we have that contract out there. And so while there was some level of delay, due to the hurricanes. The association is now trying to make an active effort to get it resolved as quickly as possible.
I have a question. Those stairways are scary. Is that the only access? I mean, is there a way to block off those stairs and there's another way to get up to those units? Or are they walking on those stairs every day that are pulling out of the base?
If I can confer with my client who's sitting here as well, he is sworn to testify if you want to ask him directly, but I would need to confer with him to answer that question.
Christopher Crane, 32.
Sir, before you speak, we
Oh, I'm sorry.
your name and address for the
That's,
record.
Christopher Crane, Vice Property Management, 3206 West Shore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida.
And you're the property manager there?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Yeah, there's 2 accesses for the stairwells. There are 2 different stairwells.
So is
As you
there a
can
way
see
to
in the
block
balconies,
those
we
off?
block, correct. And we've closed off the balconies as well. As you can see, there's caution tape, so there's no access to those balconies.
I had a question, Board. Are those units owner occupied or are they rental units?
The association's all owner occupied. We don't deal with tenants. They're all owner occupied.
I have a question for the city.
There are
These-
some tenants that are.
If I can clarify, there are times that the owner will rent out to tenants, but the association themselves
Does
work
not.
with the owners directly, and the owners then take care of their own
So
tenant
what
issues.
percentage of your units are owner occupied?
We have some snowbirds, so we probably have about 50% that are full-time owner occupied, and probably 25% that are snowbirds, and then about 15% that are rentals.
Okay.
Are the 2 outstanding issues 2 out of 5, do they require a permit?
Yes.
Okay. And are you guys aware that a permit is required?
Yes, and our contractor is working on pulling those. He should
And
be
when
filing
did-
an application if he has not already.
When did he start on that, since we're over a year on applying for a permit for these issues?
Sign up on the NOC last week.
We signed off on the NOC last week. If you look in our April 3rd, 2025 contract, which Mr. Burney has a copy of, it includes in there the permitting fees. So since our contractor has been retained, I think he is taking active efforts to get his permits.
So no permits yet?
I'm not positive whether he's filed his application or not, but I know that that's coming imminently if it has not. But the contractor is handling that for us.
Roughly, the math works out to where you guys didn't do anything for a year, and then you got a contractor last month who has yet to file any permits. What did you do during that year?
You want to get into the other stuff that happened?
So again, we had some hurricane damage.
We all had hurricane damage,
And this started way before the.
way before the hurricanes. That was October. So 6 months of nothing. I know you're just a representative. It's not obviously a personal attack against you, but that's a lot of time.
No, I understand. I'm just reviewing my notes. I apologize. No, I mean, they're definitely, now that there has been some delays for a variety of different reasons, including but not limited to the hurricanes and some other issues.
Were you, Mr. Property Manager, were you still being paid during that year that no action was being taken?
Yes, sir. And then to clarify, the first issues that we resolved were the roofs. The main things that we had to attack were the roofs. So the roofs were the main thing because everybody knows that insurance went to the roof. So we jumped on the roofing. When we were in the process of doing the roofing, which takes quite a few time to redo all the roofs, hurricanes came. After first hurricane, had to jump back on the roofs to do damages and replace the rest of the roofs. So the whole time period was getting ready for the roofing and then work our way down. And that was the whole time period. And there were some other delays and some other issues involving the city and some other stuff as well. I don't know if you guys want to get into that, but there were some other issues as well. But yeah, most of the main issues were attacking the roofs and then working our way down.
I think you need to be concerned about the people that visit there and use those stairs.
Absolutely.
After a year, you should block those off.
No, absolutely.
I don't know what kind of a property manager you are, but the wood condition underneath that second story is not safe.
Understood.
Yeah, that's what.
We'll make sure we address that immediately.
And caution tape is not a barrier.
No, it's not.
That was my question for the city. Looks like some of the structural integrity I mean, I know you were saying 25 days, so it didn't rise to the level of where you felt like it was some imminent hazard that had to be rectified right away? Is that? Yeah, so this is not a case where the building officials reviewed the photographs and determined that there's an unsafe condition that exists there at this point in time. All right. That's positive. Said much better. Thank you.
So are we ready to read something, or there's more questions?
If I may, just to that question as well, I want to note that we have had our engineers out there to look at the structural integrity of the building as well.
Yeah.
Just recently, though.
No, we've had them out before, and most of those pictures are just fascia boards. They're not structural components. It's just fascia boards that show the rot. It's not the actual.
So that would have been very easy to replace fascia boards then, if they're just fascia boards.
Understood. Well, that's what we're gonna, well, it's, if you look at the pictures, it's just fascia boards. So we are gonna address it and attack it, so. And the engineer that.
Structure underneath then, like concrete or steel going back, that's
Correct.
reinforcing the building. Okay.
Well, Karen's Engineering is the first engineer that we hired, and they do mostly multifamily and condos, and they did the initial reports.
Okay.
At the time, they said they were 4 or 5 months behind for them to get out there and do everything. That's why we retained the contractor. We're gonna use their engineer because Karen's is still backed up. They can't get to us to do the repairs and finish the rest of the drawings and the submittals for the permit. So if you look at our contract that we signed with Stone and Stud, we're gonna use their in-house engineering to finalize it because Karen's is so backed up. But they did the initial reports, the initial inspections and the submittals and stuff.
But if it's just fascia, then why are you blocking access to the porches?
No, I'm saying on some of the pictures that he was showing on some of the pictures, there was just some, I mean, he was trying to build his case, I get it. But there's some issues that we need to resolve on one of those balconies.
There are some structural issues.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, there's some issues we need to resolve. But I'm saying other pictures were just fascia boards.
All right.
And they just started the permit process.
Right, they don't have drawings or plans yet.
So what do you, I'll read something, we can talk about it. This is- Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Bay Point Preserve Condo Association to correct the violations within 60 days or by a date of July 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Osteklis?
No.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, so you have 60 days on this one. Stay put and we'll hear the next one.
Item 62, property owner Bay Point Preserve Condo Association, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I'm Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 62, case 2416072, regarding the property located at 11901 4th Street North, was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a codes follow-up case. This property was first inspected on August 30th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of October 26, 2024. Property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Work has begun on this building without a permit, including but not limited to 4x4s replaced on a balcony and areas in the stairways being stripped of rotted wood. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, hand-delivered by me on May 21st, 2025. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 15086, page 1295. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the attorney prior to today was May 22nd, 2025, and the attorney did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: as of 2/14, ownership has hired Karen's Engineering, who is working on repair drawings. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on August 30th, 2024 and May 21st, 2025. Documents 052125 072 JCB and photos 1 to 7. I may need to help logging into the screen.
You're logging. Oh, did it lock again? No, actually, I'm not logged into that. Because we restarted your computer.
Joe, is your side job the IT tech?
Yeah.
Usually I let Beatrice handle
He doesn't. He's not. He just waves his magic wand and it.
And it works.
So here we have an elevation shot of building 11. On a little bit of the inside hallway as you enter, these are just above the stairwells. You can see some of the damage. So they removed some extra rotted wood. Same thing on the other side, the other entrance.
Is this a stairwell?
This is the yeah, the ceiling over the stairway on the first floor.
Roof truss.
This was the main issue, though. This balcony had disrepair. This is what it looked like on May 21st. They've since painted the 4x4 structural posts here that were installed without permit. This is back on the first inspection, August 30th. You can see the rot in that board along the side of the balcony. You can see some of the state of the actual decking on the balcony. Here you have one post installed without permit. And then on the other side as well, getting a little idea here of the quality of the decking on that balcony. And here you have the installation of the other 4x4 or 6x6 post without permit. And then you have the exterior shot of what it looked like at that time back in August for the inspections. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay. We'll need you to give your names and addresses again, please.
My name is Colleen McNerney, McInerney, with Becker and Polikoff, whose address is 1511 Northwest Shore Boulevard, Suite 1000, Tampa, Florida 33607. And with me is my firm serves as general counsel for Bay Point Preserve Condo. With me is the property manager, who will introduce himself on behalf of the association.
Christopher Crane, Wise Property Management, 3206 West Shore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you. So, doing work without a permit now?
Yes, so it's my understanding that the association attempted to do some of the work or retain someone to do the work without pulling a permit. Again, our recently retained contractors are working on resolving that permit as part of this overarching restoration project. So while this is a separate and distinct case, it is kind of overlapped with the other case, and our contractors, it's my understanding that our contractors are working on pulling the permits both for the retroactive work, I believe, as well as for any more restorative work that's necessary on that porch.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Let's read something.
Gonna go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
You read the last one. Go ahead.
All right. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of the law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Bay Point Preserve Condo Association to correct the violations within 30 days or by June 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
This went shorter because it's already installed, it's after the fact, and they're structural.
I bet they wrap it with everything else.
Yep, I think they need to break it out.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's vote.
Osaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, you've got 30 days on this one.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to adjourn for lunch.
We're breaking for lunch. Alseklis?
Here.
Schneider? Here. Hanshaw?
Here.
Hensler?
Here.
Wait?
Here.
Wilson?
Here. Okay, if there's anybody that is testifying in their case coming up and you have not been sworn in, please stand and the clerk will swear you in.
If you weren't here this morning for swearing in, please stand up and raise your right hand. Everybody was here this morning?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, next case, please.
Item number 71, property owner Ronald W. Broadway and Deborah L. Broadway, investigator Jean Madu.
Good afternoon. I am Jean Madu for Monique Wadley, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 71, case number 18007 regarding property located at 2530 Burlington Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on October 7th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 24th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 24th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. The new exterior stairs constructed without a permit on the west side of the rear structure. Electrical cover panel missing on east side of rear structure. That has been complied. With regards to the stairs, there is a PDEP 25-01003717, which is in process status since January 31st, 2025. As of March 25th, 2025, it is on hold status for missing information via plan tracking. 5 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 15, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 14099, page 0481. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was April 14, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on May 15, 2025, document CEB 4052 825007 MW. Photographs 1 to 3. Still doing this page.
File does not have an app associated with the.
It's the same thing like before.
Hey, did you log into that one?
Yeah.
I think just one of us. I'll do it since I was.
Mine just not work.
Yeah.
It's never done that in a previous hearing.
Is it just these stairs that we're talking about?
Yeah.
So you all can see the stairs and that, just for the sake of time, again, I'll re-log in so future pictures can be larger, but that's what we're talking about here is the set of stairs.
I'm logged into this computer and this one, and I can pull up photos. I don't know why it's not working on that one.
I think I just need like a second with it, but just log into yours and I can fix it later.
Continue? I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff? Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record?
My name is Ron Broadway. My address is 8006 12th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, 33707.
Okay, so.
Ron Broadway.
Your permit's sort of on hold because it's missing information. Are you aware of that?
Not exactly.
Okay. So, you need to give the building department whatever it is that they need to get the permit issued to get you out of this problem.
Okay. I can go straight there and find out what information that they need. I haven't been able to do that online.
You haven't been able to find it online?
I would like to add, the inspector said her last contact with me was back in April. There must be something wrong with the email system. At each point, I was able to correct one of the violations. Would take pictures of that, and I've sent all the pictures of those corrections to her email address at the city, including as recently as last week when I replaced the door to the electrical panel. This all started with an exterior load panel door that somebody vandalized and must have taken away. When the inspector noticed that, the notes in the file says she placed a door hanger on the door. I would have never received that because I don't live there. The dwelling is vacant. And it also indicated that she left voicemail messages for me at numbers that I no longer have and haven't had in a decade. That's probably my fault. I didn't realize we should keep the city updated on telephone numbers, but I honestly didn't know about the very first event that started all this process. When the stairs were damaged, I contacted the building department by telephone and asked if I could repair them, and I was told yes. So I repaired them board for board, just like the stairs that were in place before. Literally took one board apart, put another board in. Those original stairs were built back in 2005, shortly before my wife and I purchased the property. I've been trying to hire a contractor to fix the stairs. And this day and age, if you haven't noticed, I'm sure you have, with all the construction from hurricane damage across the city, this is a very small project, and I've been turned down by a half dozen contractors just saying it's too small. There's no way I can justify pulling people off what they're doing, bigger jobs. To do that, I'll get to you when I can. I'll commit to you, I'll leave here today, I'll go straight over to the Municipal Service Center, I'll go in and ask them what additional information that they need. But I don't know if I can get this completed in 25 days. I honestly don't.
I have a question, Chair. Sir, is the home occupied or is it vacant?
It's empty.
It's empty. Thank you.
But again, I want to emphasize, every one of the violations have been corrected. The chip paint has been peeled off and scraped away. It was pressure washed, fully painted. The damaged fence was removed, new fence panels put up in their place. Any debris that was in the alley, whether it was mine or someone else's, has been cleaned up and taken away. And I apologize for taking your time up with this. I'm doing my best, and I'll go to the Municipal Service Center as soon as I leave here.
I don't know that they're open today. I think they close early on Wednesdays.
I think they extended their hours with all the permit, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have no idea what information is missing. So
Okay,
you're gonna have to deal with that.
I'll call first to see if they have hours, and then I'll find out.
Okay. Based on the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Ronald W. Broadway and Deborah L. Broadway to correct the violations within 60 days or by July 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the proposed? Okay, let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, the board has given you 60 days. That's 60 days to get your permit issued. It'll be on hold until they can get out and do the inspection.
Okay.
And hopefully everything will go well for you and you won't have to fix anything.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, sir.
Item number 65, property owner Lysias Enterprises LLC, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 65, case 2418392, regarding the property located at 439 76th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. Property was first inspected on October 22nd, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 10th, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on May 12th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Wall on the east side has a broken windowsill, wooden fence is broken, and the windows on the southeast and northeast corners of the building are in disrepair, taped, and glass is broken. 2 out of 5 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent, first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 12, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 15325, page 1277. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on May 19th, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are the owner indicated that she is trying to sell the property as is. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on May 12, 2025, document 051225392 JCB, and photo numbers 1 to 8. This is an elevation shot of the property. One of the broken windows, and also the damaged sill. Couple fences, pictures of the fence here. And another broken window. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff?
I did, and I must have missed it at the beginning. So this is a multi-family, are there tenants there? Is that who filed?
There's one tenant left.
How many units?
It's 4 units, I believe. So multifamily or commercial, I'm not sure. Which category is that? 4?
So it's a citizen.
Multifamily. So I should have read multifamily.
Okay. Good afternoon. Could we please have your names and addresses for the record, please?
My first name is Leslie, last name Licious, L-I-Z as in zebra, I-U-S as in snow. Address 1160 75th Avenue North, St. Pete, Florida 33702.
Okay, and are you the owner of the LLC?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this gentleman going to testify as well?
Yes.
Could we have your name and address as well?
Sure. My name is Mark Dayton. My address is 3185 4th Street North. And I have been contacted by Leslie to represent her in the sale of her property.
Okay.
I'm a real estate broker.
Okay. So, all you have left is the windows and the fence and
Yes, ma'am.
the walls, but you're going to sell it as is?
Yes.
Have you listed the property?
I have already obtained a buyer. The offer is being reviewed by his attorney. We're asking for 120 days. The reasoning for that is the one tenant that's left has not paid rent in probably 6 months. And so we've got to evict her before we can close on the property, because the new buyer doesn't want to take on that responsibility. I'm not sure exactly, hopefully we can get that done quickly. I use a title company that's also an attorney, and they did a quick lookup on the title, and there are some title issues. Simply because the property is actually in the name of the LLC, and the LLC has been inactive since 2015. So we've got to activate that for the next 10 years. I'm not sure what that takes to do it, and the attorney wasn't 100% sure what it takes to do it until he does more research. So we wanted to get this on the books and figure out what we're doing here before we went into a further title search and spent more money. That's my story.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
So why the 120 days though? I'm still trying to run this math in my head, because if the lease is up, right, for the tenant, that's a quick eviction.
Well, I'm not sure how long it takes.
Yeah.
I've done one eviction in my life because I don't deal with rental property.
If the lease is expired, it's quick.
Okay.
So
The other thing is just the title issues. So I'm hoping it doesn't take that long, honestly. I just, I'd rather ask for a little more and deliver a little quicker than have to come back to the, I forget what you call it, the next step.
And I'm trying to put those two pieces together. So is the sale contingent on them assuming responsibility to do the repairs?
That is correct.
Is that why we're talking?
That is correct. The new owner will take care of all the repairs, any code violations we have. We'll work hand in hand with the codes enforcement, let him know exactly when things are gonna be scheduled, done, that sort of thing. I would rather close early, because then we can start on that and get those items taken care of. And so would the new owner, honestly, because the longer it progresses, the worse it is.
yeah, I guess the conundrum is, this goes back to October of last year. It's a citizen's complaint. You're only talking a few windows and taking a fence down. There's really not a lot of work from what I can tell by the photos.
Right.
And then you're asking for 120 days, so that's
120 days is
4 more months of people having to live with something that looks like that. I wouldn't want to live near that.
120 days is more for title work and eviction, honestly.
Well, that's your issue. The issue
Yeah, I know.
is you've got a codes compliance issue, just like everybody else sitting in here,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And
Absolutely.
so that's what we're addressing. As far as all those other issues, that's what you have to take care of.
I'm just trying to offer a solution for the
Yeah.
issue that we have at hand.
I'll read something if you want.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds
All
good.
right? Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Lysias Enterprises LLC to correct the violation within 60 days or by July 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is
Yeah, I
there?
figured, we give them 60 days. If they can't get their act together by then, they can come to the special magistrate and ask for more time.
I think it's too long.
I think it's too.
I think it's too long.
Oh, you think it's too
Can't
long?
they fix
those
some of this
windows.
stuff before
Yeah, no, I
they
can,
sell it?
I can amend that. I have no issue there.
It's just a couple windows, you don't need a permit.
I'd go down 30.
Okay. I'll amend that.
Yeah, just,
It's too short, it's too
Yeah.
long.
The board orders Lysias Enterprises LLC to correct the violations within 30 days or by June 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have an amended motion for 30 days and $200 per day. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Masaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanchuk?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, you have 30 days to
Thank
get
you.
your title problem figured out. Good luck.
thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Item 112, property owner Dawn R. Hildreth, investigator Timothy Howard.
Yep. Let me go on to the next case for right now. Mr. Howard has to go grab the fact sheet. For this. We'll come back to this right after the next one.
Okay, so we're on 86.
Item 87, property owner Jacob Knitter, investigator Carl Gordon.
Oh, I got this. I was wondering you gonna get the light. I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 87, case number 24-15239 regarding property located at 524 16th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on August the 21st, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of September the 13th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 13th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Approved tree permit 2136000375, permit for a live oak was issued, and that the required replant of the a new tree did not occur. Approved Aries permit 21-0600002256 expired on December the 27th, 2021 without a final approved inspection. Approved Aries permit 21-06002258 for the accessory structure expired on December the 27th, 2021 without a final approved inspection. Disrepair to fascia and soffit throughout the structure, which includes unpainted wood on the fascia and chipping, peeling paint located on accessory structure, and disrepair to the exterior walls on the accessory structure, missing siding, exposed underlayment and holes, and also torn soffit screens located on the accessory structure. 6 out of 10 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 13, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Record Book 22656, page 0975. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on May 13, 2025, document 051325 239 CBG, and photos number 1 through 5. Here is a front view of the structure itself. This is a shot of the elevated shot of the accessory structure on the property. Here is a picture of the unpainted wood that was on the structure. Here is the wall disrepair located on the accessory structure, and also within there's painting on the walls that needs to be done. And here's the hole that's in the soffit screen. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Does anybody have questions for staff? Good afternoon, sir. Could we have your name and address for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Bardi, Henri Bardhi. I represent the homeowner. And
I'm sorry, we couldn't hear your name. What was that?
I'm sorry, Henry, Henri Bardhi, Bardhi. And my address is 1925 Woodbrook Street, Tarpon Springs, Florida, 34689.
And you said you represent the owner?
Yes.
He's got a form.
You had a
Oh, I got the form. I think.
Take that for a file.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would. Thank you.
So, how much time do you need to come into compliance?
So he actually had sent an email on the 21st of May, and he has dealt with almost everything that was mentioned, including the painting and the chipping of the exterior of the house. The only thing that's outstanding is the boards on the outside of the house, because he's had trouble with people breaking the windows. He's put up a fence, and that's broken into as well. And he's tried to contact several contractors, but they tell him that it's too small of a job. And so when he spoke to someone from the city, they told him that he shouldn't do any work on the house until the violations are resolved. And because of that, he is planning to, when he does work on the house, to also fix up the boarding on the sides and all that. That's why he's boarded it up instead of fixing the windows, because they keep breaking them. So that's, but yeah, otherwise the tree has been replanted, and I have a picture of that. He's fixed up the paint and the chipping and all that stuff.
Okay. What about the expired permits?
I'm sorry?
What about the expired permits?
Oh, he also has that was also in the email on the 21st. He sent them disengagement letters, and I have it here, and I can show you.
I'm sorry, he sent what?
Permit and proposed contractor, change of contractors, something like that. I'm not sure. But whatever the city required him to do to close those permits.
Okay, he's going to have final inspections done
Okay, yes. Mhm.
in order to close the permits.
Okay.
How much time do you think that's going to take?
So when I talked to him, he said if he could get 60 days, he's out of the country as well, unfortunately. And so that would be the nicest thing.
He's got no local people
Not
that
sure.
have authorization from him?
I'm authorized just to talk here. I'm not sure if I can help with fixing. I mean, I can try, definitely, you know.
What's the intention with this house once all these code compliance issues are resolved?
I'm not sure. I think he intends to fix it up and rent it, but I'm not sure about that.
I'll read some. Oh.
Does he have other properties?
No, just this one.
Just this one?
Yeah, he bought this last year. I don't remember exactly when, I think around the summer or something like that. So, you know, he basically used his cash to buy it. So it's been a while to fix it up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read something.
Yep.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Jacob Knitter to correct the violations within 45 days or by July 12th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so anybody have any discussion on this? No? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, so he has 45 days.
Okay, thank you.
He needs to come back to the country and get a move on.
Yes. I'll make sure to tell him. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Item 112, property owner Dawn R. Hildreth, investigator Timothy Howard.
I am Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 112, case number 2416382, regarding property located at 1012 42nd Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on September 4th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of September 18th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violation still exists. Prohibited outdoor storage observed on property, including but not limited to indoor furniture, plastic totes, and a brush pile. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 19592, page 0740. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case. This case began as a civil citation case. 3 civil citations were issued for the violation, which is the maximum before it entered the Code Enforcement Board process. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on May 21st, 2025, document 052125382 TJH, and photo numbers 1 through 3. This is an elevation shot of the property. Some of the prohibited outdoor storage on the front porch, indoor furniture not intended for outdoor use, plastic storage bins, and finally the brush pile in the front yard. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. When did the process first start with the first civil citation?
The property was first inspected on September 4th, 2024.
Right, so that's when the civil citation started?
This first civil citation would have been, I believe, 13 days after that.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have questions for staff? No. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for your patience. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Dawn Hildreth, 1012 42nd Avenue Northeast, St. Pete, 33703.
Thank you. So, tell me about how long it's going to take you to get the rest of this stuff removed.
So, the items that are outside on the porch are all outdoor items. I no longer have any indoor items on the porch. The storage bins that were purchased, the plastic storage bins that are on the porch, the pictures were taken, those were purchased at Lowe's. Those are outdoor storage. I replaced the storage that was there with those as outdoor storage to hold my gardening equipment. I have a physical limitation. It has taken me some time, and I am working on a budget. I got the last of the materials that I needed to complete my raised bed, and I got, on Monday, I actually got the last, it was not a brush pile, it was wood chips that were delivered. It was not a brush pile, it was wood chips, and I got those moved into my raised garden bed. And I got that done on Monday.
Okay. So, Mr. Waugh, outdoor storage on the front porch. Does it matter what kind of bins she has, or just can the bins just not be there?
Yeah, I mean, the intent is obviously to ensure we don't have things outside that can deteriorate and become an eyesore, basically. So I can't really see the bins that well in these photographs, but I mean, plastic is going to deteriorate. The sun's going to get on it. Obviously, the UV is going to.
On a covered porch?
As far as the wood chips, if those were then used for the gardening, then obviously that takes care of that issue. It's hard for me to determine if there's anything else on this front porch other than maybe those, looks like that are drawers, almost like storage containers, but I could certainly have Mr. Howard, the supervisor, go out there and review the items and close it out if everything's been taken care of, so.
Or at least explain what needs to happen.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions?
That's what I was gonna recommend, is that they go out and look again and see if it's been handled.
Well, let's give them some time to get that done.
Okay.
Yep. I'll read some. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Dawn R. Hildreth to correct the violations within 30 days or by the date of June 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for 30 days and $100. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanchall?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, the board's given you 30 days. During that time period, Mr. Howard and a supervisor will come to your property and meet with you, look at what you have, and either close the complaint or help you understand what needs to happen. All
Okay.
right?
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Item number 153, Key Quest Property Solutions LL, investigator Zoraida Melendez. I'm assuming.
Good afternoon. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 153, case number 24-15411 regarding property located at 3721 9th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This is a code follow-up case. The property was first inspected on August 21st, 2024, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance day of March 6, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 6, 2025, and the following violations still exist. After the fact, a permit is required for active work, electrical, plumbing, removal of wall, floor, joists, and subfloors, drywall, installation, and mechanical. The permit 1001554 for windows and stove and electrical outlets, at that time was on hold, but it's, I'm sorry, let me see. So I'll come back to that permit once I'm done here. So 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and it was posted at the violation address on May 6, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in the official county record book 22888, page 1755. My last contact with the owner was, prior to this hearing, was on April 25th, 2025. And there is 25, the department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter not in compliance. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case is that the permit 1001554 is a renovation permit that was just filed. I'm sorry, I mean, that's incorrect. The permit will not cover the scope of work for the property. So, and at this point, the renovation permit is required for this property. And I'll get a little bit into that, because this is one of those situations that I had to explain a lot on this case. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photos for CEB documents 05625 411 ZM, and I got 1, So this is, so this is the front elevation. So this is the entrance of the front door where trusses was added and subfloor will be added as well. This is another section that is going to the kitchen, and drywall is missing as well. And you could see here ceiling drywall, and there's more work done on this property. This is a full bathroom that was being done as well. You can see the walls, you know, and the floors. This is the kitchen where a wall was removed, the ceiling, the floors, and there was electrical going on and also plumbing. These pictures are after the unit was completed, you know, all the work was completed, and it was listed for sale. And this is the another bathroom that was added. And this is the open composite. I can't open that picture. So I would like to enter these fact sheets into Evidence Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
Does anybody have questions for staff? So, Ms. Melendez, is it that, I guess I'm a little confused.
So what I would like to say is, I had a case from the previous owner of this property, and then somehow, you know, it ended up in foreclosure, and then they purchased the property. So when I went to do the reinspection, I noticed all the work that was going on at that time, which it was around July, June or July. But I could not open a case and send it to them because it would take a minute for the system to update with the owner's new information. So I had to wait. After I opened, and I was in communication with them all the time, with the workers. So after the system got updated, then a letter was generated and sent to the owner, but then we had the storm and we had to postpone everything. During the time, the director, Joe Wah, always remind us, make sure you communicate, make sure you give as much information you can, you know, to the citizens, so that way they know what to do. She's the owner. She asked the contractor to walk me through the unit and show me everything that needed to be done, and you know, and pull out the required permits. So we walked the unit. I told the contractors all the work that they were doing needed permits. So the work continued, but then after the storm, we were just monitoring the cases. But every time I was going out there, I was leaving notes. There's no permit. The permit that you got, it was only for the stove electrical outlet, which is out of the scope of work. So then after that, the property went for sale, and I left notices, you know, there's a case open, there's no permit, and the property is for sale. I didn't get no response until I think they were gonna do a closer on the sale, and then that's when they reached out to me. Yes, and that's what happened.
So was the permit that was issued, even though it wasn't the full scope of the work?
So after that, the electrical permit failed inspection because when the inspector went out there and he see all the work that was done, he say that there's no drawings for the work. So that's where she is right now, where she had to get drawings and permits.
Still open.
I don't know if it expired. I can't remember if the permit expired right now.
Okay.
It just recently expired.
It just recently did. Okay. But
And unfortunately, she did told them, make sure that whatever she say, do please, but unfortunately, the contractor did not pull out permits.
The permit that just expired, does it cover all this, or was it just the,
It was only for an electrical outlet for the stove.
so it didn't cover all this work anyway?
There was windows, doors, let me pull it back up.
Yeah, that was a separate
looks
permit.
like they were doing subfloors and everything else.
Yeah. Replace 4 windows, fascia, and relocate stove and stove outlet is what the permit was for.
So it was clear, what they were doing was clearly beyond that.
Beyond that,
Well beyond.
All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Bramwell Henry. And my address is 7708 Rathdown Lane, RathdowN, Wesley Chapel, Florida 33545.
Okay, and your connection to Key Quest Property Solutions?
Repeat that.
Your connection to Key Quest Property Solutions is what?
Part owner.
You're part owner?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in permit trouble here.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. What do you think about it?
When I hired these people, they were supposed to do everything. When I visited the property, any notice that I see, I would call them and ask them what's going on. And I would take picture of it because they would ask me to send it. And every time they told me that I'm worrying too much, everything is okay. When I got the letter about the violations, I think that letter was posted in December and I got it in January. And when I got it, first I was called in the city to find out what's going on. Before that, I called the person who I hired, and he said that there is no violations, that those things have been sorted out. And I said, no, I got this letter and this is what it stated. And he asked me, when was that letter stated? And I told him in December, but I just got it in January. And he said, that's why that's no more. And he said, I can even look it up online and all that. So I didn't feel comfortable, so I started calling the city. But of course, calling, you're being sent to different persons. I keep getting different responses until when I talked to one person, I think what caused me not to follow up on it, I think the person going through and the person said to me that everything was okay. Yes, the property is up for sale. So how this came back to me again, there is a buyer, and then on the title, find out that so I started calling again. Plus he had a notice of commencement and I keep texting, give me an update, what's going on. So I started calling the city again. And what they're saying to me is that, because some of the things, because I'm new to this, so some of the things, that's how I'm learning or getting to understand. So when I kept calling, somebody advised me, that was in April, that I need to, it's best if I come to the city to sort this out. So I took the advice, I had to call off from work and came up there the date that Ms. Melendez stated, I don't remember the date. And then when I got here and went to code violations, that's when I realized that I have this hearing and this thing was really active and going on, because I really came to the city to find out about the notice of commencement and what's going on. And then I visited her section, the violation section, whatever it's called, I don't remember right now. So that's when that letter was presented. I didn't receive that letter in the mail. And I called the contractor that he needs to come. So when he comes, I called her and I met with her, and he met with her as well. And basically, they just lied to me right throughout. So throughout everything, while trying to sort out everything, they stopped answering my calls and my text messages, so I have to get another contractor, which I just got this notarized because I realized I have to change contractor because I got advice. So I'm in the process of changing the contractor and sending a letter that they are no longer needed for the service. So that's where I'm at right now.
So you're going to need some time to get a new permit filed. Does anyone else have any questions?
I do. I want to make sure you're getting your notices. How come you're not getting your notices? Is the address that the city have for you, is that correct?
So one of my home address, the business company, it's in another address at the post office. So my husband is the one who would go there and check the mailbox.
Oh, it was the
So
husband.
it doesn't come to my home directly.
You're going to want
Comes to like a PO box?
Yeah, you're going to want to fix, I mean, because you're making a good faith effort to get on top of this, and I want you to have every opportunity to do that. And if there's no way to reach you in a timely manner, that's going to make things harder for you.
There's going to be more correspondence that you're going
Yes.
to need to get. So make sure that the addresses are sorted out so you're going to get them going forward.
May I? She just added our agent, so we update the address information, so she'll be getting the information.
Thank you for
Yeah.
doing
I was
that.
going to
Good.
check.
Okay.
She just update that.
I had a question, ma'am. Is this the only investment property you currently have? So this has really been your trial by fire lesson.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, the Muni code online is a really great resource. It gives you all the code. It's called Muni, M-U-N-I, Muni code. Just Google St. Pete Muni code. It's all the codes for the city that tells you everything you have to follow. So it's a good resource.
Okay, thank you.
So what we need to do is give you time to get the new permit sorted out.
Yes.
All right, Sullivan. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders KeyQuest Property Solutions LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the days and the dollars?
I don't like the 150.
I didn't either. I wasn't sure if I could change it.
You can.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, can I amend?
Yes.
I'd like to amend item number 153, KeyQuest Property Solutions LLC, from a fine per day from $150 down to $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have an amended motion for 90 days and $100 per day.
Thank you.
Let's vote.
Alseclas?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
No.
Wait.
No.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, ma'am, so you have 90 days, and we wish you very good luck.
Thank you.
Item 144, property owner Derek J. Hodge, investigators Zoraida Melendez.
Good afternoon. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 144, case number 25-13304, regarding property located at 4528 9th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This is a code follow-up case. The property was first inspected on February 25, 2025, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of March 20th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 20th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Per city building official, the structure is unfit and unsafe for human habitation and use due to partial roof collapse. Repairs must be made by a licensed contractor with approved permits. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and it was posted at the violation address on May 6, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in the county official record, book 20813, page 1400. During the course of investigation, my last contact with the owner's daughter was on March 25th, and there was no indication how this case was going to be corrected. So the department recommends 5 days, $250 per day thereafter not in compliance. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case is the property remains in disrepair, but the roof tarp came off. So there's nothing to cover that roof right now that is open. And I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photos which were taken on May 20th, 2025, document 0520-25304-ZM, and I got 5 photos. So this is the front elevation, and as you could see, all this section roof collapsed, and we have some materials of the other section of the roof just hanging there, you know, like roll over the side. That we have fascia damage, we have peeling paint. This is a closer picture of the soffit, also is damaged. The same elevation, but I'm trying to get, okay, this picture. So on this picture, you could see this tree damaged all this section of the roof that is also in severe disrepair. I would like to introduce fact sheet into evidence Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
All righty, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Aaliyah Rentas. My address is 4450 13th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33711.
Okay, and your relationship to Derek Hodge?
Derek Hodge is my father. He passed 2 months ago.
We're sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
So, what are your plans for the property? Do you know?
Well, I just, the probate case was opened May 14th, so we plan to do a quick sell. My dad, he didn't have any life insurance or anything, so we don't have the funds to repair the house, unfortunately. So, I mean, we have to sell it. So those are our plans currently.
And probate's been opened, you said?
Yes, May 14th.
Is the property listed with a realtor?
Not yet.
They probably can't until probate's closed.
I think you can.
Yeah, I'm not, the courts haven't appointed me the representative yet, so I'm not able to list the property.
Was this hurricane damage?
The hurricane pretty much finished it off. I mean, it's it's an old house. My dad didn't keep up with the repairs, so with the hurricane, it just finished destroying it, basically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully not with him.
It has an unsafe designation against it impact the ability to sell it, or is it just like any other code violation?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So this, whoever buys it's gonna know that this is currently the situation and have to deal with it?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And nobody is bothering the house? You don't have unwanted guests?
There has
that you know
been-
of?
I've been told, I have a family member that actually lives next door, and he's notified us there's been people that have tried to enter the house or that have entered the house, homeless individuals. So my husband was able to board up an entrance that they were going through, so
Okay.
You're the first one who didn't throw your husband under the bus, so good for you.
So if she has oversight of the estate, once she gets named, then can she put the property up for sale, or does she have to wait for the whole probate process to finish?
I think once she's a representative, she
Then
probably
she can.
can.
Okay,
I don't know, let's ask our attorney.
yeah.
That was a question. Who
Yes,
wasn't
the
paying
answer is yes.
attention.
If she's appointed, she can put the house up for sale.
Once she becomes the personal representative, then she can put the property up for sale, correct?
Okay. You don't have to wait for probate to clear, or would you still have to
You
wait
just
for
need
probate?
the permission of the judge.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, the city's recommendation was it 10 days?
5 and 250. Do
By days.
you have any idea when you're gonna get named representative, and like they giving you any idea on timing?
it takes maybe about a month and a half.
Okay.
It's only been since the 14th of this month, so
And then as you're feeling, once you're named rep, you're just gonna put the house up for sale immediately?
Mhm.
Have you found a real estate person yet?
my sister is a realtor, so
Perfect.
she'll be helping me.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I've had several people interested in the property already, so.
Okay.
That's great.
And this is homestead, right? So the probate's gonna be much simpler because it's.
It's not homestead yet.
Oh, it's not?
It's not.
Oh.
Oh, it's homesteaded, it's just not in her name.
No, they're saying
If
it's
it
not
was-
homestead.
Well, it wouldn't be listed as homestead now because the previous owner is
died.
Right.
deceased. But if it was his homestead, then yes, chances are it'll be a summary administration.
Exactly.
Which should be able to wrap up much more quickly
Much quicker,
than a
right.
formal administration.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Are they that quick?
Oh, yeah.
If all the
60
paperwork is
days.
in for, as far as the letters of administration, if all the paperwork's in, it should typically come within a couple weeks.
Oh, wow.
Right.
No more than 30 days, I would think.
Okay.
Well, I am doing a formal administration because there's a second property that's non-exempt, that was my grandparents' home that my dad was on the title of. So I did have to do a formal administration.
Okay.
But that wouldn't necessarily change the time it would take to get the letters of administration and to be appointed as a personal representative, as long as the paperwork is in and reviewed by the judge. They would typically want to get those letters issued as quickly as possible so that they would be able to dispose of any property that they could in the meantime.
I'll read some.
Good for 2025.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Derek J. Hodge to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of August 26, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion for 90 days and $100 per day.
Yeah.
Everybody okay with that?
I have a question. Because this has been determined to be unsafe, do we have the prerogative to do 90?
Yeah, I mean, considering it's vacant, it's secure, there's no potential for it to affect another property, you know, from a property damage standpoint. Obviously, it doesn't look great. But, there isn't that immediate risk. It's just because the building official made that determination, we just remain consistent with our recommendations.
Thank you. Good, that's good.
Good question.
And she's got somebody looking over the
Right,
house.
right.
That was my question.
Yeah.
So thanks for asking.
That's great.
Alrighty, so are we ready for a vote?
Yep.
Alseclas?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days. We wish you very good luck.
Thank you.
Next case, please.
I can't follow
Item number 113, property owner Scott C. Parker and Callie Gilchrist, investigator Timothy Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 113, case number 2512899, regarding property located at 711 41st Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 27th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 24th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violation still exists. Per a stop work order from Construction Services, interior work was completed without a permit, including replacing drywall and covering up electrical and plumbing. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21457, page 1545. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: post-disaster emergency permit 2503001407 is in process and ready for corrections as of May 16th, 2025. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on February 14th, 2025, document May 2025 CEB, and photo numbers 1 through 4. This is a photo of the stop work order. I apologize, it's upside down. That's how it was provided to us from Construction Services.
They're Construction Services. Come on.
Yeah.
Here is a photo of the interior. An additional interior photo and some of the renovations that were completed without a post-disaster emergency permit. And a third interior photo of the property. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for the city? Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Scott Parker. The address is 711 41st Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida 33703.
Okay, so it looks like you did some storm repairs.
We did, and we thought we had permits. We hired a contractor the day that the storm hit, so September 27th, I believe it was. And they were out there. They were incredible. They, were able to clean everything up. And they obviously told us that they were going to get permits. I even got a letter from the city of St. Petersburg saying, hey, we're going to be checking, you better get permits. And I sent that to them, and they said, no worries, we got it. And so they did the demolition work, or the remediation work, and then started to rebuild. And you saw the drywall and the floors and things of that nature. And then on February 14th, we got that stop work order, and I realized that they hadn't gotten permits. And so they started the process then. And I think what happened is they started a little internally and then applied for them. I think the date was March 18th, potentially. And there's been a little bit of a holdup because our house was built in 1957, something like that. And it was originally a 2-1, and then at some point the garage, what was previously the garage, was converted into a third bedroom with another bathroom. And that was done, as far as I can tell, prior to 1993, because our neighbor, she's well into her 80s, very sweet, she knew the homeowner and they got lunch the other day, and this came up, and he said, well, I bought it from HUD with that third bedroom in there. So I'm not quite sure how the house has gotten to the point that it is without permits, but we're getting a decent amount of pushback from the city because we don't have that third bedroom permitted. And as far as I can tell, that was done before I was born, so I can't help out very much with that.
Yeah, I'm afraid the storm is going to reveal a lot of sins like that.
Right.
And I'm not sure what you do about it.
I'm not sure either. Positive news is that I know that the contractors are working on it. I've been down to the office, the building and permitting office, and talked to them, and we've been relatively communicative about what needs to be done. There was something with the air conditioning, needed a certified engineer drawing, and I believe that we've gotten that to them. All of this is going through my contractor, so I am only hearing, kind of third party reports, but I think that we are doing everything that we can in order to get it done.
Okay, so can you give us a guesstimate of how much time you need to get the permit?
I mean, as far as I could tell, they keep saying, well, it's almost done. Hopefully we'll hear something by the end of this week. Oh, but actually they came back and they need another little something, and okay, let's fix that, and oh, there's another something here. So, I mean, I'd like to say by tomorrow, but with the way that this process is going, I mean, I can't give a proper estimate, to be honest.
I have a question for staff. Has a permit been applied for this?
Yeah, so there were just corrections that were sent back last week.
Okay.
And
That
part
they
of it,
sent back to you guys.
part of it, no, the city sent corrections back, yeah.
Okay.
Part of that is, the biggest piece is the garage. The zoning comments look pretty simple. It's just information for the AC, making sure it meets setback and what height it's gonna be at, and shielded if you can see it from the street. But then the garage is going to be the most difficult thing to tackle from this point moving forward, it looks like.
How do they?
There has to be a plan for this because he's not the only person that has
Yeah.
this circumstance.
So I don't want to speak to it just because I don't know exactly how they're approaching these. In other circumstances, you have the affidavit where you can say this was enclosed and it's been enclosed for a certain number of years. That may not be an option due to the FEMA issues that could potentially arise. I know one thing that's been difficult for a lot of property owners is when these were originally converted, the floors weren't raised up to the level of the rest of the house, and that's going to have to be a requirement if it's not. So, you have your repairs is one issue, and now the garage is kind of a separate issue.
And I've seen them where they don't even take the garage door out. They just put a wall behind it.
Right, yeah. So,
Mr. Parker, do you know if the floor in your former garage, is it the same elevation as the rest of the house, or is it lower? It is.
It is. It's the same level it was previously, and then since it's been so long, some of the floor was, not 100% stable, so they have ripped all that out and completely replaced it. So they're brand new sleepers there. Again, thought it was
contractors help?
permitted sleepers.
And your contractor's helping you with that aspect of the permit request as well?
Yes, they are
That
telling me
addition.
that they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how to look up permit statuses on the city's website?
Yes.
Now, I'm
I
assuming
have.
now you've learned.
Yeah, that's what prompted me to call originally, is that it was, late February and I still didn't see it.
See it,
So
yeah.
I called and,
Yeah.
hey, you guys need to do this.
Good,
So,
good,
yes.
good job.
And your contractor must know the city's waiting for a response.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
I'll read some. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Scott C. Parker and Callie Gilchrist to correct the violations within 60 days or by 7/27/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $125 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Would you clarify the dollar amount for me, please?
125?
125. Okay.
It's an internal complaint.
Well, they've already gotten,
It's from February.
they've already gotten asked for corrections. Now, I don't know about this garage thing, how hard that's garage thing I'm worried about.
I think everything else is straightforward, I just don't know.
They're gonna have to get an architect or something. That could get ugly.
Since it was an internal complaint, maybe it'll get them removed.
Do you want to adjust the date?
Okay, so, you guys, if you could speak into the microphone. We can't have side talk.
Okay.
What
Do you
you're
want
saying
us
has
to?
to be on record.
Yes, we were just discussing the timing and whether we thought, that was gonna be enough with what's outstanding.
I personally am curious about $125 per
Do you
day.
want it more or less?
Well,
It's just an off nominal number. It's usually we go 100 or 150, but I mean, that doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just,
and that was going to be my question, is did you mean
I meant
25?
That's what I meant. Do you want to adjust it to 90? Is that more feasible?
if I were gonna read it, I would have done 90, but I'm not,
When
I'm
was
not-
the permit applied for?
It was March 13th.
2025, okay.
This permit will, just to be clear, the permit's not going to get issued until the garage is
Right.
permitted separately.
Yeah.
So it's not like
So that's
they're gonna
a-
say, you need to do this.
They're codependent.
Yeah, one permit won't be issued without the other one being submitted and approved.
You said separately, so it's gonna be, the garage is gonna be a total separate permit?
For the notes, yeah, they requested a separate permit for that, and then they would issue the storm repair permit.
And
Well, what we're,
ask for drawings for the garage.
what we're talking about here, though, just to clarify, the case we're discussing is for not the garage permit, or yes, the garage permit?
No, it's not. It was.
I didn't think so.
It was for the repairs.
Right.
For the storm damage.
You're just informing us that, yeah.
Yeah, through that review, the building department found that the garage enclosure was never permitted. And so now they won't release.
Right, so this permit is going to wait on that permit, is what you're informing us
Yes, this
of.
permit will not get approved unless the
Right,
garage enclosure permit is submitted and approved.
Guy whose
Yeah, and that
house-
permit hasn't even been applied for yet.
no,
So he's gonna need more
he's gonna need time.
He's gonna need a lot of time.
I think 90 at a minimum.
Yeah, minimum.
90, and then should I still
Okay.
do 125?
So are you going to revise your motion?
I'm gonna do the whole doggone thing over.
Well, don't we have to vote on what we,
If you have.
no, she can amend?
You can amend
You
it.
can amend.
I can amend it?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to amend the, to correct the violations within 120 days or by 9/25/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of, and I am going to stick with the 125 per day, shall be imposed.
Second.
Chair, if I may, just from the finding standpoint, the board obviously has their discretion, but what we have set up in our system is basically 100, 150, 200, 250.
Did you tell me that a minute ago?
I didn't, Ms. Offer, I usually don't do that side of the business, so I was not thinking about it until.
Usually if you look at our faces.
We don't have that number.
I need a signal.
They don't have a
I look down
125
here
button.
sometimes.
Face look, that's your
Okay,
signal.
we're not minimizing your situation.
Oh, no, I get
Okay,
it.
so
I'm going to try this again.
are we revising the motion again?
Yes.
Thank you.
The board orders Scott C. Parker and Callie Gilchrist to correct the violations within 120 days or by 9/25/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion for 120 days at $100 per day. Any further discussion?
No, ma'am.
Let's vote.
Osteklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Well, we got there.
Third time was a charm.
I was trying.
120 days. Now, if something should go wrong, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions here, but this is complicated. So if it goes beyond the 120 days, you'll get another notice from the city to attend a special magistrate's hearing. Don't miss that hearing. Go there, explain, and you can probably get more time.
Okay.
If you don't go, then fines start.
Okay. That sounds good.
Right?
Thank you all.
Wish
Good
you
luck.
good luck. Good luck.
Good luck. We learn something every day.
Every meeting.
Item number 109, property owner Richard G. Servey, investigator Timothy Howard.
109.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 109, case number 2222997, regarding property located at 1532 Connecticut Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on November 19th, 2022, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 21st, 2022. The property was last re-inspected on May 21st, 2025, and the following violation still exists. The driveway is in disrepair with voids and grass growing through. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 18337, page 0442. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner prior to today. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case. So to add some context, this case was started in 2022. 5 property violations were observed. The homeowner applied and was accepted for the N team, so all of the violations were inactivated. Upon reinspection, it was realized that the N team would not cover the driveway violations, so the driveway violations were reactivated. The homeowner has since obtained a permit for the driveway apron. So the only violation currently active is for the portion of the driveway on private property. And as of today, the homeowner has been referred to a new program, the Codes Compliance Assistance Program, which can possibly help with the driveway. So I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on May 21st, 2025. Document 0521259997, TJH, and photo numbers 1 and 2. This is an elevation shot of the property. And a closer look at the driveway. You can see the apron is basically gone. It's been taken over by the vegetation, and the portion on the private property has voids throughout and vegetation encroaching on either side. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the city?
One just clarified, you said, was the permit for the driveway apron approved or it's in progress?
It's currently approved and active.
Approved and active. So the only other thing we're waiting on is potential for the codes,
City program.
the city program related to the,
Correct. The homeowner is going to apply and see if he's eligible for that, and hopefully get it taken care of through that avenue.
Okay.
how long does it usually take from?
This is a newer program, so I'm going to defer to management.
We'd have to get his income verified, and so that can just take a few weeks, and then after that, it's just getting it scheduled with the SPTO crew. So it shouldn't take long.
And this will become inactive once he's been approved for the program? Or it will be on hold?
Why is it on hold now? There's an approved permit.
Because you got the other piece of it.
Waiting for approval.
The permit.
There's nothing's happened with the permit either, so the permit was obtained, but there was no work or anything done.
The permit's
It's
just,
since August.
Oh, okay, it's the private property side that, okay.
that he's applying for the program.
Okay.
Will the program do the apron too, since there's an approved permit?
Potentially, yeah, and I mean, I can have some conversations with the property owner after this, but there would be, yeah. There's some other factors
I understand.
from the storm damage and things like that,
Right. I was looking at the address and wondering about it.
yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. I'm Richard Servi. My address is 1532 Connecticut Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg.
Okay. So we understand that you're in the process of trying to get this all fixed up.
I am. Helene is the gift that keeps on giving, so trying to do what I can in the house. I had water about that high through it. So the driveway is another plate to juggle. I labored under the misconception that the permit was going to pause not only the apron, but the driveway as well, and now I've come to find out that that's a separate issue. That's all me. I've excavated the apron, and I called for an inspection because I wanted to talk to an inspector on the site just to find out, since I'm doing this all myself, labor and buying the materials, I'm quite honestly want to do the minimum amount of labor and purchase the minimum amount of materials that I need to get it done. So I wanted an inspector to come out and give me some guidance on that, what all do I need to remove? And they just kind of blew by, I guess, did a drive-by, and I spent all day waiting for a knock on the door, which never came, and finally looked online and saw that my disapproval was there. So, in discussions today with Mr. Waugh and with Timothy as well, I came to find out about this new program, and I'm certainly going to apply for that forthwith and see whether that's going to provide a solution. So, it is certainly my intention to comply, but I'm going to need a little more time to get the pieces into play to find out if I qualify for this, if, when they can do it. If I don't qualify, then to.
Is this new program in a similar situation as N-Team where there's a huge waiting list, or do we know?
No. There's only specific things that we're addressing with this new program, so the scope of it's a lot smaller. Driveway happens to be one of them. But again, I'd like to have some conversations with the property owner, especially, with the extent of damage on the interior. I'm sure there's renovations that need to be done there as well. And there's some other programs coming online that might be able to more holistically address the entire property, not just the driveway, but I think there are opportunities for some assistance,
Yeah.
so.
Obviously, we're trying to figure out the timing, right?
Yeah. I think on this case, providing 60 days, and then, if he enters into this program or another program, we would administratively defer it at that point in time. But that should be more than sufficient for us to get those documents and determine whether or not they would qualify.
Okay. You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
All right.
Read something.
I will. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Richard Servi to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of July 27th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion for 60 days and $100. Any further discussion? Let's vote.
Alsaklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Waite,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. All righty, sir, so the board's given you 60 days. Go ahead and talk with Mr. Waugh. It's in everybody's best interest for you to apply for and get the help that you need.
Absolutely. Well, when I first ran into the issue with the driveway, that was my first question, is are there any city resources I can avail myself of? And
Right.
at the time, there weren't. So earlier today, another property owner there was some back and forth about them getting help. And so I grabbed Mr. Waugh on a break and inquired about that. And
Well, speak with Mr. Waugh and stay in touch with Mr. Howard, and we hope for the best for you.
Thank you very kindly. I appreciate your forbearance.
Good luck.
33?
I'll try it. Item number 33, investigator Anthony Rivers, property owners Deborah and Matthew Sullivan.
I'm Anthony Rivers, testifying for Eric Hervella, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 33, case 24-18358, regarding property located at 7624 15th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on October the 22nd of 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February the 6th of 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May the 19th of 2025, and the following violation still exists, which was cited: permit required for structures built in the rear yard that's attached to the house. So 4 out of 5 violations have been corrected since this case began. One of those violations that have been corrected was a permit required for some structures that were detached or not attached to the home. They were removed from the backyard and no longer encroaching on the side yard or rear yard. So notice of hearing was sent first-class mail and posted at City Hall, sent certified mail as well as delivered by certified mail. It was also hand-delivered by Mr. Hervella on May the 5th of 2025. Ownership is confirmed in County Official Records, Book 20157, page 809. During the course of his investigation, Mr. Hervella's last contact with the owner prior to today was May the 5th of 2025. At that time, the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. As far as additional relevant facts regarding this case, the owner, according to Mr. Hervella, has already begun communications with our construction services department. Our recent record check shows that there's no permit application recorded at this time. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on May the 19th of 2025. Our first of 3 photos shows the front of the property in question. Here in this second photo is one shot of an attached structure that was built without permits at the rear of the property. And here's another photo of a structure at the rear of the property that was built without permits. So at this time, I'd like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 2, this fact sheet, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rivers. Did I hear you say that there is a permit in process?
No, ma'am.
No permit. All right.
Mr. Rivers, that's the only the other ones listed here have been taken care of?
Yes. So 4 out of 5 violations have been corrected.
Okay, thanks.
Only issue remaining is the permit issue, yeah.
And I had a question. When you call it a structure, is it a standalone structure that happens to be attached, or are they actually enlarging the house?
So it could be either. In this case, it was cited as a structure that was attached to the main house without a permit. Yeah. There were some that were built at the rear of the property without permits as well, but they were removed.
So the ones in the photos were the last 2 that are still standing.
Correct. Yes, and
one or
attached.
2? It's one.
Just one.
It appears to be one, just taken from a different angle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's attached, and you don't know if it's part of the house
Right.
or shed.
Okay, good afternoon. Could I get your names and addresses for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name's Emerald Rose Sullivan, and I live at 1187 Boston Road, Bronx, New York, 10456.
Alrighty, and you, sir?
Matthew Sullivan. I live at 7624 15th Avenue North, St. Pete, Florida, 33710.
Okay, and you live in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, y'all did a lot of work. And by the way, I love your driveway.
Thank you.
But you need a permit for that back structure. What is that? Is that part of the house?
So the thing is, like, the structure that Mr. Herbella was referencing wasn't listed in any three of those photos.
Could I ask you to step forward to the microphone?
The structure that's referenced wasn't listed from Mr. Herbella as far as me not having the permit. There's a structure to the right of the house. That's just a patio. That patio's been there since 1985, before we owned the house.
Okay, the problem is not the patio, it's the structure.
Are you?
Yes, we're just saying the photos were incorrect. That's all. But the structures do exist. It's just those weren't the photos of it. That's all.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I guess.
So you said structures, plural, so there's more than one structure, or there's just one structure?
Yes, there are two in the rear of the home. So my dad hired a contractor, and we're speaking on behalf of our parents, Deborah and Matthew Sullivan. So my parents hired a contractor in 2013, and after the storm, we realized that there were no permits pulled for either one of those structures. And now all the other issues we've corrected, but it's been very difficult trying to obtain an after the fact permit, more difficult than we imagined it would be. We've been communicating with Eric, and he's given us a bunch of help, and we've gone through a lot of different resources and speaking to a lot of different people to try to solve this issue. We've hired an architect as well to draw out the structures to try to get a permit. If you want to see them, we do have printed. Okay. Yeah, so we're just trying to fix it, and we're asking for as much time as possible. It's been incredibly difficult, that particular aspect of it, hence me flying down to help my parents with it. So we're asking for as much time.
Okay, so what needs to happen is you at least need to get the permit applied for.
Yes, and we're speaking with a contractor and an architect trying to get, because we've tried several different permits that we were told that were available to us that weren't. A suitability one and a sustainability one, but now we're just getting a traditional permit, and that's why we hired the architect to draw it out.
Okay. Any idea of when you can apply?
We just recently obtained the architect, so he has the sketches. As long as everything goes smoothly with regards to applying for it, and we're not missing any details, and if so, we would just need to request more from the architect. But because of the uncertainty with it, that's why we were kind of looking for as much time as possible.
If we could have 120 days, that would be ideal, and hopefully we'd get it done immediately. Now that we do have the architect's drawings, maybe that would help expedite the process. I'm not sure entirely. But we have been diligently trying to knock everything off. This was just the one thing that ended up being incredibly difficult.
I was just going to say, I think one of the things to consider too, I don't know if both structures are the same in terms of having electrical, air conditioning, plumbing, because that could be a difference in your permit process as well. So if one structure is different than the other, you might want to consider two permits, one for one and one for the other, and that could.
They are the same.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a drawing of it. If I don't know, but they are the same.
And what are the structures going to be used for?
Storage.
Storage.
Yes.
So they're basically like sheds.
Pretty much.
So no AC, no electrical, no plumbing.
And
Okay.
You just have the
I need clarification.
Yeah.
The pictures you're saying are not what
The
is
pictures
going
are
on.
part of the house.
What are you putting in place of where that picture, what it showed? Is one shed or two sheds?
It is two. There are two.
And are they connected, both of them connected to the house, or are they going to be separate?
Well, right now they are connected to the house. We're just trying to get it into.
No, she's saying the pictures. So there's a.
No, the new ones, the ones that are
The ones that are the issue.
that you're talking about, are they going to be connected to the house?
They are right now.
They are.
Yes.
Just so, I'm sorry, we're struggling.
Yeah.
But what we're hearing is, forget what was in the picture, that's not what we're talking about.
The picture is the back porch. That's not
There
what's
are
the issue.
two sheds in the back of the house that are connected to the house,
Yes.
but they're just gonna be used for storage.
Yes, sir.
Do they have electrical, plumbing, air conditioning?
No, they're just expansion.
And are you building the shed, or is it a shed you get from like a shed company?
Oh, it was built.
Oh, yeah, it was built in 2013.
Are they larger than 100 square feet each?
No, one's, I believe, is 85, 90 square feet, and the other one is 105.
But they're
So
attached to the house.
that's the issue. It's not the square footage. Yeah.
So I'm coming in blind here.
Join the club.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, join the club.
yeah, we're all here.
I mean, Mr. Rivers is stepping.
Evidently, the photos do not
Yeah, no, it's
show.
And you're just here on behalf of someone else.
Yes, so, I mean, the photographs, and it's been a while since I've looked at, I remember reviewing this with the supervisor probably last year. So, the structures that were in the photographs, or the additions that are on the structure, those, we did not have any record of those ever being permitted. So that's an issue that needs to be addressed, and then I'm not seeing anything in the photographs about any other accessory structures or anything of that nature, so I'm not sure what's being discussed on that end. But,
I thought Mr. Rivers did, at the beginning of your presentation, was there some structures in the back that weren't attached that were removed?
Yes, according to Mr. Hervela's information, they had been removed already.
You guys concur with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. They're gone.
Okay.
Well, it's nice not to be wrong about everything.
I was just trying to get us as best we can.
Everything has been corrected other than the permit issues. All the other violations.
Unfortunately for you, that's the big one.
It is, unfortunately, yeah.
And I'm assuming it's too much of a burden to remove the attached additional
But
structures.
now we have another.
We just need a permit for that.
Do we even
Now, the
do
thing
that?
is, I think the thing is, and if I, help me out here, Mr. Wah, if I go astray, but the fact that they're less than 100 square feet and there's no plumbing, electrical, air conditioning, the permitting for that is a lot simpler. However, the fact that they're attached to the house, I think poses an issue with trying to make it a simple permit. Did I get that right?
I think that's one aspect, but
Yeah,
you're
it's-
saying there's a porch now.
Because if they were detached from the house and they were less than 100 square feet each,
Back porch.
it would be much
Yeah, but I think,
simpler to deal with.
And I spoke with zoning, and they said, you know, if you do want to chop it off the house and separate it,
Things would get easier, okay. So I guess I was right then. The fact that they're attached to the house is an issue.
Yeah.
So is it attached to the house where you have to walk outside to get into it, or you walk from
there a
inside the
door
house to that?
Inside.
So it connects inside the house?
Okay.
Because your parents are probably getting up in years and don't want to go outside to get to something.
Yes.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, that's the issue. Because they're attached to the house and you can get to them from within the house.
What's the first issue? So do you have a contractor you're working with, or are you trying to do this permitting yourself?
So when we tried doing the permitting ourselves is the reason why it took so long, because we had kept going back and forth. Mr. Hancock provided some clarification on May 8th, and thankfully our architect came back from Ireland. He was doing a project internationally, whereas we were trying to seek out through other architects, but then explaining it, and then the cost of it too was a lot more significant compared to ours. Now that he's back, we're hoping that we can kind of streamline it, but the thing is, because we've gone down to the permitting so many times and been turned away, that's the reason why we're asking for a little more time, because we might have to hit a few more bumps before we can.
Yeah, we've hit a lot of bumps doing it ourselves, but we do have a contractor now.
You do have a contractor now that when you're told you need to apply for a permit, you guys will do that?
Oh, absolutely.
So
So they need some time.
They need time.
I'll read something.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Deborah H. Sullivan and Matthew P. Sullivan to correct the violations within 120 days
or by the date of September 25th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second for 120 days and $100. Is everybody okay?
Yep.
Let's vote.
Leseckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, so you have 120 days.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I wish you good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stay in touch with Mr., I guess, Ravella, right?
He's like, yeah, I'm running from that.
Thank you.
And let him know where you're at, okay?
Thank you.
Item number 18, property owner Helen Blunt Estate, investigator Carl Gordon.
Helen Blunt Estate. Is someone here for 1846 24th Street South? I think you've been stood up.
They must have left.
We can always check again at the end if they come.
Okay, item number 18.
Going once.
I thought that, but I didn't say it. Okay, let's move on.
Move on.
Item number 80, property owner Fauza Al-Dilemi, investigator Carl Gordon.
They're here. I see them.
This is 8-0, correct?
Yes, 8-0.
They're here.
I'm Carl Gordon, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 80, case number 24-15233 regarding property located at 2711 6th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on August the 21st, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of September the 13th, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on May the 12th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Overgrowth of vegetation throughout the property, multiple palm trees with dead fronds that needs to be removed, multiple areas of exterior walls disrepair with crack lifting and or missing sidings with areas exposing underlayment, exterior door with evidence of water damage to top and bottom with wrap peeling paint, vegetation encroaching into the alley right-of-way into the alleyway at the rear of the property, portions of missing fascia on the corner of the accessory structure, disrepair to chain link fence on property with improperly attached top rail and bent chain links portion. 0 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 9th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22955, page 1012. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on May the 12th, 2025, 0512252233 CBG and photos numbers 1 through 10. Here's the front view of the structure itself. Overgrowth throughout the structure, throughout the property. Palm trees with dead palm fronds located on the property. Here's some wall disrepair here. more wall disrepair. Here's the door that's in disrepair, that's weathered and needs to be replaced. Vegetation encroaching into the alleyway that needs to be cut back. The facial damage located on the accessory structure. Here's a portion of the fence that's showing where the top rail is not properly attached to the fence. And here, as you can see, a portion of the fence was starting to lean over. Fence needs to be upright and sturdy. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Does anybody have any questions for staff?
I do, Chair, yes. Just to confirm, none of those items require a permit to repair, is that correct?
Once you get into with the wall, it might
Maybe
be,
with the
maybe
wall.
with the wall. Once you start getting into exactly what needs to be done, the way the walls look is probably got to remove that in.
That might require more extensive repairs and
Yes, sir.
permit, but, you know, overgrowth,
That could easily be done.
trees,
That could be
all
easy.
that stuff, pretty easy, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good
Could
afternoon.
you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Noor Al-Din Al-Dalemi, and my address is 122 17th Avenue Southeast, and I'm the son of the owner. Well, I'm now the owner now.
Okay. And are you going to testify, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Hi.
Could
My
I
name
have
is
your-
Fawzia Dalemi. My address 122 17th Avenue Southeast in Petersburg, Florida, 73701.
Okay. So the property looks like it could use some attention.
This picture before we did a lot of work, ma'am.
Oh, you've done some work.
Yes, ma'am. Me and my son, we've been working hard labor, day and night. My husband, he's in the hospital since last year. He's in life support. And I am with him, me and my son, and my daughter, she's working right now. And we are with him at the hospital, and I go to the house, and the hurricane, and the people there, they dump everything in my house. The fence, I changed it, believe me. Couple of times I went to Home Depot when my husband here was good, and we replace it, and they steal it. They steal everything. They damage the house. They threw stuff in my house. I want to tell you something, but I'm scared for my son life and my children. And last week we went there to work. We almost get killed. It's very dangerous. So, Mr. I don't know what his name, but he caused us a lot of violation before, and he didn't work with us. We tried to contact him. He didn't answer us. But Mrs. Kylie, God bless her, she always answers us.
Mm-hmm.
And the neighbor, if you go there, our next door, believe me, it's worse than our house. It's all it's rotten, the fence and the neighborhood, the back alley, we clean.
Okay, excuse me, ma'am, but we're only talking about your house right now.
Okay,
not
ma'am.
Anybody else's. And
we are special.
It looks like it's all boarded up. What are your plans for this home?
Well, we clean a lot, ma'am.
Okay, but what are you gonna do with the house?
We're
Leave
gonna
it boarded?
sell it.
You're gonna sell it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you listed it for sale yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, when do you plan to do that?
As soon as possible. I'm busy with my husband right now. He's in the hospital. They did many surgery on him. They did the surgery for breathing and for feeding tube, and he's in septic right now.
Okay.
You say you guys have been there and done, you're working at it actively?
Yes, we did the
Okay.
We cut the grass, front and back. We cleaned the trees. We done a lot of things, and we fixed my son. He fixed what do you call it?
The corner piece of the face.
Yeah, the door. Yeah.
Mr. Gordon, when was the last time you were out there, or someone was out there from the city?
May the 12th.
And you didn't see any of this activity?
That was the pictures. The pictures were taken on May 12th.
Yeah, we try to contact you, sir, and we will do anything you want us to do.
Re-inspections needed.
We corrected most of the vegetation violations in the corner fascia after May 12th.
Okay.
And I have some pictures if.
Okay, we believe you.
Yeah, and we continue to do more, but we just need your help and give us more time and understand our situation.
Okay,
So-
well, let's see what the board says.
Yeah, and what, how much do you have left to do?
Well, the wall and also some paint. I've seen on the violation that some peeling paint, they said. And,
The cleaning in the backyard, they dump trees and.
yeah, a lot
there's-
of rubbish.
Yeah, there's a tree growing, so we have, and we don't have dumpster, so we use as much as we can to,
So how much more time do you think you need then?
well, as much as you give us, sir.
But, yeah, give us, like,
45 to 60 days.
My number.
okay.
If possible.
I was thinking.
If possible, 3 months, sir, or,
Read some.
because we don't have time, we go to my husband and to the hospital, and then we go work.
I do too.
Okay. All right, I'll try something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Nooraldeen Al-Delimi to correct the violations within 45 days or by July 12th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Please, sir, give us 3 days, 3 months,
It's
please.
not your turn to talk right now, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Just one moment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for 45 days and a $150 per day fine. Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I stuck with
25
the
days
city's
we have
recommendation
already.
on the fine. It's not.
So they just give us 1 month?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's not extensive. They should be able to get it done in
And
45.
supposedly a lot's done already. so-
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
I think it's fair.
So
Yeah.
let's vote and see where we are.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, the board's given you 45 days.
So you just give us 1 month, ma'am?
45 days is a month and a half.
But they tell us we already have it 25 days automatically, and,
It's been since August. You've had since August.
yeah, I told you, ma'am, my husband, he's in the, I go back and forth to the hospital.
You
He's
have
in-
45 days. If it's not fixed by the time the 45 days is up, you will get a notice to come to a special magistrate's hearing. Come to that hearing and ask for more time if you need it.
Thank you, I appreciate
Okay.
it. God bless you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good
luck.
Okay.
Item 79, property owner Raymond L. Santos. Investigator Jean Madu.
Good afternoon. I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying for Monique Wadley in reference to to item number 79, case number 25-12625, regarding property located at 2438 Damut Avenue North, A. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 11th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 10th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 15th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Areas of fence and disrepair at the front and rear of the property, various wood, concrete pieces, tree debris, Main structure on the rear window is boarded with plywood. Front of main structure has fascia and soffit disrepair. 0 out of 4 violations have been corrected since this case began. I'm sorry. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 15, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 11754, page 0170. During the course of the investigation, last contact with the owner prior to today was 20th of February 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on May 15, 2025, document CEB 405-2825625 MW. This is an elevation shot of the property. Again, the elevation. This here shows the fence that's down. Debris, branches. Fascia disrepair. The boarded window is over here. And fascia disrepair over there. Fence disrepair. That's the fence again. The fence here with broken, well, leaning slats, and it's in disrepair. This portion of the fence here has some missing pieces. I would assume this is the missing pieces again of fence in disrepair, and junk items, old tires on the property. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for the city?
I had one. So there's one of these items is listed as the accessory structure repairs, but I didn't see a photo that spoke specifically to the accessory structure, or maybe I just missed it.
I don't see that.
For item number 7.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong one? I'm sorry. I looked at the wrong one. My mistake. My mistake. Sorry. Sorry about that.
It's just the one above.
It's a long day.
Yeah, that was that one window has.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're good. My bad.
It was the one window on the second floor that
Yeah.
was boarded.
Yeah, we saw it.
I didn't, but now I remember seeing it.
So, good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record,
Sure.
please?
Ramon Santos, you want that address where I live?
We need your address.
My address, 3703 42nd Avenue North, St. Petersburg.
Okay. So, the house is vacant, yes?
Yes, it's under contract now. It's, I just signed it over to our real estate office yesterday. I was gonna fix it, but in my condition, I can't. I used to do contracting, but I can't do it, so.
Okay.
I just put it up for sale. She said, it'll take like 2 to 3 months to, actually, she said 3 months to,
So you have a contract on it, is that what I?
yesterday I signed, yeah.
You signed
so
a
they-
contract yesterday?
Yeah, with, Keller Williams?
real estate.
Keller Williams?
So you listed it yesterday?
Yeah, I signed it over to them, but it's gonna be sold as is, not, you know, you gotta fix it up as is, whatever, quick sale, whatever you call those things.
Okay, well,
Well, that's what they're gonna do, but she said it takes 2 to 3 months to, yeah, she said 3, whatever, it's not gonna take 3 months. 2 to 3 months to whatever they have to do.
Are you gonna do anything to at least clean the property up before the sale? Because so people don't kind of.
No, that window they talking about, that's not a window,
No,
that's an air
not the window. You
conditioning
just
unit.
had like you had some fencing laying down. You just had some stuff.
Oh, yeah, I can't do it, but I could get somebody to take it and put it inside the yard.
Yeah, or just.
Yeah, that I could do, that's no problem.
Landscape.
Yeah, that's no. The only thing I can't do is that, what she called debris, that's actually a giant tree stump. So that's not gonna be done.
Oh, he's talking about the one, I think that looked like it was pulled.
Yeah, that's what pulled up the fence.
About that, I was talking about all the other.
Yeah, the debris is no problem, but that I can't do, you know, because it pulled up the fence, the roots, you know, when it came down, but it came down to my yard, not, you know, nobody else's yard. So I had it cut, and they just pulled up the front fence, you know, where you come in the gate, and it pulled it up. But I'm not gonna fix none of that stuff. I'll clean the debris and all that stuff up, yeah.
I'm just curious, does the brokerage firm know of these outstanding code enforcement issues?
Yes. Actually, she's the one who called me. She saw the,
Good, she did a
what do
municipality.
you call that? You guys left a pamphlet, I guess, or something, on my door, and she called me up.
Okay.
But she wasn't my real estate lady then. She called me up to find out about the house, what am I gonna do with it? And I said, you know something, I'm just gonna sell it. I'm just gonna get rid of it.
Okay,
So, somebody want to read?
I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Raymond L. Santos to correct the violations within 60 days or by a date of July 27, 2025. If this date is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a
60
60
days.
days and $150 per day.
Yep, because the house is vacant.
Yep.
Okay, any discussion? Everybody okay with that? Let's vote.
Aseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, so the board's given you 60 days. We're gonna hope that you can get it sold.
Could I ask you a question? If it isn't sold by 60 days,
You'll get a letter to come to.
oh, and then I can come back and see where it's at? Okay, thank you. All right, you guys have a nice day.
Good luck, you too.
Next case.
Item 156, property owner Guinevere Roquemore. Investigators Gerardo Melendez.
Item number 56, 41.
156.
156, I'm sorry. 4151 13th Avenue South. Guinevere Roquemore.
Okay, moving on.
We're going 1, 2, and 3. We done.
Okay.
Item number 74, I've been all around the world.
Is this our last case?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, 41 was crossed off.
Well, then 11 lien release cases.
I've been all around.
10, one dropped off for lien release.
Oh, that's great.
You gotta have this one. I've been all around the world.
Item 74, I've been all around the world, investigator Jean Madu.
Are you gonna leave me hanging on that? I've been all around the world?
Around the world is traveling.
730 3rd Avenue South.
Oh.
All around the world.
Oh, you're good. I am too.
We know it's been a long day, but if we're not,
Yeah.
you need to wake up. Okay, here we go.
I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying for Monique Wadley in the reference to item number 74, case 25-12891, regarding property located at 730 3rd Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on February 14, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 13, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on May 8, 2025, and the following violations still exist. ACOM permit 24-04000972 for alterations / replacement of exterior wood stairs on the main structure was expired on February 8, 2025, without any inspections completed. Pull up these photos for me. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on May 8, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in official records, book 18271, page 2327. During the course of the investigation, the last contact with the owner prior to today was on 4/30/2025. The property manager, Eric Montez, I guess that was who Monique was in contact with, and he said that the violations would be corrected ASAP. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on May 8, 2025, document CEB 0528258891 MW. This here shows an elevation of the property. These are the exterior stairs. Where the permit didn't have any inspections. And it has expired since February. Again, photo of the stairs. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the city?
So the stairs were put up and no permit was pulled?
Right, so there was a permit.
Or it was, and now
Right,
it expired
Yes,
in February?
Right, and they didn't do any final inspections.
And no final inspections? Initial inspections completed?
It's saying yeah, without any inspections, so.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Could we have your name and address for the record, sir?
83225 St. Pete, Florida 33705. My name is Eric Montes.
And how are you connected to I've been all around the world?
I'm the property manager. I have the permit, the one expire. We don't have a final inspection. I guess the lack of communication between the inspectors back on the old manager. They never set up an inspection. They're trying to set up something, but nobody show up, or I guess the lack of communication. The stairs, the work, it was finished. We're trying to renew the permit, but the GC contract that we hire pretty much goes. He disappeared. And after that, we never renewed the permit because the work, it was done on the stairs. My question is if we can reschedule the inspection without renew this, because
Not with,
they
once-
spend
since it's expired.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you're going to have to either pay to have that permit
Renew.
renewed, or you're going to have to get a change of contractor form and have another contractor step in to get it closed.
Okay, and about the rest of the jobs, we're working on it. We have so many properties that are damaged, and manpower, we don't have enough. We're trying to do our best to catch up in everything with all the code violations that we have in general.
Exterior stairs like that are a safety issue. This needs to be a priority. You need to get final inspections and have it closed.
Okay, that's the one with the permit, right? Okay,
So how much time do you think you're going to need to do that?
60 days. So I can figure out another GC, pull permits, renew, and figure out something with a new contractor.
If you have so many properties, do you not have contractors that are your go-tos?
Can you repeat it one more time, please?
I said, if you have that many properties that you can't keep up with them, don't you have contractors that you can go to already?
The one we trust and pretty much they do all the jobs for us is the one.
They
Goss.
ghosted you on this?
What? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Probably don't trust
That was,
them much anymore.
yeah, they have, they just ghost, pretty much. I mean, we trying to call him, but he say, okay, I'm gonna show up, but he never show up, and I'm not gonna keep calling same person.
Is the building currently occupied and fully rented?
Yeah, we have some tenants.
And you mentioned you have a number of properties. Are almost all of your, or if not all of the properties currently rented?
Majority of our properties are rented. We're working on it to,
So you have a revenue stream?
yeah.
Okay.
This is not the first time we've seen
Yeah,
this.
No.
yeah.
I had a question. Who built the steps?
The GC.
The GC built
Yeah.
the steps?
Mhm.
And it's a licensed?
Yeah, it's a license contract. They won't pull the permit. Back on 04/12/24, the application on the permit.
They get it reinstated, get a final inspection, and close it out.
Mr. Wall, how does that work? How do you work that? So you've got a homeowner, got an expired permit, contractor left, ghosted them. What's their options?
Yeah, so actually a similar case came up yesterday, but since the work is already completed, it's not a situation where they can just, well, in this case, they may be able to because it's been approved before, but they can likely just extend the permit and call for the final inspections. But if for some reason there was an issue and they needed to, put new plans or update the plans, they're gonna have to go through the process of getting a whole new contractor to do those. So if everything's fine and it was built to the plans, it's a simple extend it, call the inspection, close it out. But if issues arise, they're gonna have to get a new contractor.
Can the homeowner call?
He's not a homeowner.
No, this is a
Oh, he's
commercial.
just the property manager.
Yeah. Do they have to have a GC?
Yeah.
I mean, I can try the homeowner call to the inspection.
No.
If he
Forget that part.
Forget that part, I misspoke. I'm sorry.
cover me.
Yeah, me too.
No, forget that part. You're not a homeowner. You can't do it.
I'll read something.
All right. Please.
All right. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders I've been all around the world to correct the violations within 60 days or by July 27, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for 60 days and $200 per day. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alsteckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Enzart?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you've got 60 days, and we hope you can get your problem straightened out.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All righty. So now we are going to do the read-in, and as soon as the read-in is done, we will close the Codes Board evidentiary hearing and proceed to lien release.
It's going to take us just a second to download the
Yeah.
PDF.
So lien release in probably 15 minutes or so.
I don't know who Kelly
The nurse in my code.
She's got some work to
You
do.
know how to swear in? I just need to get sworn in still.
Yeah,
you can raise your right hand.
Wrong hand.
I'll do it now.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, but the truth?
I do. Did you save it here?
Yeah.
That's true.
No.
Item number 1 has been closed. Item number 2 has been closed. Item number 3 has been closed. Item number 4 has been closed. Item number 5 has been removed. Item number 6 has been removed. Item number 7, number 8 have been closed. Item number 9 has been removed. Item number 10 has been closed. Item number 11 has been closed. Item number 12 has been closed. Item number 13, property owner Paul R. Johnson.
I am Kylie Noonan, Code Supervisor for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 13, case number 25-9231, regarding property located at 521 46th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 14, RNG Apartments LLC.
Case number 25-219, regarding property located at 800 32nd Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 15, Ian J. Woods.
Case number 24-10214, regarding property located at 545 48th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 17, Catherine M. Bales.
Case number 25-13188, regarding property located at 2241 Lamparello Way South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 18, Helen Blunt Estate.
Case number 24-13113, regarding property located at 1846 24th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 19 and 20 are closed. Item number 21, Encore 26 LLC.
Case number 25-12479, regarding property located at 1826 19th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 22, 23, and 24 are closed. Item number 25 is removed. Item number 26, Gable Group Exclusive LLC.
Case number 25-4206, regarding property located at 2032 Kansas Ave Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 27, Jason and June Gaines.
Case number 25-4144, regarding property located at 2049 Kansas Avenue Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 29 and 30 closed. Item number 31 closed. Item number 34, 1224 66th Street LLC.
Case number 24-17602, regarding property located at 1224 66th Street North. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 37 is closed. Item number 38, William J. Steck.
Case number 24-583, regarding property located at 2018 48th Terrace North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 39 is removed. Item number 40, Paul Yosler.
Case number 25-13380, regarding property located at 4520 Haynes Road North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 41, Cody Scott Janilski.
Case number 25-5671, regarding property located at 806 60th Avenue Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 42 is removed. Item number 43 is removed. Item number 44 closed. Item number 45 is closed. Item number 46, Jasuwan Development Group LLC.
Case number 25-454, regarding property located at 4949 35th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 47 is removed. Item number 48 is closed. Item number 49, REM Properties 1 LLC.
Case number 25-12977, regarding property located at 3601 66th Street North. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 50, Navarone Simpson and Kathleen Herman.
Case number 24-16662, regarding property located at 3264 57th Street North. Department recommends 10 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 51, Alto Asset Company 1 LLC.
Case number 24-16661, regarding property located at 1535 Prescott Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 52, Centerfield Ventures LLC.
Case number 24-18030, regarding property located at 1031 13th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 53 is closed. Item number 54, HFL Trust 2 LLC.
Case number 24-11244, regarding property located at 1234 8th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 55, REM Properties 5 LLC.
Case number 24-13530, regarding property located at 1025 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 56 is closed. Item number 57, Martha Talbert Estate.
Case number 21-22236, regarding property located at 1233 9th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 58, VSP Tampa LLC.
Case number 25-10075, regarding property located at 1244 12th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 59, David Watson Jr.
Case number 24-16040, regarding property located at 1146 James Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 60 is removed. Item number 63, Carol J. Burke.
Case number 24-15645, regarding property located at 238 Freeport Avenue Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 64, Matthew Lairbert.
Case number 24-17779, regarding property located at 885 North Village Drive, Unit 104. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 66, REM Properties 1 LLC.
Case number 25-3395, regarding property located at 327 62nd Ave North. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 67 removed. Item number 68 and 69 removed. Item number 70 removed. Item number 73 is removed. Item number 75, It Hurts Me Too LLC.
Case number 25-12917, regarding property located at 33 6th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 76 is closed. Item number 77 is removed. Item number 78 is closed. Item number 83, Peggy Curry Estate.
Case number 21-26853, regarding property located at 816 12th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 84 and 85 are closed. Item number 86, Islamic Society of St. Petersburg.
Case number 25-1560, regarding property located at 2400 5th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 88, La Bello Moschel Holdings LLC.
Case number 24-5081, regarding property located at 805 19th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 89, Mary Ann Lynch.
Case number 24-20916, regarding property located at 545 18th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 90 is removed. Item number 91, Petra D. and Anderson Mitchell.
Case number 2530, regarding property located at 2303 7th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 92 is closed. Item number 93, Paris Avenue Trust, Paris Avenue Trustee.
Case number 24-10609, regarding property located at 650 Paris Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 94, David Samuel Seward.
Case number 25-12679, regarding property located at 651 15th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 95, Francois Mohamani, Lauren Sinrich.
Case number 24-19030, regarding property located at 1007 6th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 96 is removed. Item number 97, Southside Capital Partners LLC.
Case number 25-12308, regarding property located at 780 26th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 98 is closed. Item number 99 removed. Item number 100 is closed. Item 101 is closed. Item 102 is removed. Item 103, Lori Catherine Light and Christy Dunn.
Case number 25257, regarding property located at 4720 4th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 104, Sean Huang.
Case number 25-1765, regarding property located at 2553 18th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 105 and 106 have been removed. Item 108 is removed. Item 110 is removed. Item 111 is closed. Item 115 is closed. Item 116 is redacted.
Case number 24-11922, regarding property located at 3701 Kingston Street North. Department recommends 10 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 117 is removed. Item 118 is closed. Item 119 is removed. Item 120, Pinellas County Housing Incorporated.
Case number 25166, regarding property located at 3301 6th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 123 is removed. Item 124, James Wood and Sheila Woods.
Case number 20-1202, regarding property located at 3036 Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 126, Man O'Reilly.
Case number 24-15097, regarding property located at 2339 7th Street North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 127 is removed. Item 128, ACR Premier LLC.
Case number 25-9542, regarding property located at 2461 69th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Items 129 and 130 are closed. Item 131 is closed. Item 132 is removed. Item 133, Shirley A. Gibson Woods.
Case number 23-7127, regarding property located at 6335 30th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 134 and 135 are closed. Item 136, Jassel Brothers LLC.
Case number 24-14687, regarding property located at 4920 34th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 139, Lurin Real Estate Holdings LX1.
Case number 25-12419, regarding property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 140, 141, and 142 are closed. Item 143, Jacqueline Marie Bedard, trustee for Pam Bayou Land Trust.
Case number 25-7919, regarding property located at 4052 34th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Marsan and Joseph Kunzer, item 146.
Case number 24-13080, regarding property located at 2475 47th Street South. Department recommends 10 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 147 and 148 are removed. Item 149, SFR 12, Tampa Owner 1 LP.
Case number 25-12453, regarding property located at 4535 Emerson Ave South. Department recommends 5 days and $250 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 150 is removed. Item 151, Florida Tax Deeds LLC.
Case number 24-17374, regarding property located at 1785 42nd Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 152 is closed. Item 154 is removed. Item 155 is removed. Item 156, Guinevere Rocketmore.
Case number 24-17853, regarding property located at 4151 13th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 157, Twin Cam Management and Consulting.
Case number 25-7699, regarding property located at 2018 43rd Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 159 is closed. Item 160 is removed. Item 161, 2371 Kingston Trust, William Donovan trustee.
Case number 24-17669, regarding property located at 2371 Kingston Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 162, Christopher Bell and Anna Faria.
Case number 25-6921, regarding property located at 2325 South Shore Drive Southeast. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item 164, Star 2021 SFR1 Borrower LP.
Case number 25-1673, regarding property located at 634 Newton Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
This concludes our reading.
I move that the board make the findings of fact and conclusions of law as set forth in the standard written order of the board in each and every case just presented by the codes investigator, and order that the compliance timeframes and penalties as recommended be imposed for each case.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Osteklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, this concludes the May 2025 Code Enforcement Board hearing. We will now move to lien release. Welcome to the May 2025 Code Enforcement Board hearing. At this time, we will hear lien release requests. The lien release hearing is for cases where a code enforcement lien has been certified and the property owner or their agent is now seeking release of the lien. We have received a written report regarding each of these requests. These cases will be heard as follows. The City Codes Compliance Department will announce each case with the address, applicant, case number, and applicable liens. We will hear testimony from the applicant regarding the request. We may ask any questions of either the applicant or staff. After hearing the testimony and the answers to any questions, we may do any of the following. Take no action which will leave existing liens in place, or take affirmative action to direct staff to release the lien in its entirety or release the lien in consideration of a payment of a specified amount of the lien within a specified period of time. Once heard by the Code Enforcement Board, lien release requests will not be reconsidered by either entity for 180 days unless the property ownership changes. Okay, so we need a roll call.
Wilson?
Here.
Schneider?
Here.
Hensler?
Here.
Bruning? Hanshaw?
Here.
Wait?
Here.
Alseklis?
Here.
Okay, and if you are here to give testimony on any lien release cases and you have not been sworn in, please stand and the clerk will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear to do.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we're ready for our first lien release case. Before we get started, Mr. Wall, since we have multiples for the same owner,
Yep.
could you explain to me how this works?
Yeah, so because the lien amounts are the same for the first four, and it's all associated with the same property, I'll read all of those in, and then as long as the board puts in their motion to address each case, and we read out each case, we can just kind of, because the summary is going to be the same on every single one of them. Also, for the first four, those parcels have all been combined together. So,
They're not one property?
yeah, I don't see the need to go through every single one of them with the history being exactly the same. We'll just read them all into the record at one time.
Okay, and so for LR 9 through 11, is that the same case?
Those are going to be a little bit different because they each have different properties. Probably the case history is going to be different on each of those. So we would handle those on a case by case.
Works for us.
If that works for y'all. Okay?
Did you say the first four are one property now?
Now they are, yes.
Okay.
Yep, they were individual parcels that were all combined for one
Okay.
parcel.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will get started, and we're going to do LR 1 through 4, Devmar Sky St. Pete LLC, and I believe we have Denise Kelly, I'm sorry, to represent the property. All right. So we have 4 different cases here for properties located at 1624 Burlington Avenue North, 1648 Burlington Avenue North, 1642 Burlington Avenue North, and 1662 Burlington Avenue North. They are all owned by Devmar Sky St. Pete LLC. The case numbers associated with them are 23-6061, 23-5981, 23-6059, and 23-5884. So again, the history is going to be the same on each of these because they were all cases that were running concurrently at the same time. The total amount of liens in each case are $59,100. So that's for each case, $59,100. Summary of kind of the actions overall. There was representation at one of the 12 hearings. And the only hearing that was attended was the first public hearing for the Code Enforcement Board hearing, where the board provided 60 days. We did have telephone conversations with a representative, I think it was Randy Semler, regarding the demolition and permits. And there was one representation at a special magistrate meeting in December of 2023, where a 45-day extension was provided. We had some additional communication in June of 2024, an email with Angie Fitchett, Randy Semler, Jason Fracassa, and Mike DiMaria. And then on November 1st, we met with Denise Kelly. She was working on demo permits, and then also getting the openings secured and junk removed from the properties. January, we started to defer the case because there was the process of combining the parcels and obtaining the demo permit. And then March 18th, the cases were closed. The structures were demolished under approved demolition permits. So just to give the board an idea, this was 4 parcels, all congruent, that had single-family homes on them previously. The developer purchased all of these properties with the intent of doing a larger overall development. So there wasn't any desire to repair the properties that were there, but because the parcel was in the downtown zoning district, they have to have their site plans and everything approved before they can actually demolish the structures. And so that all finally happened. The parcels were all combined, demolitions occurred, and then now there will be a larger scale development that occurs at these properties.
What was that last part again? There'll be a what?
A larger scale development. So I believe there's going to be apartments that will likely be built. I don't know what the future plans are. We can have Ms. Kelly represent that, but generally that's kind of the overall, single-family homes that were going to be demolished for a new development.
At any point during the process, did they realize liens were accruing? Because, I mean, there's one thing to buy properties and just kind of ignore it because I know I'm going to be doing development and just, oh, I'm going to buy a property and I really don't care what it looks like for 2 years until I get my drawings.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
just trying to get context behind this. Like, what was, was this just stick my head in the sand and hope?
Yeah, I mean, we could ask Ms. Kelly, but I mean, I think that the history that was read off, we did have email communication. Yeah, there was attendance at one of the hearings to request additional time, but other than that, there was no.
Were they made aware, like in the emails or any of the conversations, that liens were accruing?
Without having the specific emails in front of me, I can't speak to that, but certainly the notices were provided each month that indicate that liens were certified and then the next hearing dates.
Yeah, I mean, they were notified of all these hearings, obviously.
Correct, yeah.
I just kind of want a little context.
What I see is 2 years of wheel spinning.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear the story.
So did it take a year for the city and county appraiser, who's ever involved, to allow the combination of the 4 parcels into one?
No, that would not take that amount of time. It was,
Just them not attending?
well, I mean, obviously, there's a lot more that goes into the development of a site plan on a whole city block compared to a bunch of single-family, homes. But I can look up to see when those site plans were first submitted and then once they finally got approved. But
Okay,
yeah.
I just didn't know if you knew that off the top of your head. Maybe that's why there was a delay, because the intent was to combine them into one parcel.
Hopefully we'll find out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Denise Kelly with Future City Consulting.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. My name is Denise Kelly with Future City Consulting. My address is 6532 Biscayne Shore Lane, Tampa, Florida 33611.
Okay, so in looking over these 4 lien release requests, what we see is 2 years of not a whole lot happening and nobody bothering to show up. What can you do to change our mind on this?
Well, I do think there was definitely a capacity problem for DevMar. They engaged me in September to help them resolve all of these issues with this site. They're a Michigan-based developer. They've done 2 previous projects here in St. Pete, the Metro and Vantage, both stabilized projects. They don't own them any longer. Skylofts is the parcel or the project that we're talking about today, and that's at 17th and Burlington. It was multiple lots that did need to be combined, but didn't know that until October, November, and it only took the county about a month to actually get that lot combination request done. So I applied in November, and by I think December 18th it was complete. So once we got that lot combination request done, that was a huge step forward. The site was demolished in March. I'm happy to say that it's very clear right now. It's fenced in, it's maintained. I have bi-weekly service coming in to make sure the landscaping is done. So right now it's nice, yes. But they were having a capacity problem. They only have one person here in Florida. He works on a project that's under construction right now in Winter Haven. I don't think that they were purposely being neglectful in any way. I think this kind of got away from them, which is why they brought me on in September. I worked closely with Monique Wadley, who is the investigator. I basically kept her informed of everything that I was doing every step of the way, kept photographs. As I understand from speaking with Randy, who's the project manager here, prior to me getting on board with DevMar, they had a number of issues. The buildings needed repairs. A lot of the violations are repairs to the buildings, and the buildings were really, really dilapidated. I don't think that they wanted to spend money on repairing. They just tried to maintain what was there. They had multiple people kind of dumping rubbish on the site, mattresses and furniture and whatnot. There was a lot of unhoused peoples on site. We were working with one of the police, I think it was Officer Kime from St. Pete PD, trying to get them into shelters. So there were a lot of issues that he was trying to take care of.
But I must point out, though, ma'am, had this not festered for 2 years, not only would you not have the liens that you have on each of these lots, but a lot of those problems that they spent time trying to fix wouldn't have existed. So you're asking for us to release liens when we have spent a lot of money and city processes, not just in codes enforcement, but in police enforcement and everything else, because your clients didn't do what they should have done, which was take care of this in an expeditious manner.
The objective was to demolish the parcels that were on the site.
And if that was their intent, then they should have gone ahead and done it, not waited 1.5 years to hire you.
Oh, they did apply for the demo permit back in, I think, 2022. The permits were delayed because of the site plan approval needs to be completed and approved before demolition. So I guess you cannot tear down old buildings until whatever you're planning to build is approved by the city.
And again, had they started that process in 2022, we wouldn't be here.
Well, not only that, but if all these things are true, all they had to do was come to the meetings, explain that to the special magistrate, and they'd have probably got more time. They didn't attend the meeting.
Understood.
It feels a little bit like a wealthy developer came in, bought up these lots, didn't want to play by the rules, and now they want us to forgive them.
And then build, sell, and move on.
Build, sell, move on. As you just pointed out, they don't own any of the projects they've currently built here.
You said they were shorthanded. This company couldn't afford to hire another person?
Yeah, exactly. They can hire
manage to handle this situation?
And
They actually are.
So is there something that they acknowledge that they're responsible for?
Yes, I mean, they're responsible for the development of the project and for the conditions on the project.
But I meant as far as all the costs and time that were incurred because of their neglect for all those years. Have they said, you're right, we should have to pay you half, we should have to pay, have they said anything like that, or they just want a blanket forgive us because we're really nice people?
Well, I'd like to address a few of the other comments that you were saying beforehand. They did build the other two projects. They're on the Edge District, and they're very nice projects. They sold them. Skylofts is one that they want to hold on to. All of their projects have a workforce housing component. So I think that they're good developers. They are not, extraordinarily wealthy developers. They're a very small team out of Michigan with one person here in Florida, and now myself. So I do think that they have the right intentions. They're doing some nice programming for their residents when they move in. They're going to do literacy and financial, training. They're trying to get people into home ownership. They're offer Fifth Third Bank financial literacy programming. Sorry. And they're going to do some other things to help people build up credit. So I mean, they are good developers. Having this project here, which was a lot. Randy Semler is working in Winter Haven, and so yes, they did let this go for a long time. But I don't think that they were being blatantly neglectful, and I don't think that they meant to be disrespectful. I think that they just didn't really have the capacity. I don't really know I know that they did come to one hearing. They did tell me that, but this came up when I came on board, and
The other two projects must have been more important.
The other two, Metro and Vantage.
In the Edge District, and, I mean, was that going on when all this was going?
Oh, no. No, I think they've both been stabilized for a number of years.
He was working in Winter something?
Winter Haven is the project
He was working in Winter Haven, so he couldn't come here, but he couldn't hire someone to come here. You guys had representation at a meeting in June of '23, and the board gave 60 days. Then nothing happened until December of '23 at a special magistrate's hearing. Someone showed up and got 45 days. So it's not like you didn't know what the process is. I mean, you knew the process. You even showed up, and guess what? When you showed up, you got more time. So if you showed up every time with your plans, we wouldn't be here.
Understood.
You just blew us off.
I'm sorry, sir, but I did not.
Your company did, whoever you're representing did.
Since September.
Are you representing them?
I mean, I really do.
Okay. Well, they blew us off.
Here's what I struggle with. A developer, number one, should know they're not going to be here for a period of time. And the properties are going to sit vacant. They should fence them off and at least hire somebody to maintain them. So we've been here since 8:30 till 4 o'clock, and we're literally, I don't know if you were here for any of those other earlier proceedings, but we have people that have very low incomes that aren't maintaining like an apron in their driveway, right? And we're holding them accountable. So for somebody to walk in and say after 2+ years that we're just supposed to wipe the slate clean, a really hard time of doing that. Number one, from an equity standpoint, and number two, just from the amount of money that they're gonna make coming out of this project.
Well put.
So that's what I struggle with.
Yeah.
Really, really struggle with.
I second that statement.
Yeah, so if no one has any further questions,
Or comments.
we probably need to make a motion and decide what we're doing here.
I'll make a motion. So, Mr.
Do we need to do separate ones?
I'm gonna see where you're headed. and then we can-
Individually read LR1, boom. LR2, boom.
Yeah.
LR3,
we can just-
LR4.
Yep, read them off individually, and then,
Okay.
but then you can vote on everything. Now, if we get into a situation where maybe you want to change, we get to a point where we're not voting on it because LR1 should be this and LR2, then we'll start having a separate conversation. But go ahead, and then we'll go from there.
Let's see how it goes. LR1, I move in this matter that the liens be released in consideration of payment of $59,100
If you're going to do that.
within 60 days.
If you're going to do that, you can just say that you move to leave the liens in place.
Yeah, if the intention is to not do any consideration of release, you would just say to take no action.
So for LR1 and LR2,
I believe it's to deny the request, not to take no action.
So the motion is to take no action and leave, which would leave the liens in
Leave the
place
liens
in their
in
full
place.
amount.
Right.
LR1, take no action.
We don't
You'd have to, okay.
So is that, we wouldn't give them the sheet then? Because
They're denied, yes, denying the request, but I
Okay.
don't have the book in front of me to see exactly what it,
I thought take no action meant that it could be considered again at the next hearing.
It can, because it's, or it can be reconsidered in
180 days.
180 days because it's been denied.
Okay.
LR2,
We'll just need it in the form of a motion.
Yeah, I move
I move
that
for LR,
LR2, LR3, and LR.
yeah, I mean, is the intent to take, to not release any of the liens that are being requested?
the first two, take no action, the last two, reduce.
Oh, is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
She's trying to get
Then
there.
you better read them all separately, I would think.
I think
Yeah.
that would be the cleanest way, would be to read them all separately.
Okay.
All right, and we do one at a time.
LR1, I move in this matter that we take no action.
Second?
Second.
We just pause.
Okay, a motion and a second. Vote, please.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait.
No.
Wilson?
Yes.
No, we deferred.
LR2, I move in this matter that we take no action.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on that one.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
LR3, I move in this matter that the liens be released in consideration of $29,550 to be paid within 60 days.
Second.
29,000 what?
100, or excuse me, 29,550.
550?
Yes, it's half the amount.
That's what I thought. 60 days, right?
Yep.
And who seconded?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's vote on that one.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
No.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
No.
LR4, I move in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of $29,550 to be paid within 60 days.
Needs a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second.
Vote?
Oseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
No.
Wait.
No.
Wilson?
No.
We
have a tie.
Yeah, that one's gonna need to be revised.
New motion.
New motion.
Want to have a discussion, or?
Can it be discussed?
We'll need a new motion
And then
for
discuss.
a
Yeah, we can
different,
talk about it.
for a
Before the new
different
motion?
outcome and then.
I
discuss.
can.
What don't you like?
Either you can or I can.
No, I want to know, I
Well,
was asking
No, I
if
voted
I
with
could
you.
ask.
I voted with you.
Okay, so the no votes need to speak up. I voted no because I don't want to release any of them.
Oh, I see.
That's what I figured.
That's where I am.
That's where I was on that one, too.
And I'm the opposite. I think if we're going to ding them as hard as we are on the other ones, that it's okay to be a little kinder on this last one, because we do want to encourage what they're moving forward to do. And I get it, and I get that they blew us off, and I get the whole thing.
So you
But I
want,
still
but
feel
you're
that.
advocating for releasing even more of the lien?
Correct.
Than what she, okay. Just
Correct.
want to make sure I understood what everybody.
And that's kind of sort of why I voted the way I did on the first two, because I thought the last two were going to be significantly less, but they're still steep. So that's why on this last one, I just think we need to be a little.
You trust the first two were correct? Okay.
Why don't I
Okay,
read
Jeff's
something?
going to read something. This is LR4 now.
Yep.
That's what we're on.
I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $25,000 within 60 days.
Second.
Okay, we have 25,060. Vote, please.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson.
No.
Or Brand.
Okay, we've decided various amounts on these liens. The ladies will have paperwork for you, if you could take those with you. For those liens that have not been released, your clients can reapply in 180 days.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming. That was not easy.
Pardon me?
I said, thank you for coming. That was not easy.
Should have spoken a little bit more, I think.
Sorry, 1 moment. 4 separate sheets for each of those.
No, it's good.
Next up, we're going to move to LR 5, property address 5025. Oh, I'm sorry, that's going to push to the next hearing. So LR 5 is going to be heard next month. Oh, I apologize. So next up, we've got LR 6, property address 656 Gray Street South. Current owners are Michael Jurgis and Janet Jurgis. This is related to case number 24-3795 for a short-term rental violation. Total amount of liens in this case are $10,400. A brief summary. May 28th of 24, the June notice of hearing addressed to the owner was returned. So therefore, we posted the notice of hearing at the violation address on June 5th. June 18th, a telephone conversation where we confirmed listing shorter than 30 days had been removed. On June 26th, there was no representation at the hearing. The board provided the city's recommendation of 10 days. At the July 23rd hearing, there was no representation. A lien was certified in the amount of $3,400. And then in August, the listing, we've noticed the listing now showed 30 days or more for rental. I'll go back and look at the evidence in the case, but I would assume that at some point that was changed again to where there was now shorter term rentals being available between the two hearings. August special magistrate hearing, there was no representation. A lien was certified in the amount of $7,000. On September 16th of 24, we noted that there was multiple sites showing that the property was available for 21 nights, 44 reviews shown on VRBO, 45 on Airbnb. On September 23rd, we received an email from the property owner, and then the next day there was a special magistrate hearing. There was no attendance, and a lien was certified in the amount of $5,600. However, that lien was administratively removed, which is why you don't see it on the list here. And then September 27th, we left a message for the property owner, confirmed in December that the 30-night minimum was now set on the advertisement, and then the case was closed. Do you have any evidence of this?
Does anyone have questions for staff?
Just to make sure I understand, Mr. Wall, so on June 18th of 24, we confirmed listings shorter than 30 days have been removed. And then on August 20th, the listing now shows 30 days or more. So I think what I heard you say was you're assuming or you're surmising that in between those dates, there were listings for shorter than 30 days?
Yeah, or review. So that's why I need to go back and I'm going to pull up the screenshots that we have from the evidence that we captured, and then I can get that information to you. But typically, we're only going to bring these cases forward in the enforcement process if the listing remains at less than a monthly term, or between the hearings, we have evidence that they continue to rent it short term, and typically that's going to be a review that says, stayed the weekend, stayed 1 week, whatever the case may be. That would be our evidence to show that the activity was continuing. Even if the rental listing was at 30 days, we still had short-term rentals that were occurring within that time frame.
And just to note, in September of 24, on the 16th, it's noted here that there were multiple sites listing for less than 30 days.
Yep, at that point in time, there was a 21-night minimum that we had evidence of, correct.
So there was additional reviews since the June hearing, and then the investigator captured evidence of calendars being blocked off for short-term stays in July and August and December.
Okay. Got it.
Do we know why the September 24th lien amount was administratively removed?
Find out.
Yeah.
Looks like the owner called and asked for an extension.
Please.
They called the day before.
Well, it might have, I don't know. Does the
You know,
storm
I want to say that there
That's- I thought it might have been a storm.
And again, we'll confirm, but there's been so many of these short-term rental cases lately. I believe it may have had to do with miscommunication potentially, or after we reviewed it based on a call from the owner, we decided that there wasn't sufficient evidence at that point in time, we removed it. That's typically going to be one of the two situations.
Okay.
So, but I can confirm.
If you'll look,
Yep.
we'll talk to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good afternoon. Could I have your names and addresses for the record, please?
Good afternoon, this is Michael Jurgis, 350 First Street Northeast, Hickory, North Carolina, 28601.
Okay, and you, ma'am?
Janet Jurgis, same address, 350 First Street,
All right.
Northeast.
So tell us about your short-term rental.
Well, when we first found out about it, we were, of course, in North Carolina. So I called our property manager, Kathy, and asked her to immediately stop our rentals after I had talked to Anthony Rivers. So that, she stopped it. And then, not known to us, a few weeks later, she said she didn't hear enough back from me, so she went ahead and put it back out there, and we didn't know about it. And it immediately rented 2 times immediately. One was for, I think, 10 nights, and one was for 3 nights. And that's, after I found that out, is when I called her back and said, I don't know why you did this. I asked you to stop our short-term rentals, only have monthly rentals. So she restopped it then, and all the ones you're seeing after August of 2024, anybody that's come in, whether it's been a week or 2 or what, have only been our friends and have not paid a dime. That's all been just free on us. So we actually haven't rented it. And I have testimonies from all of them that have been there. And they do leave reviews because I ask them to.
But you use the website to block the dates out.
She does.
That's
She
the
does.
company iTrip that manages the property.
Because I think in your
But-
write-up, you said you're aware of at least
But-
2 times, 2 incidents.
2 times.
After you got
After-
dinged of
right.
doing a short-term rental, and then you're saying all the other rentals weren't rentals, were to friends for free.
Right.
Well-
All of them.
So I still struggle with the input here, maybe the city can help with this. On September 16th, which is after the date you just quoted, it says the property was advertised on multiple sites for 21 nights. And there are 44 reviews on VRBO. 45 on Airbnb. So why was it being, unless that's an incorrect
That has
statement?
That has to be incorrect.
That is over the 5 years that we have 45 reviews.
No, but it says on September 16th of 2024, which is after the date you said you stopped, and even after the 2 inadvertent short terms, it says it's still being advertised for 21 nights. Is that right, Mr. Waugh? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the screenshots now. That's what, yeah, the lien release, or the
Well, if that's the case, I mean,
summary.
what's
yeah,
going on?
provides. So,
And I had a question. You mentioned, and maybe I misheard, let me clarify. You mentioned when you had your friends and family stay for free, you still had them provide a review?
Yeah, I mean, we still ask them to write a review.
Yeah, they do.
But why have them provide a review if you weren't planning to rent it out for?
We're still a monthly rental.
Oh, so somebody could do a monthly rental, so the reviews would help. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
I'm still hung up on this September 16th statement here from the city.
Well, the scenario is what she described, it's just the dates are different.
Yeah.
Correct.
It sounds like to me that she's got her dates different than what we have in the record.
I have what my property
Said
owner sent
that
me.
she had
on her
told the
records.
property manager to stop, and the property manager said she didn't hear anything back, so she put it back.
Yeah, but I thought I also heard her just now testify that it was August when she finally made the connection with the property manager the second time and said, look, I told you not to do this.
Right.
And she
So-
said, after that, there were no more rentals,
Right, so
except for friends.
I think,
Right.
think maybe she got her dates wrong.
Maybe, and that's just the paper she sent me.
Yeah, so
Just going by what she said.
Maybe September instead of
Maybe.
August.
Yeah, per the notes, this was entered in on September 16th. This is from the area supervisor. Property continues to be advertised for 21 nights on multiple websites. VRBO, iTrip, Airbnb, 44 reviews on VRBO with last review in July. 45 reviews on Airbnb with last review in August. So those were the specific entries.
What was the date there? That was the.
September 16th.
September 16th. And then on September 23rd, we received an email from the property owner probably saying, what?
I don't know what it said.
I think it was
Yes.
in response to the notice of hearing.
Looking at that, the administrative removal of the lien, that information being brought to us, likely right before or at the day of the hearing, not getting that information, reviewing it, that's why we decided to administratively remove that other lien once that additional details were brought to us. And then since then, we have not seen the property in violation.
So I think the owner just misspoke. She meant to say September instead of August.
Yeah.
Because that looks like when all of this went down
Kinda
was
went,
September.
yeah. I had another question. Do you also go by the name Libby? And I'm just asking because the record. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, is there a third owner?
LIBBA. It's short for Elizabeth.
No worries, thank you.
So if I'm reading what you submitted correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think you guys admit the short-term rentals continued after, unbeknownst to you, but you're also asking for a lien reduction, not an elimination. And you're saying you'll still pay, what was it, 2,000, 3,000?
Or, I mean, actually, it did rent for those 13 days after, so we were willing to just take it down to the 200 for the 13 days that we were in violation. We're not asking for a whole total wipeout, because we realize it did happen.
Right. Asking to pay how much then?
Well,
200 times 13, I think is.
yeah,
what
the
basic-
violation is for 7 days, and then 7, 8, 10, I'm sorry, 10 days.
Something like
So
It-
$2,500.
It was 10 days. A week and then 3 days.
Okay, 10 total days.
Yeah,
So
10 total nights.
let's read it and see
I'll
what we
read
are.
something.
Okay.
I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $2,500 within 60 days.
Second.
Okay, so 2,500 within 60 days, any discussion? Let's vote.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, the board has moved that if you can pay $2,500 within 60 days,
Okay.
that the lien will be released.
Okay.
The ladies will have paperwork for you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you.
It's refreshing.
Uh-oh, sorry.
The information is gonna be right there.
All right, next up, we have LR7, property address 6400 4th Street North. Current owner is 6400 Investment Properties LLC. I believe we have Mr. David Landers here to represent the property. The liens in this are associated with case number 23-2992 for an exterior wall violation. The total amount of liens in the case are $5,600. Brief summary, the April notice, or the May notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was returned as unclaimed, so we posted the notice of hearing at the violation address on May 5th. There was the public hearing on May 24th. There was no representation. Board provided the city's recommendation of 25 days. That brought it back to the June 27th magistrate meeting. There was no attendance. A lien was certified in the amount of $1,800. On July 18th, met with office staff and gave a business card with our contact information for Dr. Landers. July 25th, there was attendance at the special magistrate meeting. The magistrate provided a 45-day extension. September, October, there was no representation. Liens in the amount of $18,200 and $5,600 were certified. Then there was the November meeting where there was representation and the lien was extended by 60 days. That brought it back to the January 2024 meeting where there was no representation. The lien was certified in the amount of $18,200. February 6th, we had a telephone conversation with Dr. Landers regarding the lien release process. And then the case was deferred to permits in the February, April, and June meetings. That brought it back to the August 27th meeting where it was not deferred. An additional lien was certified in the amount of $46,550. And then September 24th, there was no representation. A lien was certified in the amount of $5,600. January 21st, the staff recommended deferral once again to city process. And then the case was closed on February 12th. I'm trying to see if there was any additional information in the packet regarding the lien.
Quick question, Mr. Wall?
Yes, sir.
Did you explain, and I just missed it, why all these numbers don't add up to $5,600?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to look at right now. I think there may have been.
I'm not great at math, but I
Yeah.
can do that bit.
I'm okay with that.
Louisiana math.
Jeez.
I'll gladly pay you
Do you have the
Tuesday.
other paper?
For a hamburger today.
Yeah, do you have it?
Nice try.
I think it's a typo.
Because we're looking at significant change here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at quite a bit of difference.
Me.
Missing a couple of digits.
Yeah, think?
Yeah, because these were actually recorded.
Oh, it just didn't total. The Excel sheet didn't total.
95,000.
Yeah.
All the lien amounts are there. The Excel sheet just didn't formulate the sum.
95,950.
Oh,
Nice.
Sorry, what?
95,950.
Thank you, Beatrice.
You're
No proofing there.
Okay.
That was a
I put all the right amounts.
So, we good? Anybody have more questions for?
No, I thought there was a
Alright.
math problem there, that's all.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we do have these sometimes where a payment is made and then there's only the outstanding. So that's what I was checking to make sure that that wasn't the case. But yeah, it looks like the Excel just did not add up the totals.
Okey-doke. Good afternoon, sir. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
David Landers, 800 Whedon Drive, St. Pete, Florida, 33702.
Okay. And you are the owner of?
Yes, ma'am.
6400 4th Street? Okay. So, tell us a little bit about what went on here. Because it looks like, and you are Dr. Landers, is that?
I'm David. I don't like titles.
All right. This is your building.
Yes, ma'am.
You have offices there?
Veterinary office, yes, ma'am.
So from reading what you had to say about it in the explanation, it looked like maybe you had a difference of opinion as to what,
It started that way, but it's hard to argue with the city when they have their mind made up.
well, see, here's my problem. It looks like it took you 2 years to do what you needed to do, which is why the liens are so drastic.
Well, there was no ill will. It was what started with a difference in definition. If you ever wandered down North 4th Street, that building that had the angled glass structure on the front of it that blinded you, right? That was what was in the point of contention. Eric said it's windows. I said not really. I had an architect, Joe Lackey, write a letter to you and say it's an architectural feature. There's a wall behind it, and it has windows that are intact. So regardless, I had to settle with what you said was a window, and I needed to correct it. So the next bottleneck was finding an architect, which Joe was already engaged with the letter. So I used him to draw up plans and come up with a permittable option, which was the bottleneck. It took a while to get the permits. And Eric Hervella and I were talking quite a bit during all this, and he said once you get the thing permitted, and maybe I misunderstood him, I had several conversations to the effect that he said once you get it permitted, you're still going to get fined. Just come to this meeting and ask for forgiveness, because there was nothing that could have been changed other than coming here every month or 2 months and asking for an extension that was going to change the way the outcome was going to go.
So the original problem was that some of the glass was broken?
The hurricanes, yeah. I mean, the building was built in 1980, 81. So there's tiny little ledge that these 1,000-pound panes of glass rested on, and when the hurricanes rattled them out, they started to just daisy chain down.
Yeah, but this was started in 2023 before the hurricane.
No, there was a hurricane then too. There was not just one that hit it and removed the panes of glass. Each pane of glass was $2,000. So I went back and forth on what do I do, and one of the options that somebody came up with was just take them all out. But then that wouldn't have solved the problem, because if I'm missing one, would it be any different if I missed 40?
Is that how many there were, 40?
Approximately. So what I did with the general contractor was come up with a plan to renovate the whole facade. St. Pete would be happy that it's a newer look, it's not a 1980s look, that nobody would be blinded when they drove by. So the permit came out, and then the general contractor, which is a friend of mine, Chuck Adair at Wallace and Associates, he got too busy, and he was waiting, and I was waiting, and he was waiting, so he couldn't fit me into his schedule. So I abandoned Chuck and went to a different architect and a different GC firm, and the decision, only because I knew this was a weight on my shoulders, was get rid of it with a demo only. So we reduced the original permit down to demo only, and we just removed the entire steel structure, windows and all. So they're gone, and it's now got GC fencing around it, waiting for the rest of the permit to get approved, which is to really improve the facade. I mean, the last estimate I got was $1.5 million to improve this. So it sucks, but you know, you got to spend money to make money.
So what do you think is fair?
Ooh, that's like an interview question.
What's your biggest weakness?
Yeah, right. I'm too honest. That's, I mean, knowing that I have a big nut to crack with building and renovating this, I'd hope that you're really, really in a good mood.
It's really late.
I know. I want to go home too, right? I've been watching this thinking, how do y'all do this every day?
But can I ask a question?
You absolutely can, but let him answer mine first.
Okay. Oh, I was hoping he would divert.
Yours.
So what do you think is fair?
Not 90, what would you say it was?
$5,950.
Not that.
Not that.
Yeah. That's, I mean, look, I'm a veterinarian. I'm not a real doctor. I don't make gobs of money. I'm trying my best to improve the city's street and employ 30-something employees. So hitting me with 95,000 and change would hurt.
So
what kind of a number would not hurt?
Oh, like a $20? I'm joking.
Reasonably. Reasonably.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't. I'd love it to be zero, quite honestly, but you're probably not going to accept that number. And but I don't know what the fair number is.
Jules, what did you want to ask?
Well, my question is, just a minute ago, you said we couldn't do anything short of coming here every month to ask for more time. I don't think that's that hard of a thing to do. You could have come here or sent someone. You didn't even have to come here yourself, because I know
did.
you're probably very busy.
Well-
You could have come, hold on, you could have come to all these meetings that you didn't, no one came to, asked for an extension, and maybe the number wouldn't be $95,000 today. But you made it sound like, well, short of this huge burden of having to come to this meeting once a month, I couldn't do anything about it. I disagree. You could have sent someone to the meeting once a month, and we might not have anything to talk about today. Because you could have got an extension every time you come. All you had to do is say, look, I have these plans, I'm working through all these issues, just like you just explained to us. If you'd have done that once a month, we probably wouldn't even be here. But that was too burdensome for you, evidently.
No, I disagree.
That's what you said.
No, well, maybe I misspoke. What I was told by Eric was, you don't have to come to these meetings anymore. And so I took that as, come to this meeting, once the permit's closed, the renovations have been done, and the problem was resolved. The other thing is, I've got 4 young graduates that, I mean, they don't do as much as I do. I'm the gray beard in the family there, right? So there were several meetings where I had full intentions of coming, and something popped up. Not too busy to come to you, that's not what I'm saying, but it's challenging when I've got cats to herd, literally sometimes.
So I just want to echo something that another fellow board member said earlier. If you were here at all earlier today, you saw very low-income people. We're holding them to account, forcing them to come. I mean, we saw a few people today in scrubs. You know, they took time off work, I'm assuming. We've actually, during my time on the board, we've actually had a City of St. Pete employee have to come before the board. I hear you about things coming up, but that's hard.
When the codes investigator says, don't worry about coming.
I know. Trust but verify.
And that's something that Eric and I have talked about multiple times, like, are you serious? I don't need to come to these. And he goes, no, there's nothing that's going to change. So.
You wouldn't have been leaned.
I'm sorry?
Other than you wouldn't have been leaned.
Well, very true.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wasn't part of that conversation. I'm not sure exactly what was said, if it could have been misinterpreted. You know, once a lien gets certified, usually the first question that gets asked is, how do I take care of this? Right? It's once you bring it into compliance, you will have the opportunity to come before the board and ask for partial or full release of that lien. Now, if that was taken as, don't worry about coming until you're finally in compliance, you know, I would certainly hope none of my staff would communicate it in that manner.
But Mr. Wall.
Yeah.
Every time one of these liens is certified, like, I'll pick one. On September 26th of 2023, there was a lien certified for $18,200. Was Mr. Landers notified of that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so, no big deal?
Oh, no. Every one of those came with, nearly every one of those came with a conversation with Eric, again, between us, saying, what am I needing to do? And he would rehearse the whole thing again. He would basically say, these meetings are going to be,
I guess it's that we're 9.
No, I think it was a miscommunication.
That's what he's saying.
No, I think I got to take him for his word, and I don't think Eric's going to say not show up to a meeting, right? So this clearly is a miscommunication.
Yeah, again, I'm not being part of those conversations. I'm not going to try to guess what was said or what was not said, how it was interpreted. Obviously, there was a misunderstanding because, to everybody's point, you show up to the meetings. There's a way to get the liens extended to where they don't get certified. Understandably, that might be inconvenient, but
On August the 27th of 2024, there was a lien certified for $46,550. That would have got my attention.
He was still operating under the premise that he could come here and get them released.
Yep, I got it.
So,
I mean,
let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a fairly large building. Does your practice incorporate all of the building, or do you have other tenants that you're getting rent from?
No, it's just my practice. The upstairs is empty, and that's the reason, well, part of the reason I wanted a permit to fix up the upstairs and get somebody in there.
You can get tenants.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't have any other income coming in other than your practice?
That's correct.
I can go ahead and try. Are we ready to do it?
Yeah.
All right. I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of the payment of $45,000 within 60 days.
Second.
Wow, that's high.
I think that's way too much. I'd take a 0 off it. I just think I'm not hearing from him that he's not doing anything. I mean, it's a miscommunication. I gotta trust him for what he's saying. I mean, granted, I don't think he walks out of here with 0, but 45 grand, that's like kind of what we did to that.
I kind of like the lien
developer.
that was certified for 5,600 myself.
Wow.
I was thinking 5 or 6 or 7.
Just my opinion.
We can vote it down.
We can vote, yeah.
And just to justify where I came up with that, there has not been any suggestion that he wasn't aware he had to pay something. It was just, I'm gonna have to pay it when I'm done. I don't know that there was ever an expectation of there's a walk.
No, I think what he thought was that he could come here and get them released.
Yeah.
Yeah, or at least have a
That's
discussion.
Okay.
what
That
it
was the
sounds like.
interpretation.
All right.
Mr. Landers, how many people do you employ in your practice?
Approximately 30.
30 people.
Ignorance of the law is not an excuse to break the law or to not be informed of what it is.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and vote this out, and we'll see where we are.
Sure.
Okay.
We're ready, Paige.
Oseklis?
No.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
No.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Wait.
No.
Wilson?
No. Okay. So now we need a different motion.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to somebody.
I'll read some.
I'll read something. Oh, okay. I move in this matter that the liens be released in consideration of payment of $5,600 to be paid within 45 days.
Second.
Okay, so the new motion is $5,600 within 45 days. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Bruning? Oh, sorry, not Bruning. Schneider?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
No.
Wait.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. And my count it passed.
That passed, yeah.
It passed.
All right, sir.
To write it
so
all by hand.
If you can do 5,600 in 45 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Go and sin no more.
I will not.
The ladies will have paperwork for you.
Thank you very much.
Next case, please.
So next up, we have
12th of July.
LR8. Property address is 2838 First Avenue South. I do not see Mr. Lopez in the audience, so I'm assuming that he is not here to represent the property. So we can move on to LR9.
And these are the ones that we're reading individually?
Yes.
Same thing as the number 5. They'll just probably get pushed next month if they're not heard.
So just wanted, before I read these in, a little bit of information. So there is a active case that is still out there under this owner, but they have a contract to demo the property and their demo permits have been submitted. Understanding the delays that are occurring in permitting, I did not want to prevent them from appearing here today, knowing that they already had their permit process, they had a contract that they provided to us to assure us that as soon as that gets approved, they're gonna have that last property demolished and there would be no more active cases. So that was an administrative decision that I made, but I just wanted to let the board know that, you know, there's things in place. It's just that I felt like the city process of taking longer did not justify waiting, you know, making them wait to come back, and the board could take that into consideration as they heard the cases.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're gonna start with LR9. Property address is 2538 16th Avenue South. Current owners, Community Service Foundation, Inc. And the liens in this case are associated with case number 24-4579. Total amount of liens is $5,550. Violations for exterior walls, fascia and soffit disrepair, roof disrepair, and fence wall hedge maintenance. Rundown of the case history. So the June notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner was returned and signed, but it was illegible. We posted the notice of hearing at the violation address on June 7th. June 26th, public hearing. There was no representation. Board provided the city's recommendation of 25 days. That brought it back to the August special magistrate hearing where there was no attendance and the lien in the amount of $5,550 was certified. And then the case was closed on August 31st. And we have Ms. Lynn Vallone here to represent the property.
Yes, sir. Okay. So could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. Lynn Vallone, 1962 58th Street North, St. Petersburg, 33760.
Okay, and what is your connection to Community Service Foundation?
I am the asset manager.
So, something happened and you missed 2 hearings on this.
Yes, unfortunately, I do see there was a couple of hearings where I did miss those, and that was in the process of us trying to clean up some properties for which we acquired in 2019. I do have, if I could pass on to the board here, a statement of our organization as well as my response to each and every one of these 3 leases, three liens that we're trying to get released. May I pass that to the board?
If you would like to see it, you certainly can. We'll just have our,
Want to see
one of
this?
our clerks.
No?
Thank you.
I think rather than go through that, because that's going to take us even more.
Yeah, I can give you a synopsis of it. Yes.
Tell us what Community Service Foundation does briefly.
Yes.
And then let us know what your plans are for this particular property.
Okay. Alrighty. So Community Service Foundation is established in 1957 over in Largo as well as Safety Harbor. In turn, the Spivey organization created the nonprofit organization, and they serviced low-income families and individuals. And they've been doing that for the last 67 years. We continue on their practice providing affordable housing to all low-income families and individuals.
So do you rehab homes, or do you demolish and build new ones? Are you hooked up?
That is where we're getting to that, correct. Yes, so in September 6th, 9th of 2019, we engaged purchasing 35 properties here in South St. Pete alone. Okay. We spent over $1.1 million in the last 5 years to renovate those homes that were severely neglected, to enhance the life for these families.
Okay, so you rehab the homes, then what happens? You sell them?
No, we retain the existing residents. Or in turn, if the existing residents have moved on, we find another family that is low income. We work with the 50, the 60, the 80, and the 120 AMI. 90% of our profile is between 50 and 80.
You rent them?
Yes, we rent them out. Mm-hmm.
Chair, if I may, there's actually one of these homes across the street from my house, and I know that because the CEO was doing a tour post-hurricane and chatted with them, and the woman that lives there is quite wonderful and very nice, so just that's my limited connection. I am familiar with you.
Right.
Thank you.
I actually know a little about this organization as well, but I wanted her to explain what their mission is and what they do, because it's important that we understand that.
Are you a nonprofit?
Yes, we are a 501(c)(3) since 1957.
Then how do you get your money?
We in turn regulate, we try to keep the affordable housing in a income level for our residents, in turn keep our expenses low. We have a lot of organizations within the Pinellas County that work closely with us. They either donate material or time to help us renovate these homes. I even have Abe's Restaurant, if y'all familiar. He's one of our largest donors. He helps us in the construction end because he has a construction company. So we do network with anyone in Pinellas County. Cam Roofing donates roofs as needed. Go ahead.
You mentioned you had spent, or the organization had spent a million something on.
Correct.
35 properties.
Mhm.
In South Pinellas. Is that literally cash that you paid? And
Yes.
I think what
Yes.
my colleague's question is where do you get $1 million in cash?
We have a Regions Bank, which is our endowment.
You have an endowment.
We have an endowment from the Spivey organization, along with the reinvestment of any properties for which we may sell, goes into our Vanguard investment account. We borrow that capital funds to maintain our properties. Our biggest goal was in 2019 when we expand from Clearwater, Largo, over here to St. Pete, was to take care of our residents. We needed the funds, we had the funds, and we maintain it. Ed Thebe, our executive director, he's a great grant person. He goes after those grants. The one thing that is hindering us now is because of these. It's hard for us to apply for any grants because we have been trying to get in front of you, the board, for the past year. But due to the violations that kept coming up, it kept postponing us. So with the blessing of the officer over there was able to move forward regarding Kingston, we thank you very much.
So, then your income stream is from renting these out?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Your income stream is from renting out these rehab properties?
Yes, majority of we're Section 8, acceptable Section 8. We maximize that with them as well. We pass each and every one of their housing, and if there is a violation, that's addressed within 5 business days.
Right. So, what do you think is fair?
We are asking for the grace of y'all to please release 100% the total $15,005, so we can keep moving forward with our St. Pete projects.
Okay, well,
Because every penny counts.
see what the board has to say about that.
Are we doing these one at a time?
Yes, we're doing these one.
They're all different addresses.
There's a couple of meetings you missed. Why?
Unfortunately, I did not receive a notice, and that's on my neglect, not your board members. Most likely it was delivered to our business office, but from the postmaster to my office, to my desk, it did not make it. And I do apologize.
You think it was lost internally somewhere?
I'm gonna say it was lost on behalf of me. I'm gonna state that. I don't like pushing blaming fingers.
And I had a question. So on this one that we're looking at first, there were violations on these properties. Or on this particular property, there were violations.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that your policy is, and I am very familiar with your program. I use them all the time. I use them as referrals all the time. But there was clearly some problems with it, with one of your properties. It didn't get addressed. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this was a tenant complaint where they called code enforcement. Code enforcement came out and found violations, so that clearly had gone by it past the 5 days you said you get things remedied. So now you've got a problem with the house that's in disrepair.
Can you specify which case?
Sure, the very first one, the property address was 2538 16th Avenue South.
2538 16th Avenue South.
And there's 4 violations on that property. And they're
Looks like
pretty,
it took you 7 months to get it fixed.
Yeah, it was created in March of '24, and it was closed in October.
Yes, in turn, we in turn address those issues. The city actually is the one, city code enforcement, Ms. Patrina Miller, is the one that cited us with the violations. We addressed the violations in a timely manner, and we communicated with her. That is what I was trying to present here, is because it has my emails, time, date, and stamp to her regarding our communications. She in turn was supposed to have closed that out at the time of visit, but she found one other thing, which was the foam on the seal of the soffit was overextended. She asked for me to get that removed. Very next day, we removed it. I notified her and sent her a picture as well.
Okay, and what was the date on your email?
I apologize.
What was the date on that email?
The date on that email was see here. Communication to Patrina Miller was September 9th of 2024. All items were completed as of April 2024, for the exception restoring the back fence on August 2024. The reason why the back fence was the property owner behind us. They had a bunch of debris coming into our property. We've made several attempts with them to please get it off our property line so we can fix this. They kept ignoring us, so we pushed it and we sealed it.
Does anyone have any further questions? We need a motion.
I move that in this matter, the liens be released in their entirety.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to release the liens in their entirety. Any discussion?
For LR9 only.
For LR9.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only concern that I have is that we don't even recover the expenses to be sitting here today. I was gonna suggest $50, but if you wanna eat the whole thing, the city can eat the
Well,
whole
we
thing.
have a few more to come still.
Yeah.
From the
Two
same.
Right.
other opportunities is what he's saying.
To recover down the road.
It's a target-rich environment.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Okay.
Did anybody second?
I did.
You did, okay.
So let's vote this out and see where we are.
Seklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, one down.
All right, next up, LR 10, property address 2135 14th Street South, current owner Community Service Foundation, Inc. This is related to case number 21-20476. It's for a hazardous tree violation. Total amount of liens $4,500. On August 31st of 21, we received an email regarding the tree dropping branches, send it to Urban Forestry to determine the status of the tree. On March 12th of 22, we received an email from the property manager disputing ownership of the parcel, and we had left a phone message for them. The March 22nd notice of hearing was addressed to the owner, was returned and signed by Ms. Malone. We also posted the notice of address, or excuse me, the notice at the hearing. Wow. We also posted the notice of hearing at the violation address on April 12th. At the April 27th meeting, there was no attendance. The board provided the city's recommendation of 25 days. June 21st, special magistrate meeting, there was no attendance. The lien was certified in the amount of $4,500. The July meeting, there was attendance. The lien was extended by 45 days, and then the case was closed September 22nd of 22.
So we'll need your name and address for the record again, please.
Lynn Valone, 1962 58th Street North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33760.
Okay, so in this instance, Ms. Valone, what happened here? Looks like it took you over a year to get the tree fixed?
Well, it took us over a year to just even confirm that we owned 2135. If you look at the property appraisal district, you'll see our 1411 22nd Avenue, which is the number that was submitted as far as the appraisal number, is for that address, not 2135 14th Avenue. Upon closing in September of 2019, I went through the closing reports. That address was not even part of our closing, which I have a copy of it. Okay. So once we discovered that 100% we owned that lot, immediately September 8th, the tree came down of 2023, payment to the contractor February 9th of 2023. $1,600 was paid to a contractor to get that tree removed.
2023?
I'm sorry. September, I'm reversing my numbers. February 9th of 2023. We confirmed in December of 2022 that that lot was physically owned by CSF. Immediately, we got the contractors involved.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The code's case was initiated was August 26th of
2021.
The date that the violation was closed was September 22nd of '22.
Right.
Right.
So we're a little confused that you didn't
Well-
take care of until '23.
Correct, because of the communications that I was sending back to the city regarding of non-ownership and to confirm that ownership.
I got a question for the city. How could, I mean, if those dates are correct that she's quoting, how could the case be closed before the issue was resolved?
Tree company then.
She paid a tree company in '23. The case was closed in September of '22. She said they didn't acknowledge ownership of the lot until when?
December of 2022.
After the case was closed.
Let me pull up the case history. Give me one moment.
Give us a minute.
Of course.
While they're looking that up, just help me. Yeah, that's the one Joe mentioned. Help me understand, why did it take a year for you to figure out you own the property? It kind of lost me on that.
Yes, what we had done is we went through our closing documents as well, reached out to the prior owner. Apparently the 2 lots is what was part of the closing, but with one address. The city has another address, which is the one that was presented to me, of 2135. It's not on record anywhere.
Wow.
And that's the reason why we had to look at the lot sizes, look at the diagrams, and even Pinellas County Appraisal District does not even acknowledge 2135
So it's on all one parcel number under the other.
under the 1411 22nd Avenue. And I disputed that in the beginning, and then, of course, started researching more. Once we confirmed we owned it, we dished out that $1,600.
And so what else happened here that, again, you missed hearings? Were you not getting notices? What?
I am not going to say anything negative on the post office or anything. Most likely, it was an oversight on my behalf of researching.
Here's my.
That's correct.
You've got 50 properties and you're not getting notices. Have you changed processes within your office?
No, they're supposed to come to the front door, post stamp it, and then place it on my desk. There is no change on the process. Again, I cannot testify as far as what happened to them, for the exception of my neglect on that.
Okay, but with 50 properties, we're concerned.
And yes, ma'am. And I understand that.
Okay.
And in turn, we were addressing each and every one of the violations that were popping up since we purchased the properties in 2019.
I understand you
Yeah.
bought a lot of properties and it was like whack-a-mole for a little while.
Yes, it was. But again, your time is just as valuable as anybody else's. So yes.
Yeah, I think I do remember a case in here where the address was in dispute. There was one address from this.
They had
apartment,
split a
there's
lot 20
different
years
ad-
ago.
So that, I
Yeah.
can definitely see how that can happen. I was just curious how the city closed the case before they.
Yeah, so there's a note in the case that the arborist determined that the tree was now not in violation. I haven't seen that before, so I don't know. I'm looking through my emails now to see if there's any additional communication. I mean, there are times where our city arborist will reevaluate a tree, especially if it's a certain number of months later, if
Okay.
it's in a healthier condition. So it's certainly possible, but if that's the case, then
Did it save $1,600? Is that what you're saying?
not, maybe, I mean, I'm sure based on what I can see in the photographs that the tree needed to come down eventually, but certainly we would have been,
It's not worth it. Okay.
we would have administratively removed this lien that is currently against the property, because if our arborists changed their determination,
Yeah.
there would have been nothing to
be
move
no
forward with. Yeah, I don't see, excuse me, that communication in the case as far as an email or anything from the arborist that makes that determination. So I don't have that specific documentation. And then just from an address standpoint, I mean, this is a, property appraiser, you type in the parcel number, which the parcel numbers are on the notices that we provide. Our system has a different address than the property appraiser does, but the parcel number is exactly
the same. You know, they put it on the avenue, we put it on the street, basically. But if you looked at that parcel and you put it in property appraiser, it would pull up the location and show them as the owners. I can remember having that conversation from 3 years ago, but I do not remember the conversation about the arborist changing their determination. But in light of that, I think it would be appropriate, based on the notes that are in the case, to just go ahead and, instead of us administratively removing the lien, you all could just do that right now in its entirety, and all the paperwork would just be done at one point in time.
Okay. So somebody want to read something?
LR 10. I move in this matter that the lien in the amount of $4,500 be released in its entirety.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
O'Suckles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wait?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. 2 down. 1 to go.
Thank you.
Ready when you are, Mr. Wall.
Still trying to untangle that last one, but I'll save that for a later time so we can all get out of here.
That's homework.
Bored out next.
He's gonna wake up and write notes.
It's late. We're all getting.
Where are we? We're on 10, correct?
11.
11. Oh, I'm trying to go back.
We don't want to do 10 over.
Yeah, sorry.
Come on.
All right, LR 11, 1670 19th Avenue South, current owner Community Service Foundation, Inc. Total amount of liens $5,550, associated with case number 24-5519, landscaping violation and a fence wall and hedge maintenance violation. The notice of hearing was returned, the signature was not legible, posted the notice of hearing at the violation address on June 7th. There was no representation at the June 26th meeting. Board provided 25 days. The lien was certified at the following hearing in August, and then the case was closed on September 13th of 24.
Mr. Wall, what was that 9/11/24 left telephone message for property manager?
I imagine that was notifying them that the case was going to be closed, considering it was closed 2 days later.
So, may we have your name and address one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Lynn Valone, 1962 58th Street North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33760.
Thank you.
Yes.
So what can you tell us about this one?
Unfortunately, this one here is our tenant failed to maintain the yard as per his lease agreement. He's a Section 8 voucher. We in turn sent him proper notices saying you're in violation of your lease, as well as we notified St. Pete Housing Authority in addition that he's in violation. Officer Gordon, Carl Gordon, did show up on site, put a little post on this lawn post stating regarding the violation. We in turn completed the work on August 20th, addressing the fence line as well as cleaning up the yard. Informed Officer Carl Gordon, Code Enforcement, via email on September 5th. I did arrive here on September 24th at 8:30 a.m. The front desk clerk informed me at 8:10 a.m. that the case had been closed and that there was no need to attend.
Okay, so the fines that you got, the liens that happened on August 27th.
Mm-hmm.
So that was before.
Yep, it was before all the stuff you just told us.
It was.
Correct, and the work was completed on August 20th.
I know, but
I'm sorry?
if
When did you notify the city that the work was complete?
September 5th,
That was after the.
after the 27th. Mm-hmm. Correct.
And because no one attended the hearing.
It went to a lien.
And by the way, on LR9, at that same exact meeting, there was another $5,500 lien. So you had $11,000 worth of liens at that one meeting that you missed.
That is correct. And again, I was seeing the notice here to appear on September
So if your tenant doesn't comply within the 5 days to correct the violation.
Oh,
Do you step in?
Our tenant has 7 days to correct the issue, to take care of it. Huh?
Tenant gets 7 if
The tenant gets 7 days to correct the issue.
Okay.
Ladies,
And
you need to speak into the microphone.
I tried to do that.
yes, we do give our tenants, because we understand that they are under strain, and we're hoping that they can get the issue addressed. Technically, 7 days after that, that's when I drive the property again, still see that it's high. I contact our lawn care company and schedule it to be done.
You said you do that?
Yes, I do. I drive the properties. I take all the photos.
So
I investigate these.
And if they're Section 8, you report them to the housing authority?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. Anytime we send any violations out, we report it to the housing authority.
What does the housing authority do?
All they do, what they do is just send them an email saying if you do not correct the violations, you're in jeopardy of losing your voucher.
Cure notice. Yeah, they
So
give a cure notice.
what took so long between getting the work done on August 20th and then sending notification on September 5th? Why, it's almost 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, the work was completed on August 20th, but me sending an email, what is that, 15 days later, is due to me not sending it on the 21st.
And just so the board,
That's the only thing I can,
the last inspection that we have documented prior to that hearing in August was August 16th. So if the testimony is accurate that they were corrected on the 20th, if we would have driven by there between the 20th and the hearing, it would have, and confirmed that it was closed, it would have been pulled from the hearing, so.
Bad time.
You're saying it would have been closed then, prior to the 27th magistrate meeting?
Yeah, if in fact it would have been in compliance at the time, we confirmed that it would have been in compliance.
And you're saying you didn't do that?
The last time that we were at the property prior to the hearing was August 16th. So there's based on the testimony, there's a chance that that was in compliance prior to that hearing. Just the inspection.
Just after the 16th?
Correct.
When you guys drove by?
Correct.
Got it.
In preparation for the meeting, yeah.
Understand. But still, I mean, they're getting notices about these meetings.
Yeah.
And they're not coming.
No.
It's important that you come to the meetings.
As we just saw in the previous case, people blow us off,
Yep.
and then they come here and just say, yep, they'll just give us a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think that's what happened here, but I get your point.
well, missed 3 meetings.
and you are correct.
Missed 3 meetings. Here's an outside observation, kind of not related to this. I don't know if you got, it just seems like maybe some process improvements on organization internally might be needed. And this is, maybe you're just taking on too much, but just, you've missed 3 meetings over the last couple years. These are big deals for us, right? A lot of record keeping, a lot of people on Mr. Waugh's team, right, having to maintain and watch what's going on, drive by your property. That's money spent by the city. So maybe there's something to look at internally as you walk away from this, like, how do I organize better? How do we do things a little differently that then allows you to kind of you got a lot of properties, right? And that's why I asked, are you driving by? You're like, yeah, I'm driving by. Then you're coming here. So I'm just concerned, how can you guys really manage all
Manage it. My 2 new associates that I hired less than 6 months ago.
Good. So just,
The board has been able to give us funding for me to get a staff.
so it's great what you guys do, right?
So, and they understand the stress level that it takes to maintain these properties.
Yeah.
So they have funded us, they have done what they can, grants, fundraisers, our golf event every year, trying to get money into the organization. They have granted me these 2 beautiful, lovely ladies. This is now my financial manager over here, and this is my housing manager.
Perfect.
I'm glad they're here to see this.
Yes, and that's the reason why I told them, I said, y'all need to come, because if I can't go to court, you're going.
It's always good to spread the pain.
Okay, so we need to read something.
I can take a cut.
Okay.
I move that in this matter, the lien be released in its entirety.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Let's vote.
Osaklis,
No.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Henshaw,
No.
Wait,
No.
Wilson,
No.
not pass.
It's time to pay the devil his due.
Yep.
Somebody else take a crack at it.
Pound of flesh.
Al is.
Oh, do you want to make a motion?
No.
I can't.
Good.
Oh, no.
I'm good.
Your partner next to you.
Good.
Hasn't done one all day.
A sidekick.
I'm good.
I move that in this matter, the liens be released and consideration of payment of $500 within 45 days for LR 11.
Second.
Okay, so we have a proposal for $500 within 45 days. Any discussion?
And you all know why I did that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we can vote.
Sorry, we don't have a line. I have to handwrite it.
Oh. Too many.
Oseckless,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes.
Waite,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. Okay, now it's time to pay the piper. $500, please, within 45 days.
Yes, ma'am.
The ladies will have paperwork for you.
Very good. I appreciate y'all's time and consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you do.
And I hope to work in a partnership with your organization for all our residents here and extending.
We hope we don't have to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to see you either, except out there at events.
Goodbye and good luck.
Thank y'all for your time. Appreciate y'all.
And that closes our May 25th,
Yes,
May
there's only like two.
2025 code enforcement lien release here.
Do you want me to just give you those
Don't you
white
think,
copies?
Jules, we're getting out early?
I don't know, I wasn't here last month, so.
Oh,
I'm gonna
It was hard last week.
it was hard.
It was very short for a
was
skeleton crew here.
6 p.m.
And there was only really like two of us to read, so it was every other one we were just rotating. That's why I didn't want to read today. I was like,
we have
I read
finished
all
our
last
hearing.
month.
I did my time.
I did my time.
I did my time. I did it. You
Let's encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
The
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximum Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trails, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanics / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
Well, we just finished Move with the Mayor, which was a mile walk around downtown St. Pete, really sponsored by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and Healthy St. Pete, of course, right here in our city, to stress wellness and the link between mental health and physical health.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so it's important that we do things like this, and we're happy that we have administrative support and the city to come in and celebrate with us.
We went for a walk with the mayor. Yeah. Moved our bodies, connected with
Wait,
some
first
friends.
we did a warm-up. Don't forget the warm-up.
Yeah.
We did
A little dancing.
a little dance, a little aerobic dance and activity, and then we walked around the city.
Yeah, it was great.
Yes. Awesome.
The whole point of this is to connect the benefit of physical fitness and mental health. As we know, moving our body is good for our minds.
Wellness has been a focus of the city and continues to be. We want our city to be healthy. Healthy and safe neighborhoods is one of our pillars for progress. We want folks to get out, move, and enjoy some of the natural benefits we have in the city of St. Pete with this kind of weather and the beauty of our city.
We're all yoga teachers, so we're all very familiar with encouraging people to move their bodies to help with mental health, really,
Yeah.
and just feeling their best.
Mental and physical.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have an inclusive approach to health. It includes mental health, it includes physical health. So we look at the entire person just as we look at our entire community.
I hope the community had a great time today, came in and just learned more about the resources out there. The city is rich with resources, and we hope we gave them an opportunity to connect.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. There's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like, you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100%, because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
I'm Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. Because if we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. we do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations. So we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We're going to call to order the May 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. Clerk, could we please do a roll call?
Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard. Harding. Hanowitz.
Here.
Okay, today we will have our invocation given by our very own Councilmember Gina Driscoll, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Lord, we stand here before you today full of thanks and praise for this beautiful day and for all that you have given to us here on earth. We humbly ask for your blessing upon our city and its residents so that the sun can continue to shine on all, reflecting the inclusive light of your love that touches each and every one of us as we are all created by you. Today in these chambers, guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness and cooperation as we conduct the business of our great city. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities so that we may serve you through our service to others. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Councilmember Driscoll, thank you so much for that beautiful invocation. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay. Council members, we have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any comment on the consent agenda?
No cards, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed on the open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once, during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you'll be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we do not have any speakers in the chamber.
And no Zoom speakers.
Okay. No speakers for open forum. Then we will move right into F1, a resolution approving a reinstatement and Second Amendment to the agreement for Autonomy LLC. And I think we have Celeste Davis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Celeste Davis, Director of Arts, Culture, and Tourism. Thank you, Council Chair Gertis and members of City Council. I have a report on the extension request for the Sunshine City Mosaic. So the timeline is August 16th. The Public Arts Commission approved the selection of the Sunshine City Mosaic to be designed, fabricated, and installed by Autonomy, which include Laura Spencer, Alex Kaufman, and George Retkish at Sunset Park, located at 7400 Central Avenue, St. Pete. On April 12th, City Council approved the $50,000 agreement with Autonomy to install the Sunshine City Mosaic. And there you can see how it fits into the park. On May 23rd, City pours the concrete sidewalk in preparation of the mosaic installation. On December 20th, 2023, Autonomy asked for and was granted a 90-day extension to complete the work and submitted all required documents. On June 10th, Council approved an amendment to the agreement that extended the term of the agreement for an additional 8 months and 15 days. On March 6th, Council approved a second amendment for completion by May 1st. March 11th, Autonomy notified the Department of Arts, Culture, and Tourism that they cannot agree to the current completion timeline approved by City Council. They will need additional time to complete the Sunshine City Mosaic. Here I have just done a compressed timeline to show all of the actions that have been taken so far, and to also show how we got to the May 15th request for the second amendment to the Autonomy agreement. Here is a video that will show the process that Autonomy is using to create the mosaic. I might ask the clerk for a little support. How do I get the video?
Stop pushing the button. I think it's working, Ms. Davis.
Okay.
Okay. It was a time lapse that illustrated the process and the detail that was required to complete the mosaic. I have with me the members of Autonomy that will also talk about the process and the timeline.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Laura Spencer. I'm an artist here in the city of St. Pete, born and raised, and I am the designer and project manager for the Sunshine City Mosaic.
I'm Alex Kaufman. I'm also an artist in St. Petersburg. I'm part of the team as well.
Hello, my name is George Retkish, third member of the team here for the Sunshine City Mosaic.
With the three of us, we are three emerging artists that really love the city and have been working on this project since August of 2022. As three emerging artists, we all work full-time jobs in the art sectors here in the city of St. Pete. Both George and Alex are employed at MGA Sculpture Studios. I'm a full-time freelance artist, currently on leave from a mural project as we speak, in fact. So today we present our project to you for review and approval of our extension. As of right now, we have one final section of the 172-foot-long mosaic ready for assembly and ready for installation starting June 1st. This project comprises over 800 square feet and 15,000 individual pieces of tile. So needless to say, as three emerging artists, it's a project that has been quite large and quite ambitious. But we are so excited to share this love letter with the city of St. Pete.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
At this time, Chair, we'd like to ask for a deferral, thank you, to address the installation of the piece and to adjust the language in the agreement so that we will not have to come back again to have it reassessed.
Okay. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for this, bringing this item forward. And thank you to the artists who have remained committed to this project through what appears to be some ups and downs. I know that often, especially when you're doing a larger project, it is difficult to anticipate the time and also the challenges that may arise. Well, I guess first, could I ask why it's being requested that we defer this item?
The agreement states that by May 15th, all sections have to be completed, but after looking that just cannot happen by the 15th. There's a section that has to be completed on site.
Okay.
There is, so in the agreement, it's in two parts. There's a section that has to be, all sections have to be completed, and then the second part is for installation. The agreement has been signed, but as we went over it, there are some tiles that need to be actually installed on site.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to figure out, because we've got this today, and I'm just a little confused, because usually when an item is deferred, that's brought up before the city council meeting starts, and it's discussed, so I might be missing something.
I decided to keep this item on the agenda because of being in my district and wanting the update, and two, frankly, I wanted to hear the report and share some of my frustration, and that's why I kept it on, council member. So I'm sorry. I didn't say that at the beginning.
No, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. So now that part makes sense. The other question I have actually is for the artists, if we could have them come back up. And first, thanks for all you do in your incredible contributions to our city through your work. I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Yeah. These are a lot. It's a lot of extensions. And so I just wanted to give you the opportunity to share whatever you'd like about what has brought us to this point.
Absolutely. So this project is a combination of all of our collective time as well as the exclusive use of a very specific piece of equipment. And that equipment is a water jet, which is owned by MGA Sculpture Studio. So to give you a little background on the project, we're designing this large-scale mosaic. Those pieces are then sent to the water jet and specifically cut out of the tile. You can imagine this similar to working on a stained glass project. That being said, this water jet is owned by MGA Sculpture Studios, and so our access is limited to after MGA's work hours and as long as the equipment is functional. In our very extensive timeline that is in our spec pack, you can see there are some grayed out dates, and those dates are when the water jet simply was down, when MGA wasn't cutting and we weren't able to cut as well. So that put a significant hindrance on the process. And then, of course, our two hurricanes caused quite a bit of ruckus. All three of us had very intense individual needs to help our families recover as well. Do you want to speak a little bit more to that, Alex?
We do also understand that every time we ask for an extension, it is asking for a lot. And I think truly we were optimistic with the timeline if we just push a little harder and a little faster. And the reality, we're very close. We're practically done with it now. Very minimal left. 15,000 pieces is just, it happens to be a lot. And because this is, a big project for us, and it's in the city we live in, and we definitely want to promote it as well as we can, just didn't want to skimp on quality.
Mhm.
So time is where you have to pull from, because it's a very specialty process. We developed this process from scratch. I reached out to a lot of other public art mosaic people that do this, and no one does it like this. So like you alluded to before, there's ups and downs with the projects, and we wanted to get it done, and we wanted it to be the best quality possible, and that is what we're bringing. And I guess I'm trailing off.
Yeah. Please.
Thank you very much. Another thing to note is we are, at least the two of us, like Laura mentioned before, employed full-time at the sculpture studio, where we're putting anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week into the studio's projects, and then somehow manage to do an additional 10, 20, 30 hours a week on the mosaic. Throughout the course of the last year to year and a half, we've been diligently moving forward on the project. And like Alex alluded to just previously, we are basically 98% cut, assembled, and ready for install. As Celeste alluded to just before as well, with the stipulation of the on-site installation, because of the length of the sidewalk and the scope of the project, and needing to get everything done and ready beforehand and get it all ready for install, we can do basically all of it except for two tiny little slivers. So when the previous agreement amendment came back to us early May, I think was when, and we saw that May 15th deadline to wrap the fabrication portion of the project, we knew we would be really close, but we felt like we just quite couldn't hit it. So then when we spoke some more, it came up to have the fabrication completed and ready for install by May 31st, and then with the installation to be fully complete by July 31st. The three of us feel very strongly that that's 100% doable. We're basically ready to begin install now. There is, like we mentioned, the sidewalk has the two long portions and then the little center medallion. And just by the nature of the mosaic process and the length of everything, we have to leave out just a very small sections on either side of the center medallion so that we can physically lay all of the rest of the tile, including the center, and then based on as-built real dimensions, once everything's in place, have a handful of pieces to cut afterwards so we can make sure everything fits correctly. There's no way, I'm all open ears if we can have a different way to install those last portions, but over the length of say 90 feet or so on either side, small adjustments would just be impossible to predict ahead of time. So we need to lay 99% of the piece in place and then take some measurements based on the gaps that exist so we can cut the remaining pieces and get all that squared away. So again, we all feel very strongly by July 31st, which is the most recent agreement, that's 100% doable. The main stipulation was the May 15th thing that was the reason we were not able to sign the most recent agreement.
Okay, thank you. Your detailed explanation gives us an inside look at just how complicated a project like this is. And I applaud you for really stretching yourselves as artists to do something that's a little different. And I understand that when you have that piece of equipment, that water jet, I get that because Mark needs it too, . Walt Disney once said that anything worth doing is worth doing well. Sometimes that takes more time than what you planned. And so, I support this because I do understand the reality of the project and the challenges that it can pose. At the same time, I'm really anxious to celebrate the completion.
So are we. So are we.
And I look forward to that. I do wonder, because we're getting into summer, we're getting into rainy season, and so I do wonder if there's some merit to looking at this to ensure that this is the last extension. How do you feel about if we were to approve this today? How confident do you feel about completion by that date, given given Mother Nature is going to do what she wants to do?
For sure. Given our Florida weather, we have definitely considered this heavily, and the three of us have already discussed our installation process. The installation process, we should be laying all the thin-set tile, all 64 sections with thin-set in place, and then we will have 2 teams of grouters come in and help to grout the mosaic as we're going. So simultaneously, we will be laying, then grouting. We'll lay that center section. Before we're even done grouting, Alex will have already cut these pieces that we need to place in situ. So the entire project should be moving in a flawless manner over the course of 3 to 5 weeks. So ideally, we think we should have it wrapped up in about 5 weeks, but that's why the generous extension to July 31st is helpful to us, because again, if it rains, that puts a damper, quite literally, on our ability to install it in place, right? You have to consider, this is similar to any sort of construction project. If you were to lay tile in your backyard or in your home, it is contingent on the weather and the surface preparation. So the sidewalk is ready and good to go. We just need to make sure we don't get hit with one of those 5 o'clock torrential Florida downpours, as it were.
Right. And is all of the water jet work completed at this point, or?
All but what we need to wait until.
So we have one final section that is in the process of being cut right now. We've divided up the entire project into 9 different sections. We are on our 9th center medallion section right now. This is being cut as we speak, and by the May 31st, we will have it all assembled and ready for installation June 1st.
Okay. So there's no issue with that part at this point. You've confirmed.
If there is a catastrophic issue, that's again something that knock on wood as much as we can. But we are full steam ahead. George is actually the kind of mechanic of the water jet, so that's his baby. It's his project. It's the heavy cross to bear that he has to carry. But she's in good shape. She's purring, and we're in a good spot for cutting. So we feel thoroughly confident that we'll be able to hit our July 31st deadline.
100%.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. Given this, I don't really see a need for deferral, but I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's my understanding that if we reinstate this agreement as of today, they would be in default of the agreement because they have to have begun installation as of today. That's why they need to change the date. They need to change they need to amend the original agreement to bring the installation dates back to us. Because otherwise they'd have to leave here and go start installation.
And finish today.
Yes.
That's why
I get
my
it
recommendation
now.
was to defer.
I hadn't thought about that part.
Yeah, the completion date in the reinstated agreement is what they want. The problem is if we gave them this along with the reinstatement, they'd be in default as of today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
this gives administration the opportunity to bring the whole thing back to us with the new installation date along with the July 31st completion deadline.
And in the
Am I saying
meantime, the
anything
work
out of
can.
turn there, Celeste or James?
If I may, James Corbett, City Development Administrator, thank you for the opportunity to bring this before you. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to show the time lapse. I think you all can probably appreciate the intricacy of all the tiles that have to be cut and put into this. But one other issue, and I'm looking at Councilmember Hanowitz because what's in the contract is important. Mm-hmm. We want to modify the language as it relates to the May 31st date because as it states currently,
even in this restated, and I apologize for the manner in which this came about. This was brought to my attention today. Obviously, this is not the way that we would like to do things, but the way that under the design and fabrication, it says that all pieces would be designed and fabricated by May 31st, and we just heard that that is not the case. So we need to reword the language to make it clear that all pieces, with the exception of these few pieces that have to be done once they're on site, and look at the as-built condition. So I want to make sure that the language in the agreement reflects what actually will happen. As far as the completion date, the July 31st, we actually gave 30 days more than what we were told they felt like they needed. So I think we're good there, but as has been mentioned before, we want to make sure, one, the agreement reads exactly like what's going to happen, but also that we can eliminate or avoid any possibility of having to bring this back. When we bring it back, we want it to be the final time, and the last time we talk about it is when we're all there looking at it being revealed. So part of it is just we need to make the legal language match what's actually going to happen.
You good there?
May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm just going to say, whoever discovered this or brought it up, last minute is never fun. And it is not fun for us because someone else's emergency becomes our emergency. And we're stuck with this. I'm also looking at, if you're bringing it back, our next city council meeting is June 5th. And I wanted to make sure that that is going to allow for continuation of work, that's not going to present its own challenge because that's a few weeks away. And what happens in the meantime? And that could be a question for the city attorney's office.
So right now, the current agreement's terminated by virtue of the term ending in January. Now, performance is still continuing, so the way that the case law works on that is that we're still, even though that agreement technically terminated, so long as the parties continue to perform, we're still under the same terms and conditions of that initial agreement. So there is, as I understand, a desire for that performance to continue. I think a subsequent amendment can be prepared that memorializes the parties' intent for the deadline to be extended until what the parties have agreed to between the city and our autonomy, and so that what will be presented in June encapsulates the new term and understanding that the parties have been performing in the absence of an agreement between January and that June date, and so that we have contract documents that provide a totality of terms for performance to date and through the end of performance.
Okay.
I apologize if that was belated, but please let me know if that doesn't answer your question.
Well, I think I followed, and I understand. All right. Thank you. This is such a beautiful project. I mean, I can't wait to see it when it's finished. So let's finish. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. And I think first of all, I am extremely confused because I was reading the resolution and I'm trying to figure out, we had the grand scheme of the project when we went into agreement the first time, right? Right. Nothing has been added?
No.
Okay. So we knew what we were in for when we signed on with the original date, right? Right. Okay. And then we made another extension.
There was a 90-day extension within the original agreement that our autonomy exercised.
Okay. So, and I keep hearing May 15th, May 15th. Where is this May 15th coming from?
The May 15th date is because it's May 31st that we are proposing. Ben, can you answer the May 15th date?
I can't speak to a May 15th date. The operative date that I'm aware of is May 31st.
That's what I'm looking at. I keep hearing May 15th. What is May 15th? Okay, because I kept looking. I was like, I don't see a May 15th and what the relevance of May 15th is.
I think the artists might have referenced May 15th as when they felt that they would complete that last section. I see it on your notes.
Okay, so talk to me about the $50,000. How is that working?
Autonomy has received $40,000, $20,000 to initiate the agreement, and then $20,000 once the design was finalized. So what's outstanding is $10,000.
Okay. So I don't mind granting the extension. First of all, let me be clear with that. But what I do mind is the process, in that setting precedent. So I hope that we remember this when other artists or other things come to play, that will provide the same grace. We're going to have to. If we are sidestepping our own documents, that says something to me. And I'm not sure when we found out what. But what if they don't finish by July 31st?
I'll defer.
I mean, it would be in default of the agreement. Well, part of what I'm proposing is, as we make this change to the language related to the fabrication, we want to make sure that we're completely clear and in agreement with the artist that the July 31st is the absolute latest. If we feel like that needs to be adjusted to ensure that we eliminate the possibility of having to come back and ask for another amendment, then I will take that in consideration. And quite frankly, with the comments that were made concerning rain and other things, I think it would be prudent for us to go ahead and adjust that date before we come back.
Yeah, because I wouldn't approve another extension. I wouldn't
Understood.
support that. So my thing is, I agree with the extension. Not a problem with that. And we've already paid money up front, but we knew what we were in for. I heard a lot of certainty, uncertainty. We're barring the weather, barring the rain. If we've already added those possibilities in that date of July 31st, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So there would be no need for us to come back after July 31st.
There should not be, but I think that it would be wise for us to adjust the date before we come back to beyond July 31st. The original date, I think the artists would agree that they were maybe very optimistic on the fact that things would go all as planned, and they maybe didn't anticipate the machinery not working and other factors because it is such an involved process, which is why I think the time-lapse video would really kind of help you understand how involved it is. But from the original agreement, I think that the artist believed that they would be able to make that date. Clearly, it was a overly optimistic goal, and my plan before we come back is to bring forward something that can realistically be done with no additional extensions. I would agree that I also have no desire to bring additional amendments to this, and we would love to see the artwork complete.
Okay, so when you come back, what date are you looking to take it past July 31st? Do you have an estimate?
I don't want to just say something right now. I'd like to talk it through with the artist to make sure that we account for any.
So is there any stipulation that the date that we approve on, bringing it back, if it doesn't make it, that they not get the remainder of the funds? How does that work?
Well, they can only get the funds if they complete the project. So if the project is not completed, they won't get the final payment.
Okay. All right. I was just looking at all of the extensions and was just wondering about the precedents we're setting, and I just want us to remain mindful that this is something that we're setting a precedence about, because I do understand changes. Things happen. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Well, I had the one person that had pressed the button, and then you said you're going to defer, which was the right call, because this isn't ready. And so one-on-ones would have probably been good on this for future reference to kind of give council an idea of what's happening. And that may have helped kind of clear up some of the questions you had here. I know I asked we should have had the contracts from the get-go. You guys took care of that and you provided us a contract so that way we understand what's going on. But I do want to say to the artists, you cannot wait till the last minute when there is a date in a contract and you want to ask for extension. You do not ask for extension on if it's 60 days, if it's 90 days. You don't do it on the 90. You just don't. neither here nor anywhere. Whatever other contract you're signing, you just never do that because you cannot guarantee that you're going to get that extension. And you don't have time then to do the things you need to. So it's wise to go back, figure out exactly how much time you're going to need, including the contingency time, and bring us an agreement that we can all agree on without any further extensions, because you've had ample time to do this. And the problem that you have is when you're asking for extensions after the fact, the other party loses faith as to what's happening. And we want to have faith that you're going to get it done. And that's the problem. There has to be communication, and everyone has to be on the same page. So that's just my 2 cents. I think we've spoken enough about this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, just quickly, first, James brought this to me and offered to totally take it off the agenda. I wanted to keep it, and so please, some of the confusion is definitely on me because I wanted the opportunity to hear this and to speak with the artist. I did have a meeting set with them, and then I ended up having 103 fever and couldn't go. So part of this is certainly on me with some of the confusion and deferring. So please grant me some grace there because this is an important project. I think generally and very, very specifically to District 1. So any grace you're willing to give, please do. So I totally agree with both Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Hanowitz. This is an awesome project, and I'm so pumped to have this in District 1. We do not have anything like this, and it drives me bonkers to drive by it and see a bare sidewalk in the middle of a park, knowing that we've been waiting for this. And so I know it drives you nuts too. And I know that things happen, but when I look at this timetable, and this was the frustrating part to me, and I know it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of backup. There was almost 3.5 months where essentially no water jet could be usable. Then you add another month, 1 month later. I know that everybody has different things and, but it's like team not available, out of town. Like when it's late, that's very frustrating to me. I get that you have jobs. Trust me, I get it. I have too. I totally understand it, but also I struggle, and this is back to Council or Vice Chair Hanowitz. You made a commitment. We have to stick to the commitment. So this has been frustrating for me. Now, I want to make sure that you can complete it. I'm super excited. Nobody will be smiling larger than me when we reveal this thing in District 1. And so please do not let my frustration downplay how excited I am and the work that you've done, and it's beautiful, and all of those things. I would echo everything Councilmember Driscoll said, except like we have to be better than this. And so I know I learned some lessons here, and so hopefully we all did. So I thank you. Let's get the dates right. I have full faith that we're gonna put a new agreement in place, and let's get this thing done. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Something came to mind for me. Sure, my colleagues have already expressed frustration and excitement. The one thing I'll say about that is Mosaic's one of my favorite art forms, so I'm excited a lot for that reason, and I love the park that it's going in. But yeah, I have the same frustration. I want to see it get across the finish line. But actually, I wanted to bring up, and I'm probably going to do a poor job of asking this, because I can't remember the terminology, but this is not a normal public arts project, correct? Like there's uniqueness here in that it wasn't associated with the Public Works and it was specifically for local artists, or am I misremembering?
So it's my understanding that the committee wanted to use local artists and emerging artists.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then what was the funding mechanism for it? Was it associated with a Public Works project?
The funds came out, were taken from the Public Art, 1901, the Public Arts Fund.
Yeah, was it associated with a specific public works project though? Because that's often how it goes down.
No, nothing in my research showed that
Okay.
it was directly related to a specific public works project.
Okay, okay. So, those two things are unique. And I want to see us do more. We've had discussions about this. I want to see us give more opportunities to local artists. I want to see us look to put art in places that aren't necessarily associated with the Public Works project. It's one of the reasons why I brought up tweaking the ordinance, and which we're working on. Since we're in the sunshine, we had some delays because there was some state preemption we were worried about over the legislative session. Yeah, sorry, lost that word for a second. Although that's wrapped up now, so we're going to get back to it, and hopefully we'll see it soon. Anyway, okay, I just couldn't remember how unique this was, because what I want to see is us move in a direction where we do more like things that focus on local artists and focus on art outside of public works projects. And I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing structural here going on with the way that we went about it. But it sounds to me like, it's just a unique situation for this piece. And now that I feel comfortable knowing that that's the case, so I'm not concerned about having to reassess anything in the future. I think we're on the right path. So thank you for answering those questions. Just wanted to make sure I had my head wrapped around it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, legal, do we need to have a specific date on the deferral, or can you just defer until administration is ready to bring it back?
Either one. So you can, based on your manual, you can establish a date certain, or it can be to defer it until after a certain thing has occurred, which could be administration concludes their discussions with the artist and prepares the necessary amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Can you commit to June 5th?
We can, we just need to talk to the artists, make sure we get the right dates, maybe we have the right language, we can have it back.
Because we are talking about time, so it sounds like there's not a whole lot to discuss, and this is a few weeks away. But I'd like to have some certainty as to when we'll be able to get this brought back to us. So I would really like it if we could establish June 5th as the return date.
Yes, based on what's left to do, the conversations that need to be had, I'm confident that we can have this back by June 5th.
That's great, thank you. I'll make a motion to defer this item F1, to the June 5th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Just quickly again, council members, thank you for your grace. Administration, same to you. Thanks for putting up with me. And, I had a learning experience today too. All right, no other council members wishing to speak. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Harding. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to defer agenda item F1 to the June 5th council meeting passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, we're going to move on to F2, a resolution authorizing the mayor to consent and approve the sale of the Portland Apartments. And I think we've got Mark Van Loo joining us. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Chair, council members. Here today to request approval of the sale of the Portland Apartment project. Have a brief presentation here for you. Just looking at the timeline of the sale, we received notice on February 10th of this year of the intent of the current owner to sell the Portland Apartments. Portland is a 68-unit affordable apartment property located in downtown St. Pete. I've got some more information on that in a moment. And the units are a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom and are restricted to tenants earning 60% or less of area median income. 7 of those units are restricted to 35% or below. The buyer, proposed buyer for this project is Sunrise Affordable Housing Group. They specialize in acquisition, rehabilitation, and management of affordable housing multifamily projects. They have experience with LIHTC projects, low-income housing tax credit projects, Section 8 contracts, project-based vouchers, and other affordable components designed for both families and seniors. When this deal closes, this would be their 4th affordable housing deal in Florida and the 2nd in Pinellas County. The terms of the sale, Sunrise is currently under contract to acquire the Portland in partnership with Pinellas County Housing Authority. whereby the Housing Authority will acquire the land fee simple and will ground lease the project back to Sunrise on a 99-year term. And the Pinellas County Housing Authority will also operate as the management agent and provide resident services to the tenants. The business plan that Sunrise has is to hold the property as is, and within the next few years, pursue a resyndication of the LIHTC tax credits through tax-exempt bonds, and likely through tax-exempt bonds and 4% tax credits, and then initiate a substantial rehabilitation of the property to preserve and extend its useful life and to extend the affordability restrictions. And Sunrise is funding the purchase, the $8 million purchase, with equity from its balance sheet, a new senior loan, plans to assume the existing subordinate loans from the City of St. Pete, and all loans given the ground lease will be leasehold mortgage. Brief timeline, the project was initiated in 2009 when the initial agreement was signed with the city. The project completed construction, I believe, in 2011 and went online. In 2018 was the first sale of the property to the current owner. In 2020, there was a transfer of membership interest, so the current ownership entity transferred principal membership interest, and that was approved by council in 2020, and that brings us to the current sale here in 2025. If you're not familiar, the project is on 3rd Avenue North, just northwest of Mirror Lake at 8th Street North. And, oops, and this is a street level view of the building. So as associated with this sale, the buyer requests the assignment by current owner and assumption by the buyer of the city's SHIP and LHAF loans, approval of the transaction that's required by the Workforce Housing Bonus Density and Intensity Agreement dated in 2009, the assignment by current owner and the assumption by buyer of the Workforce Housing Bonus Density and Intensity Agreement, the assignment by current owner and assumption by buyer of that certain declaration of restrictions that was signed and recorded in 2010, the subordination of the declaration of restrictions, Workforce Housing Bonus Density Intensity Agreement, and the SHIP and LHAF loans to the first mortgage lender. The buyer is attempting to assume the loan that exists with the primary lender, but if that does not go through, then they will bring in new primary financing, and extend the maturity dates of the SHIP and LHAF loans from August 1st of 2045 to August 1st of 2070. And administration recommends approval. I'm available for questions, and we also have representatives from both the current owner and the prospective buyer of the project, should they be needed for answering any questions.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for the presentation. So are the attorneys here? Good. I would like to ask you some questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. My name is Haley Sawyer. I'm with Stearns Weaver Law Firm, and we represent the buyer, Sunrise Affordable.
Thank you. And so in looking at this, so there are a lot of assignments, but then you get to the subordination portion of it. So the subordination is not just the right of repayment, obviously. It's covenants that have to do with other issues, affordability, and so on and so forth. So explain to me, I guess, why does affordability have to be knocked out if there is a potential foreclosure? Why would that be a requirement?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify the intent here. The intent isn't to wipe out the affordable restrictions. Sunrise is acquiring the project. As discussed in the presentation, they plan to do a tax credit resyndication down the road in a couple years. And as part of that, actually, additional affordable restrictions will be placed on the property. Regarding the subordination component, I think there's a few different elements here. So one, we have the subordination of the city's current mortgage. And then two, we have two different restrictions that are in favor of the city affecting the property. The first being the declaration of restrictions that was recorded and required in connection with the SHIP and LHAF loans, and the second being this density workforce housing agreement. With regard to the first, the declaration of restrictions, I want to highlight that the city entered a subordination agreement with the seller's current lender, I think in 2020, pursuant to which the city agreed to subordinate that declaration of restrictions. And additionally, that declaration of restrictions was amended, and in that amendment, there's language expressly providing the city consents to the subordination of that agreement to a new first mortgage. Separately, I want to address the workforce housing density agreement, and I want to note that further conversations have been had with buyer's lender here, which is KeyBank, and as well as with city, specifically the city attorney, Isabella Sobel. And the main concern for KeyBank with the subordination, well, actually with the workforce density agreement, is that there's language in there providing that the property cannot be transferred without the city's consent. So here, KeyBank is fine with the affordability restrictions remaining in place, but what they need some help from the city with is this provision restricting transfer of the property in the event of a foreclosure.
Okay. So now I turn to other attorneys. So Isabella, she made a couple of points as to the density workforce agreement and the declaration of restrictions and some of the issues that have arisen because they're there in terms of the bank. So what is our position regarding that? And the fact that we agreed to some of that, subordinate those declaration of restrictions previously. I want to hear about that, and I want to hear about the workforce part.
Hello, good afternoon. Isabella Sobel, Assistant City Attorney. What Ms. Sawyer did, her summary is correct. I will say that the city has never explicitly subordinated any workforce bonus intensity agreement pursuant to Article V, Chapter 17.5 of our code. Speaking to some of Haley's points regarding the lender's issues with the transfer issues, I will say this was something that came up very last minute, and we looked at our code, and in our code, it requires city approval, administrative approval of any transfer of title of a property that is subject to our workforce housing bonus density intensity agreement. So that is something to keep in mind, that we're bound by our code as it is written today. So we're not able to provide flexibility on that. I think that it is possible to contract in a way that we could still abide by our code, but that is the situation that we're in at this time.
Okay. Because when I look at this and I see these subordinations, and the most important thing, obviously, if you're in the affordable housing space, is to keep affordability and all these things in place. I understand there are times that they may have to foreclose something and you give up, you subordinate your right of repayment. There are all these things, but everyone that goes into this space understands this. And so I want to make sure that we're not doing anything that puts those things at risk. I mean, there were basically bargains that were made. That's why they got the density, the workforce, bonuses, and all these things. And now we are subordinating kind of everything we got. And I don't want that to disappear.
Yes, I completely understand the concern. And I think the main point here, and what we're asking for now, and what we've gotten our lender comfortable with, is entering in some sort of agreement between the city and the lender, by which, in the event of foreclosure, which hopefully doesn't happen, but in the event it does, and KeyBank needs to take title to the property, those workforce housing units remain as workforce housing units, but they need the ability to take title to the property. That's the security of their loan, right? So I think we have a collective, goal and understanding, and
you've come to an agreement. No, I understand, but there is a little heartburn when it comes to this, and so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, and obviously legal's on the same page on this, but this is not typical for us, is my understanding.
Not with the density bonus agreement, that's correct.
Right. So this is not typically what we do in terms of this. So I just wanted to put that on the record and get your statements on the record in terms of what we can expect to happen with that.
Yeah, and to that point, in theory, if they did foreclose and that workforce housing bonus was wiped, they would actually be in violation of the zoning code, because that agreement is what allowed the increased density at the property. So the lender's not even incentivized to wipe it out. I think, I just want to highlight that point to it too.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Legal, do you have anything to say on that point?
I mean, on its face, that's correct, but there would probably be some arguments that it's a legal nonconformity or grandfathered use at that point, and I don't know how we'd go about lopping off a couple floors to get it back into compliance. That's an uphill battle from our standpoint as the city in enforcing that.
Right. Nobody wants to be there.
Nobody wants to be there.
That's right. Okay. Well, if legal's good with this, I'm fine with it, but I wanted to make sure that we all knew where we were and got certain things on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I guess kind of going off of that, sales of affordable housing complexes, we had discussions, I don't know, a year or two ago about them being done administratively. So I was going to ask, like, what was so unique about this, because I was struggling to wrap my head around it. But we had that discussion a little bit. But it did look like, Mr. Van Loo, you were approaching the microphone, so I would love to hear your thoughts on all of this as well.
Sure. I just wanted to make clear that while I realize there are bigger things at play here, we need to get an understanding of what is the city's policy and procedure when it comes to the sale of properties and when it comes to the subordination, especially of restrictions. This case is mitigated quite a bit by the structure of the deal and the fact that the housing authority is going to own the property and ground lease it to the buyer for 99 years. Obviously, the housing authority's mission and reason to exist is to provide affordable housing, and it's their intention to provide that affordability over that 99-year period, which is longer than the current restrictions would provide. In addition, the workforce housing density bonus agreement that's in place provides for 30 years of affordability, but it allows for affordability up to 150% of AMI. And what's proposed here is a much deeper affordability over that much longer time period. So I do think in this particular case, those things are mitigated by all of that. But I do agree that we need to understand going forward how to look at these deals and how to structure these deals and where we don't have wiggle room.
Great.
So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, that is helpful, and I appreciate it. Yeah, you bring me some comfort knowing specifically around the housing authority being involved. I only had one other thing. There was a point that you had, a bullet point that you had bolded about the maturation of the SHIP loan and the other loan, and I just wondered if you could speak to that. You seem to have highlighted it.
Yeah, so currently those loans are actually loans that are being repaid. Mm-hmm. The ownership of the Portland over the years has been great at making those payments. They've paid down a significant portion of that debt. That debt would have gone through, was 2045, I believe I had on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the buyer is asking for those loans to be extended, the maturity dates to be extended to align with the new financing for the deal, so that it works better when they do the resyndication of the tax credits in a few years. So they would like to extend that to August 1st of 2070. What it'll mean for the city is the remainder of those funds will take longer to be paid back, but it will be paid back well before the 99-year affordability period would be up. and our other terms that maintain affordability on the project. So while it will mean we'll get paid back a little bit slower, it isn't going to negatively impact anything in terms of restrictions or anything.
And those are no interest loans, I think?
Yes.
Okay. But I'm assuming the position is that allowing that as part of this overall agreement's fine, because we are, there's other benefits here that we're going to receive. Okay. Yeah, I see you shaking your head yes.
I would agree.
Nodding your head yes. All right. Cool. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thanks.
Council members, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Well, Chair?
Yeah, sorry.
If I may?
Yes.
Sorry to interject. I do believe that there is a potential here for the city to gain additional protections with respect to the affordability period not being subordinated. The affordability period that's in the workforce housing density bonus agreement only. So it was kind of brought up by the attorney earlier, and I think that, if you wanted to explore that, we'd be happy to have that discussion with you now.
Okay. I mean, I think any time we could not subordinate that, I think we'd like that to be a part of the discussion. Is that?
Yeah, so a couple, just
Options.
procedurally, a couple options on how to do that. You could hold off on voting and vote later in the meeting on this item. Gives us an opportunity to confer with the attorney and potentially give you some specific different language in the resolution or elsewhere. You could authorize our office you could approve it as is, authorize our office to have subsequent discussions, make any changes that improve the city's position. Either way you want to do it. If you want the specifics, considering the public hearings, don't start until 5. If you wanted to hold off and let us have that discussion, if you wanted specific language or an answer, we can do it today. Or you just tell us, go forth and conquer, as long as it improves the agreement to do it. Whatever you want.
Council members, I certainly take your feedback. Obviously, I trust our legal department to move forward in the city's best interest, so voting on it and giving them to do that, or if you want to bring it back later. Councilmember or Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Well, I think if we have the attorneys here now and they can wrap it up, that's probably going to be better for all of us. So I don't see what the big deal is for us to kind of defer the vote on this, because what happens is then they go and things don't work out the way you think they're going to work out, and at least we're all here. So maybe we can defer it a little later.
Councilmember Fink Sanders.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Jackie. So basically, I'm in agreement that I think you all have our best interests because you've heard our concerns. So if we vote on it today, you would still have additional conversation to bring back to us in these regards, or?
There's all different ways to do it. It could just be that it doesn't come back, that provided anything that we do is improving the city's position, that you're just approving it as is and then authorizing us to do that. I'd say, if you ask me what typically has happened in a situation like this in the past, where we have the time like we have now, like Councilmember Hanowitz said, we try to hammer it out, report back. You don't need to we can just pick this back up. It's not like you have to technically defer it until later in the agenda. It could be a move on for now, take up other business, and give us that window to see what we can do.
Okay. All right.
I support that.
All right. Well, then, why don't we do that? We'll give you time to work on that. We'll move on to F3, and we can bring F2 back later on in the meeting. Do you want to do that before public hearing or after?
We could probably, we should be able to do it before. We'll update you when you're done your other business here on how long we think it might take.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to F3, a resolution authorizing the mayor to accept a grant from Forward Pinellas. I think we have Cheryl Stacks. Cheryl, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Cheryl Stacks, Transportation and Parking Management. I'm excited to be here today to present you with this opportunity, a citywide micromobility expansion feasibility study. This planning study would allow us to really gain a deeper and more significant understanding of how micromobility programs could be expanded to provide more access to scooters and bike shares in St. Pete. The opportunity is provided with support from Ford Pinellas. They provided assistance programming in the past through their Complete Streets program, and the city has been successful in being awarded funds for both planning and construction projects. Last year, the program was repurposed and broadened in the types of planning assistance that can be provided to the local governments, but they continue to make $150,000 available in that category, as well as up to $3 million in the construction category. They opened a call for projects last fall and conducted evaluations of the applications through this spring. Recognizing the change in the program with it broadened and less focused on producing complete streets corridors, staff developed an application to address a timely need for planning assistance. We've heard previously a desire to expand our micromobility offerings outside of the downtown core. And we know that the most attractive areas to do this are often our activity centers that have destinations that people would like to visit, especially via scooters and bike shares. Coincidentally, access to activity centers was one of the key evaluation criteria that Fort Pinellas uses to consider the projects for award. So we produced the map shown on this graphic here as a part of the application. So you can see where the current micromobility service area, that's really for the bike share, and where different activity countywide designated activity centers are located. So you can see a little bit of overlap, but not a lot. We'd like to consider the feasibility of expansion with mindfulness of our existing regulations as well for scooters and bicycle use. The study will include a review of our existing programmed and planned infrastructure, keeping in mind the legal status of scooter users based on state and city regulations. As a reminder, the city's micromobility ordinance provides that they should only be operated on low-speed streets or in bike lanes. They're prohibited from use on sidewalks and on certain trails, including at the pier, and have forced parking requirements to only park the shared devices and dedicated micromobility corrals. Infrastructure considerations, as well as density outside of the downtown core, have been key limiting factors for why we haven't expanded access previously. It's really hard for us to, we really need to take a deep look at our connected network of facilities to make sure that they can accommodate trips that get people to and from where they want to go in a way that does so legally, that they can ride on the streets where they are low-speed streets, where they do have bike lanes, where they do have these kinds of connections, and so that we're not putting destinations where they would be required to ride illegally. So that's a key part of why we need to look at the infrastructure when we're thinking about where do we expand micromobility access. It'll be important for us to include market considerations in our feasibility study too. Under the current license agreements with our micromobility providers, the city does not subsidize the provision of these services. In fact, the scooter operators pay the city a fee in exchange for the use of our right-of-way. So there are service areas included in the agreements with opportunities to expand by mutual agreement. However, the market has seen consolidation in recent years, and operational impacts that could increase the cost to the operators could have meaningful financial impacts that should be carefully considered when developing recommendations that would modify the service area boundaries. This could be further exacerbated if enrollment and use in the provider's access programs for low-income users is increased too. So having the providers at the table with us during the course of the study will be critical to its success. We don't want to change or interrupt too much of the business model that we have available to us, even while we expand micromobility access. Another key element of the study will be the review of our relevant city ordinance, some of which haven't been updated in a while. I went too far, sorry. I'm so excited about this, I really am. But so one key factor is the idea of updating our relevant city ordinances. Again, some of these haven't been updated in a very long time. For the bike ordinance, it was last updated in 2009. And it was really forward thinking and establishing the framework for bike share. I mean, you think we updated in 2009, but we didn't launch bike share until 2016. So it was a while for the technology to come up with our regulatory framework. So that was really forward thinking for us. But the regulations in the bike ordinance do not account for e-bikes. The micromobility ordinance adopted in 2019 is where you'll find those regulations along with a regulatory framework for scooter share. So it's worth noting too that in the legislative session earlier this year, the state passed a bill that, if signed into law as expected, would modify the definition of micromobility. So this study is a very timely in allowing us to consider the modifications in light of that change too at the state level. We have had some recent success in expanding bike share outside of the downtown core. This spring, we worked to develop new bike share hubs at certain public access points along the Pinellas Trail. We did limit that to bike share, given that bikes generally have a longer range of trip than the scooters. The average scooter trip is about 1.12 miles in length, whereas the average bike share trip is 1.8 miles in length. So it's a little bit longer, so that lets us get a little further from the core area and start serving those areas further out to the west. To date, we've seen over 50 trips at these locations since they were implemented. The top 3 locations are listed here. I think it's very notable that the second highest location, 62nd Street in the Pinellas Trail, is the second highest location, and that has 8 trips. It's pretty far west, and it's really into the neighborhood. So I feel really good that we're providing a couple of people who must really need some good access that lets them get better into the downtown core and probably to some employment or recreational activities. So we intend to continue to monitor the use of these locations, and the study will have us also consider to expand access and build upon this, both geographically and with micromobility type scooters. So the requested council action involves the execution of a funding agreement with Forward Pinellas for the study. The agreement would allow the city to accept funds in the amount of $120,000 for the study. It requires the city to use a consultant for the project whose professional services have already been procured by Forward Pinellas. It's anticipated that the funding agreement would also be presented to the Forward Pinellas board at their June meeting for their consideration and approval. The requested council action also includes execution of a professional services agreement with the consultant. Administration recommends executing the professional services agreement with Benish, one of the consultants available via Forward Pinellas. They were selected based on their experience and qualifications noted here, with considerable experience in regulatory and micromobility planning. In total, the professional services agreement would be in an amount of not to exceed $150,000, with $120,000 coming from Forward Pinellas and $30,000 in previously appropriated fiscal year 25 funding within the Transportation and Parking Management Department. Specifically, the scope of services that Benish will perform include community engagement, which will be critically important. That'll be done in the form of an open house and surveys. They'll perform an existing conditions review and an expansion feasibility analysis for up to 5 geographic areas of the city at the city's choosing, and those geographic areas aren't very limited, right? They could be as large or broad as we need them to be, as long as they kind of make sense. They'll propose recommended updates to our city regulations. They'll prepare a draft final report with an allowance to present those recommendations to a relevant city council committee. Finally, they'll provide a final report and presentation, which could include a city council presentation. It's anticipated the full study would take about 10 months to complete once a notice to proceed is provided. And there is a small allowance within the agreement that would provide funding to complete any minor relevant work that's not specified in the scope, but may be identified as a need through the course of the study. It would only be authorized if and when it's actually needed. The action requested by administration would be the approval of the resolution presented. It would have us accept the grant through the execution of a funding agreement with Forward Pinellas, execute the professional services agreement with Benish, and other related actions as provided in the resolution that allow for the citywide micromobility expansion feasibility study. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The only question I was going to ask was on the last slide and why Chris Stonecker wasn't wearing a helmet on his bike. But we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, agenda item F3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go into our new business items. We've got G1, a referral to HERS from Councilmember Driscoll.
Oh, thank you. For this item, I'm respectfully requesting a referral to the Health, Energy, Sustainability the Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee, or any other relevant committee for an engineering staff presentation on the Basin C project. I bring this up because recently we approved the purchase of the Salt Creek property through, help from our Friends with Parks and Public Works. And that project is part of the larger Basin C project. I thought it might be timely for us to do a nice review of the project because it has multiple wheels turning that all really, really improve the resilience around Lake Maggiore. With that, I move approval.
We have a motion and a second on G1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into G2. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting a report to the City Council at a June or July 25 City Council meeting, providing an analysis of the 2024 storm season. The report should include lessons learned and assessment of the city's response, both immediate and long-term, highlighting strengths and areas for improvement, and any proposed amendments to the disaster operations plan. With that, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on G2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Harding. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to move into council committee reports. H1, I am respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance of a not to exceed $47 million Florida Public Utility Refunding Revenue Bond Series 25A and a not to exceed $35 million Florida Public Utility Refunding Revenue Bonds Series 2025B. And if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion for approval. We do have Mr. Green here if you have any questions.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, thank you. Let's move into H2. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following items from the PSI committee referral list that we just addressed at the last meeting. This was a discussion on the enforcement of driving without a license and potential diversion options, and a discussion on allowing mobile homes to be placed on residential properties to provide temporary housing during disaster recovery and repairs. And with that, I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, we're going to move into H3. Councilmember Floyd, HLUT.
Yep, I am respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following items from the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee referral list, and it's the item Universal Basic Mobility Pilot Program. It was requested by the referrer that we remove the item. And I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H3 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, thank you. And moving right into H4, back to you, Councilmember Floyd.
So for this item, we're respectfully requesting the approval of a resolution approving a three-year agreement with 1 2-year renewal option with, I'm not going to read all of this. I'm going to ask administration if they have comments before we get into it. I know that there's been some discussion on this item particularly. No? Okay. All right. We're good to go? All right. Then I'm respectfully requesting approval of a resolution approving a three-year agreements with 2 1-year renewal options with Neutron Holdings, Inc., Lime, and Phoenix. Oh, my goodness. Do I read all of this?
You don't have to read it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, yeah, there's a lot in here, but it's our scooter share program.
How do you think the clerk feels sometimes?
What's that?
How do you think the clerk feels sometimes?
Oh, I know. I mean, I know. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it was the like D/B/A USH, LLC D/B. Yeah, it was all of that.
Move approval.
Yeah, I'll move approval. Okay, yeah, second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Putting me out of my misery. Yes.
Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H4 passes unanimously, with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
That's what Golden State calls an assist there, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
You guys broke my heart.
Okay, we are going to recess as city council and convene as the CRA, and we're going to move into CRA 2, a resolution finding the proposed plan to construct a 16-story mixed-use building at 300 Central Avenue, consistent with the in-town redevelopment plan. And we've got Corey Malishka, I think, but we went pretty fast, so we'll give him a second. Welcome, Corey.
Good afternoon. Corey Malishka, zoning official with the City of St. Petersburg. How are you? You can dim the lights, please. Thank you. The subject property today is located at 300 Central Avenue. This property is currently developed with 11-story, 37,000 square foot mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and residential units on the upper floors. The existing building was severely damaged by back-to-back hurricanes that occurred in September and October of last year. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building and construct a 16-story building in its place. That will consist of 48,000 square feet, as well as 74 hotel rooms, and will be approximately 4,000 square feet of commercial space, and the construction cost is valued at about $20 million. This is the proposed overall site plan, including the entire block. The proposed project will consist of a 16-story building that'll be about 172 feet tall. Currently, there is no on-site parking for the building. The applicant will be providing at least 74 hotel rooms, and the adjacent owner at 360 Central Avenue will be one of those persons that'll be leasing the parking. The hotel lobby will also be accessible from Central Avenue, as well as 3rd Avenue. This is just a blow-up of the site plan. Proposed elevations before you today. The architectural style is modern. The tile will have clean horizontal banding, excuse me, rushed out here, with a facade creating a sense of rhythm and balance. The slim windows, groupings, and horizontal reveals emphasize, excuse me.
You ever say you want some water? Oh, you got it.
Thank you.
Look at you just being helper today.
Hey, you know.
What happens when you run? Excuse me, sorry about that. Also, the airport height that is being proposed will exceed the 158 feet above mean sea level. So this will require approval by the airport and obtain an airport obstruction permit. It's another view along 3rd Street, excuse me. With respect to compliance with the land development regulations, the subject property is located within the DCC. A mixed-use development with unlimited floor area ratio is allowed at this location. The proposed FAR before you is at 8.0. Staff determined that the proposed development is consistent with the zoning district standards, and therefore the redevelopment is consistent with the redevelopment plan. Another view of the lobby from Central Avenue. This is just a farther image. This is a close-up. Again, if you're across the street. Oops. And an aerial view looking down. The existing downtown development pattern contains a variety of building types, styles, heights, masses, setbacks, and orientations. The building form and the relationship of the building are consistent with other development projects within the redevelopment area, such as 200 Central Avenue, which is under construction in this image. There'll be a 41-story building, 408 feet tall, and then 400 Central, which is, of course, also under construction in this image, is a 46-story building, and that's going to be 515 feet tall, and that's under construction again at 400 Central. The building design took into consideration the relationships of the newer and older buildings within the redevelopment area. For consistency, staff has found that the proposed resolution for the proposed 16-story building, 74 hotel rooms, 4,000 square feet of commercial space, is consistent with the redevelopment plan, and we, subject to the staff conditions, and staff does recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go into public comment.
Sean Kelly, please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Sean Kelly, address 575 2nd Avenue South. I'm the attorney for the applicant and owner, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thanks, Sean.
Welcome.
Any other cards?
Only one.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Corey, thank you for the presentation. I want to talk, and I like this project, and it's about time. Like, we've been waiting a long time for something new to happen here. But what we have right now is in pretty bad shape, mainly because of the storms. So I want to talk about the timeline, particularly about the demo, because normally if there's a demo, it has to go along with like a short timeline then where something starts, right? So can you talk about how we normally do that and how we might be approaching this particular situation, because it is different from some other projects?
Correct. So if the building official considers this substantially damaged, which I believe he may, they do not need to have an approved site plan or plans in for construction. So that can be demoed tomorrow if the building official considers it substantially damaged.
Excellent. And is the property owner prepared to proceed with the demo request and activity
Well,
as soon as that, if and when that determination was made?
right. We're not prepared to make that decision right now because the determination hasn't been made yet.
Right.
But I would like to update council on what we're doing to secure the site, because I think that that's most important.
Mm-hmm.
So soon after the storms, there was a little bit of a melee, and netting was put up on the building to keep everything safe and prevent the stucco from falling. Subsequent storms blew that netting away, so that's why we have what we have now. We've submitted permits. We submitted permits April 7th, I believe, for new netting, and those are under review. Some of the reviews have been completed already. We're waiting on the building department review at this point. So then we will have new permits to hopefully put up new netting, and that's our preference, is to secure the site. If the building is deemed substantially damaged, we wouldn't really have an option but to demolish it. We would hope that we'd have a little more time to continue this process before that happened, but if that's what the building official determines, then we have to do what we have to do.
Mm-hmm. The reason I bring up this now, I know this is a CRA item, okay, so it's a little bit different, but I bring this up now because one of the purposes of the in-town CRA is to reduce blight. We'd like this particular blight to be reduced sooner than later. I appreciate that it has been made safe, but the area around it is still, it looks precarious. And the netting, yeah, I mean, it's a mess right there. And it's a prime corner.
It is.
Which is why I know this project is going to be incredibly successful and popular. But man, what we've got in front of us right now, it's got to go. So I'm just kind of looking for a plan that aligns with the intentions of the in-town CRA. We are not in a position in this meeting to put conditions on this. But know that that is a priority. I know there's a process that you're going to be going through after today. Hopefully we'll approve this. And we'll see what it looks like by the time that's done. But it's really about this demo and then what happens between the demo and construction start. Because that could be a while. if you're granted the ability to demo soon. So we want that, but we also don't want a pile of dirt sitting there for the next year, 2 years until things get going.
Right.
So, and I'm kind of looking at both you and Corey to provide some guidance. Actually, not to provide guidance because we're not deciding this today. I'm trying to get my thoughts out here as you move forward, hopefully in the process. That I'm looking for demo sooner than later and something that is pleasant in the meantime between demo and new construction. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think you're asking me to respond to your.
I would love for you to.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. On the demo, we just, as a team, haven't discussed a timeline yet, so I don't want to, mislead the council or prematurely commit to something. But as I said before, if the building official makes a determination that requires us to demo the building, that we really have, no option. And again, we would hope that we'd have a little bit more time to get through this process before that would happen, but, we'll have to do what we have to do. In terms of what happens with the site after it's demoed before we start construction, the good news is that it's a small site, and that's part of what has been the challenge with this project. It's a very small site, but I think that is a positive in terms of making it look nice, right? It's not like the 400 Central site that was an entire block that he fenced and turfed and all that. This is a lot easier to do something like that, and if that's a requirement of the cities, we're happy to talk about it. We are equally frustrated with the state of the building. We don't like seeing it that way. Yeah. So we share your frustrations. We also share your optimism for the new project. We're really excited about it. We think it's going to be a great addition to that particular part of Central Avenue. We'll really complement the new construction, the bars and restaurants. We think it'll be a great project. But we have to remember that this situation we find ourselves in was not our doing, it was not my client's doing. It was caused by the storms, right? And unfortunately, the entire city is, I think, still dealing with the repercussions of the storm. So while we're not seeking leniency, and that's certainly not an excuse, it is sort of the reason why we are where we are today.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I appreciate your candid response. It means
Pleasure.
a lot. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair. Oh, and I'll move approval.
Second. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. I do support this, but one of the things that bring me so much unease is parking. According to you're wanting to have a long-term agreement with your next-door neighbor for 23 spaces, but you're providing 74 hotel rooms and multi-use housing. Where they gonna park? I do see a parking garage across the street, and not to mention adding to the timeline of your demolition. Generally, demolition causes current parking to be blocked for safety. So we're already having issues with parking. So I think that's why it's extremely important that we have that timeline for demo and construction. So we'll see how much parking we're actually going to be losing while you're going through this phase. But again, I'm curious, we're building a building with no parking. None has been required or asked of on this project. How are we expecting to continue to build for people to live, but they don't have anywhere to park? So how are we going to try to address that in the future?
So there is code required parking. It's not provided off-site, which is permitted in the code. So for the hotel use itself, it is one room for every 4 rooms, and then the retail is 1 per every 1,000 square feet, which equates to 23 parking spaces. The code does allow, since the site you physically cannot park on the property, but the code allows off-site parking at a location within 1,000 feet that's walkable to park if they have more surplus parking. So the applicant has looked at a couple different sites, such as the parking garage directly to the south. That may be tight on parking, but they can still have an agreement with them. They're looking at McNulty's parking garage, which is within the distance, as well as the parking garage next to the, or parking lot next to the Cordova. The applicant does have existing agreements with some of those garages for his existing businesses. And so this agreement goes through, it's basically, we call it like a parking lease. It goes through legal for review. It's between the two parties, not the city, but it is recorded in public record. And so the parking has to be available on a continuous basis. So they cannot just all of a sudden say, I have no parking, and it's a code violation. And then they would be cited by codes for not having the required parking.
Okay, so how are the negotiations for those 23 slots going?
So, I mean, we take care of that at basically the permit time. So right now, we're going through site plan approval at a streamlined level. That's going to be one of the conditions that they have this agreement. And so prior to zoning signing off on that, they need that agreement approved by legal and recorded on record. And so we have that. The applicant can kind of speak to, we just talked about it this week, and he can provide more information on that.
So our first option, best option, is the parking garage right next door at 360 Central. And the owner, Steve Gianfilippo, is actually good friends with the family who own that office building. So we've been talking to them for a while. We have a draft of a parking agreement right now that we're, slowly working on. We also, as Corey mentioned, we have an option to lease spaces in the McNulty Lofts garage, where Ford's garage is, and that's public parking. The owner has 17 spots there right now for a different business, but they're not required by code for that business, so they could easily be used for ours, for our project. And so we'd be asking the garage to increase that by 6 spaces to make it 23. And that garage is within the radius that the code allows for off-site parking. The third option, as Corey mentioned, is a surface parking lot open to the public next to Cordova Inn, and that is owned, I believe, owned by Accardi, who runs some of the parking garages in valet. And we think that Accardi would probably be doing the valet services for the hotel anyway. So using their lot for parking would make a lot of sense. The preference, of course, like I said, is the adjacent garage. And so even if for some reason the adjacent garage didn't satisfy the code requirements and we had to pick up McNulty or the surface parking to satisfy the code, we could still use spaces within the tower parking garage, just because it's right there and the owner says he has plenty of spaces. We understand that parking is an issue, but we have options for that, and we're working on those. I'll also say to put a garage on this site would probably just not work at all. But I think visually it would make the block look, the whole block would sort of look like a parking garage. And because the site's so small, this building would be probably 20 stories tall. It would look like a pencil on the corner there. So we wouldn't want that either. So the benefit of off-site parking is we avoid that and we get a better looking building that contributes to the character.
Okay, so I was just asking about the residents that are going to live there and what their, heartache would be trying to come home and long day and trying to find parking and, grocery shopping and those of that nature.
Yep.
How it would impact them. What's the time frame in notifying the surrounding businesses if the current parking spaces are going to be impacted for construction?
I should clarify one thing. It's a hotel, not.
Oh, not multi, no family,
not
no multi-use.
Like a condo with residents, right?
Oh, okay.
A hotel.
Well, that make okay. Well, that
Just maybe less
emphasizes
concern.
it more. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, still, if they travel like me with 5 and 6 luggage, trying to get where I'm going, no, but that works. But what's the notification of the surrounding businesses in regards to parking?
So they would have to get approval for an MOT through the city's engineering capital improvements department to close off any of the right-of-way, be it the sidewalk or the parking spaces, and our engineering department with transportation reviews that. I can't speak specifically to the timelines that comes out of their shop. From zoning, we'll send out what we refer to as a construction action plan. And we ask a lot of these questions of the developer, like, are you closing sidewalks? Are you closing the bike lane? Are you closing parking? Because we want to see how it maybe affects the businesses. Because you do have a couple of businesses right there to the west, which includes, a couple of restaurants that are already impacted by the construction at 2 and 400. So we look at that, we route that to the greenhouse to see if the greenhouse can work with these businesses, as well as any other concerns that may come up. And once we get the cap approved, then that goes through the MOT process, which again, engineering and transportation coordinate that.
Okay.
And DOT too will have to be involved because it's 3rd Street, which is the state.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my concern, the current businesses and how closing those spots would impact them economically.
Typically, they enclose right in front of their business, so or the building, excuse me. So, but I can't speak to not seeing the layout plan at this point. They might close more of the spaces on 3rd than on Central because they only have 40 feet of frontage on Central, and most of that is a landscape island. It might only affect 1 or 2 spaces, maybe. But I can't swear to that without seeing a layout plan yet.
And thank you for that clarification. I don't know why I saw multi-use housing in here somewhere, but it's all hotel rooms. Okay. Thank you so much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Corey. Thank you, team, for being here. I appreciate the presentation. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak up and advocate for smart development. I'm all for development that improves our community's appeal, visual appeal, all for eliminating blight. But we need to be cognizant of, one, the parking concern, so I'm glad that my colleague brought that up. That is a concern for me as well. But also the strain on our infrastructure. Sewage capacity. We need to be considerate of things like this as we move forward as a council, as a city. I want us to be cognizant moving forward of the fact that we have 31-story building going up at 800 2nd Avenue South, a 16-story building going up at 300 Central Ave, 46 stories going up at 400 Central, another 30-plus stories going up at 200 Central. This is a lot. So, again, I'm all for our city as it grows, adapting to the change. But I just want us to be cognizant with smart growth, slow and steady, not necessarily overdevelopment. So thank you. I appreciate that. Those are my only comments, Chair.
Thank you.
Just one quick comment, Chair. So just the reminder, of course, like in discussion like this, you can ask some questions because this is a time where you're together as a body. But just a reminder that your vote today, the scope of it is consistency with the plan. So, you know, normally Michael and I keep a pretty close eye on the discussion to make sure it stays within that scope. But because today it was questions and some feedback that was not phrased in a manner that affected the vote itself, you know, I did not intervene there, but I did feel like it was appropriate to give the reminder before the vote.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item CRA 2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into CRA 3, a resolution finding proposed plan to construct 2 31-story buildings located at 800 2nd Avenue South, consistent with the in-town redevelopment plan. Corey, you're up again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Lights, please, when you get a second. All right, the subject property before you today is located at 800 2nd Avenue South. The property is currently developed with a 3-story, 41,000 more or less square foot office building and surface parking. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing office building and surface parking lot and construct 2 31-story buildings with 824 dwelling units and 3,800 square feet more or less of commercial space and approximately 1,550 parking spaces. The estimated cost is $225 million. This is the first floor plan showing the commercial space along 2nd Avenue, as well as some of the entrances coming off of 8th and 9th, as well as a little surface parking that will be within the building, access off of 3rd Avenue, and then you have residential lobbies, both corners along 3rd and 8th and ML King. There is a revision to the plan where it looks like they probably will be adding some liner retail actually on 3rd to actually screen the parking. The proposed project, again, will sit on top of a 7-story base. Vehicular ingress, like I said, is coming from 8th and ML King. There will be a 30-space little parking area access off of 3rd. Pedestrian access to the commercial space will be from 2nd Avenue South. Pedestrian access to the lobbies will be along 3rd Avenue South and from the corner of 8th Street and Emma King. The ground floor will consist, again, of the 35,800 square feet of commercial space. This is just showing the proposed landscaping. The proposed project will, of course, occupy the majority of the site. It will have perimeter open space located along all street frontages, and this image just shows you that shown on private property as well within the right-of-way. This is an aerial view looking down kind of at the amenity deck and the 2 towers and how they're separated. Floors 2 through 7, again, will be parking. The 8th floor will be devoted to amenity space and 6 dwelling units, and floors 9 through 30 will consist of 8 dwelling units per floor. Floors 31 will consist of 10 dwelling units. The applicant will be dedicating 50 foot of right-of-way along 2nd Avenue, which has currently been is private property. It was vacated some time ago. These are just some views of the building, looking from the surrounding streets. Again, the building is contemporary. It's described by the applicant's architect. The architect is defined by flowing roof lines that evoke gentle motion of ocean waves and the touch of the sky. The facades combine glass and concrete. The colonnade frame the ground level, adding humanistic scale to the towers and providing shade. Above the podium, each L-shaped tower is located towards the exterior perimeter of the podium, leaving a large outdoor amenity area. The 2 towers step back from the street above the podium and do include projecting balconies and a crown feature. This is just kind of a nighttime view looking at the amenity space if you're hovering above the street or from a drone. This is the backside if you're over in the shopping center that is directly to the south along 3rd. So the IRP does include different design elements that we review for compliance, such as compliance with the Land Development Code, submittal to the CRA. Development shall provide architectural variety to the area. Infill development should create a sense of place. New development shall relate to other buildings in terms of scale and mass. Development shall be consistent with permitted uses within the downtown, and the intensity and use shall be governed by the underlying zoning district. The subject property is in compliance with the Land Development Code. It is located within the DC1 district. The FAR proposed is 7.0. Staff determined that this is in compliance with the code as well as in compliance with the plan. Just kind of a street level view looking at the lobby area. The proposed building does fit in with older and newer developments. The building will be urban with pedestrian-oriented features, including ground-level commercial space, lobby, entrances, screening of the parking garage, and floor-to-ceiling storefront windows along the front. This features also will have 10-foot wide sidewalks, street trees, and landscaping, bicycle parking, ground-level open space, and a new drainage system. There will also be a colonnade along the shops along 2nd Avenue, providing protection from Florida's weather. Pedestrian improvements will contribute to a pleasurable walking experience. There's just another view kind of looking, you can see the colonnade on the lower floor as well as the amenity space. This is what it would look like from 2nd Avenue. This is just the backside, again, if you're looking at it from the existing shopping center to the south. Again, the existing development pattern contains a variety of building types and building forms within the city. Other projects, like Camden Central, which is a 15-story building, 855 Central Avenue. There's 400 Central, which is a 46-story building that's currently under construction. The building also took design consideration into effect when looking at the layout of the proposed building and relationships with the surrounding buildings. There are actually a lot of underutilized properties surrounding this one. Staff does recommend approval of the attached resolution, finding that the proposed 2 31-story buildings with approximately 35,800 square foot of commercial space, 824 dwelling units, and 1,550 parking space consistent with the redevelopment plan, subject to conditions that are in your report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment.
Kyle Hehenberger, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Kyle Hehenberger, 6056 29th Street South. I am with Echelon Development and am representing the owner's interest in the project. Thank Corey for his presentation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other cards? Okay, Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Is this within the CRA plan? Yeah, staff's reviewed it. I feel comfortable with it. But goodness, it's just very different from where we started here, and it does feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity. That's nothing to say anything about this development in particular. But I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item CRA 3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. We are going to adjourn as the CRA and reconvene as the city council. And I think what we're going to do, council members, is we're going to take a 5-minute recess, come back and do F3, and then we'll take a longer break in between F3 or F2?
F2.
Excuse me, F2. Thank you. F2, and we'll come back, do that item, and then take a longer break before public hearings. So we are going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we'll call back to order our May 15th, 2025 City Council meeting, and we are going to come back to item F2. I think council members, you should have the red line version with some additional language in front of you. Council members, any questions? Vice Chair Hanowitz. Thank you, Chair. And I just want, legal, if you can just kind of walk us through it real quick, and that would be probably helpful before we do our vote.
Vice Chair, yes. What we have here is, instead of subordinating the workforce housing density bonus agreement, we kind of cordoned that off and took a scalpel to it. This is more surgical, where the main issue for the lender in this scenario was the ability to transfer the property in the event of a foreclosure. So that's really all they needed with respect to the workforce housing agreement. So this edit here authorizes the mayor to execute an agreement to consent to that type of transfer ahead of time. So it's pretty limited in its scope here.
Great. This is wonderful. So the attorneys are This is all great work from everyone. Thank you all for like going back there and doing this so quickly. It's amazing what attorneys can accomplish in so little time sometimes.
Well, we're happy with this, yeah.
Great.
The affordable, the units won't be touched. They would survive and run with the land in the event of a foreclosure.
That sounds beautiful. Well, thank you for your work on that. Do we have a motion yet? I'll move approval.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Legal, thank you so much for knocking this out. Thank you for helping us get here, and then thank you for your willingness to work together. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, council members, that's all the work we can do until 5:01, so we will recess once again. We'll see you at 5:01. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Isabella.
Okay, we will call back to order our May 15th, 2025 City Council meeting, and we're going to move into our public hearings. And we've got J1, J2, and J3 confirming preliminary assessments. We've got Joe Waugh joining us.
Move approval, J1, J2, and J3.
Oh,
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on J1, J2, and J3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda items J1, J2, and J3 unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move into our second open forum. Any speakers?
No speakers in Zoom or in the chamber.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, any announcements? Council members, any announcements? Man, we're making this easy. I do have one that I just thought I would bring up for Councilmember Givens. Councilmember Givens, yesterday in our CAPI meeting, each year we've been on a rotation of purchasing a lift for our kids at community pools. This pool will be Child's Park. Awesome. And so it'll be installed over the next probably 90 days. So I thought you'd be excited to hear that.
Thank you for sharing that, Chair.
What is this? Somebody tried to get away with that, huh?
Well, I'm just telling you, that's on my calendar.
Yeah. Okay, council members. Kim tried to slip it by us. It's Kim Amos's birthday. Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. So we're gonna sing Kim happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kim. Happy birthday to you. Okay, council members, if there's nothing else for good of the order, thank you for a great day, and please enjoy your weekends. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everybody.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you got to go and say, oh, you got to get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most